Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rack. And hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are. And welcome to today's live stream. It is Tuesday, the 23rd of June. 4IS in the house. Yo, yo, yo. What's up, what's up? I was catching up on yesterday's stream and Gary literally said, it's not about left and right. Isn't that crazy? I was like, hey, that's E's line. Look at this Gary, the secret socialist, and Pauline, the secret Maoist, trying to influence society. He does really seem like a secret socialist, doesn't he? Oh, Gary Stevens of Gary's Economics, when he says stuff like that. Basically, what was his line at that point for us? It was like, doesn't matter about left or right. Inequality is going to fuck everyone up. And so we have to fight against it. Extreme wealth inequality. Gary bores me. Well, tell us how you really feel, eh? Poor Gary. He can't catch a break. I guess, like, what's the point of watching Gary? I think we should get down to this, actually, as part of our revolutionary reading group here. Gary is incredibly appealing to a wide range of people, it would seem, that know that there's something up with society, and he pins his hopes on inequality. And so his rhetoric is filled. I don't get anything out of his content. Yeah, but like, I think it is for the average Joe. Like, he's just like, don't you see inequality is a problem? Like, he doesn't have any further analysis than that. I think that's really all that he offers. And it's just because he was like a trader in London and he's a millionaire. People were like, oh yeah, he must be right because he's worth millions of dollars, like, kind of thing. So like, it's I think he just has street cred because he's made like a fortune, so he's allowed to talk about this stuff. So like, that's, I think, the level of where people find it acceptable to talk about these things. So the only thing I think for people like us anyway to get out of Gary is like, this is what level at which people are able to and are happy to have this conversation. I hate that because idealizing millionaires is part of the problem. Yes. I can be like them too. Then one day two mentality. Yeah, but like, he uses, I want to think that he uses, like I said, it's more like street cred. But like, he definitely has that appeal. Like he says, like he said back like in his early days when he was first making content, people were kind of like, Samuel Smith in the house. How you going? What's up, man? How you going? He said like in the early days of his content, he'd be like bitching about inequality and people would be in the comments and just be like, bro, how do I get rich? Like, teach me how to get rich, kind of thing. So like, I think he's fully cognizant of the problem of what he represents. And like, people are just like, oh, like if I just listen to Gary, I'll be like him one day. But I don't think he offers that type of get rich quick kind of stuff. I think he helps people understand financialization, which is a huge problem in capitalist society. Like, it just removes the productive elements of capitalism. Actually, like, you know, the best parts of capitalism really is just its productive force. And so like, it just kills that. So he like rallies against that. So like, he's a good gauge, yeah, as I said, for normies. It still humanizes capitalism, in my opinion. Yeah, like, he's not, like I said, like, he's not offering a way out. Like, it's the great debate, right? Reform or revolution. That was happening, raging 100 years ago. The great debate. Can you reform your way out of capitalism? And he's definitely of that ilk, I would say. Just got to work, ready for the grind. There it is. Well. Good luck with your grind if you're lurking with us in the background. Yeah, good luck to you. And to all the working people out there that are on the grind today and are lurking in the background. Hope you enjoy the stream today. We're going to be going over a few different things. Keir Starmer resigned, which we kind of thought was coming yesterday. So it actually happened. So at least we got some context, and we'll watch his resignation. Then we're going to look at some other things. Peter Thiel's got a secret society. We're going to have a look into that today. I didn't realize this had happened, but this came out like last week. This dropped, so I'm like behind the 8 ball on this one. I'm behind on this one. It's not breaking news, but we'll have a look at it anyway, and then we're going to look at some other things as well. 4AS. Well, he does one video saying that he tried to help out his mates in stocks and they just went bust because they don't understand the system. Yeah. So like, I know, like he humanizes capitalism. He doesn't offer any solutions beyond like reforming things. He's just like, wealth tax and redistribution. So like he's not rallying against capitalism at all. No, I don't think there's anything to say that he thinks that capitalism is the cause of his inequality woes. But like, maybe he won't have anything to complain about if he changes the system. I think he wants to treat inequality as opposed to cure it. And that is kind of the difference. And that's why I feel like someone like UJAG probably doesn't get any value out of someone like him. Because if he isn't tackling the cause of inequality, just treating the symptoms of it, then like how far is he going to get? Like he gets some great wins on the board, but like I don't know if he'll have any lasting solutions, in a couple of generations or a couple of decades, not even generations. Any wins that he gets on the board will be gone. Keep the gears moving. Live Jeff in the house. How you going? Ravy baby checking in. Hey. Hope you're all well. And like I said, we're going to be doing some Kier Starmer today and some other things. Just my opinion. I'm sure others enjoy him. But like I get the feeling though, like you don't get, apart from analysis, like do you get any solutions from him? And I think it's more analysis. Like it was interesting yesterday hearing him say like, someone like a trillionaire makes $1,600 a second, $137 million a day, $1 billion a week, however that all breaks down. So like, yeah, crazy stuff. But yeah, it's not beyond like, I guess, taxation policy. It doesn't offer anything else, unfortunately. Voltateur. Oh, bro. You know what we're going to do today? Like once we get through some of the day's news, I want to look at you put a video in Discord and it's like the privatization, the fire sale of public land in New Zealand. As like what your right-wing government potentially may lose the next election or something. They're just selling like public assets. We talked about this phenomenon just yesterday, like as Gary was saying. Actually, it's funny we're talking about Gary. Like when the rich hoard more wealth, they get more and more money and they have to pour it into assets, so everything gets privatized. Looks like that's happening. Oh, that video is more chill artist take from a dude that loves hiking and stuff. But still, looks like he's done some type of investigation into like some new law or legislation that's going to take away people's land or like public land in New Zealand. So we'll have a quick look at that. So hopefully you're around because we need your Kiwi analysis on that one. I'd like to see your take on all of that. So anyway, before we get into Keir Starmer, I thought we'd just do some breaking news. This is really exciting. But like there's developments on the front when it comes to Iran. Pretty funny stuff actually from the perspective of like, can it get any worse for President Trump? Like this situation sucks. Like honestly, if I was in the Trump administration now, or I don't know, a diehard MAGA person, I'd be pretty upset to know that like not only did Iran amount to fucking nothing, but increase gas prices. Like now Iran is actually winning. Like it's actually getting things off its wish list ticked off. And apparently America has agreed to unfreeze $12 billion in Iranian assets. Remember how we were talking about this last week? And there was speculation that they were going to unfreeze $24 billion in Iranian assets or whatever, however they described it. Well, like, apparently it's happening. Where is my Iran Lego movie? They don't need Lego movies at the moment. Isn't that funny? They don't need Lego movies because they're just killing it on the diplomatic stage at the moment. They don't even need Lego movies and they're just winning. So they're going to get $12 billion of assets unfrozen and they're going to lift other sanctions. And apparently the US is like, it's a big win because they're going to do this. We're going to give them these things in exchange for like nuclear inspections. Again, which was happening under the GCPOA anyway, the thing that Obama had brought in. They were doing this anyway. So it's just completely a win. It's like a complete win for Iran. It like looks horrible, this situation, from a Trump administration perspective, I'd have to say. I'm lonely over there on YouTube. Hello, twats. Well. In Twitch land, I arrive bearing baked goods. Are you the baked good? Is that what's going on here? And it's not just me I'm talking about. Ayo. There it is. Mr. Abbott in the house. How you going? Hi, fam. It's good to have you. Captain Bucket in early this morning. It's good to have you. Like I was just saying, if you're wondering, yeah, it looks like Iran's gotten another win. So they were like, you know how we were watching them negotiate yesterday or starting their negotiations? They were in negotiations for like 18 hours yesterday. And it just came up with Iran's going to, I think what's happening is Iran is going to reopen the strait or declare the strait reopened. And America is lifting sanctions on Iranian goods, like oil and associated products, but then also unfreezing assets. So, yeah, I dislike using Twitch so much. She's back. There it is. Take that, Twitch land. Hey, twats. All right, let's have a quick listen. But like, yeah, this doesn't look good. All right, if I was an American, yeah, or like a MAGA person, I'd be upset with this outcome, honestly. It looks like they've completely just fucked up the entire situation.
Iran's top negotiator says that an agreement has been reached with the US to release $12 billion in frozen Iranian assets. It comes after nearly 18 hours of intensive negotiations in Switzerland, mediated by Pakistan and Qatar. Tehran has also agreed to establish a line of communication to ensure safe passage in the Strait of Hormuz. Earlier, the US Treasury announced the temporary easing of sanctions to allow the sale of Iranian oil and petrochemical products until August 21st. Washington says the decision follows Iran's commitments to allow international nuclear inspections. Well, US President Donald...
Like, this is like, honestly, so like America is lifting sanctions to allow them to sell petrochemicals and oil. So Iran is continuing to put its ships through the strait anyway. And so the Americans are lifting the sanctions in exchange for international inspections of their nuclear facilities and program. Like, they already were doing this under the JCPOA, so the agreement that was already there in existence in under the Obama's years that Trump scrapped in the first term. They already had this situation covered. I just don't see, like, unless you guys know something that I don't know any way that this actually benefits the Americans. Like, some people, I guess you could be like, well, the strait's open, or they're opening up the strait, so like that's good for the US. But like they're the reason that the strait closed in the first place. So I just don't see any wins on the board here. It's crazy. Trump having to do diplomacy for the first time, and to watch him fumble at every step is so hilarious. It's painful. Honestly, I feel sorry for the American people. Like, honestly, like, I would be embarrassed at this point if I was American. I would be really embarrassed. Like, at least before, it's kind of just like, don't fuck with America. Fuck around and find out. Like, the heaps of people had that attitude. But you can't even have that attitude anymore. Like, Iran has just completely come out looking untouchable from this situation. Like, yeah, I would be rather embarrassed if I was American right now. How about Joe in the house? How you going? Hope you're well. They had a UN body that would monitor the situation there, from what I recall, and Trump went and got rid of that. Yeah, they had the international organization that overlooks nuclear facilities and programs, and like Iran had the most stringent inspection requirements out of any country in the world under the JCPOA, apparently. And then yes, like you said, and then Trump went and got rid of that. And like now they're kind of just like, yes, we'll give them sanctions relief for inspections, which was exactly what happened already anyway. So it's like it's back to square one, and Iran kind of is now gonna get like their assets unfrozen, and like they can potentially control the strait now, or show the world that they control the strait. Don't feel sorry for us, but I do. Like, and when I say us, you know what I mean. Like, I feel sorry for the American people, not the American state, and like, you know, the class that rules it and uses it for its own devices. I do. I feel sorry for the American people in that regard. Like, one, because I would feel embarrassed in that situation, and two, like they're the ultimate loser here, apart from the fucking thousands and thousands of Iranians who died just because like Trump wanted to go on a bombing spree. Like, that's not unusual in American history either. America voted for this. Yeah, well. Reap what thou hath sown. Savage. Trump withdrew the US from the multilateral pact in 2018, which was designed to monitor and curb Iran's nuclear activities. Yes, he did. Back in 2018. LOL. I know. I told people we shouldn't go into Syria or Iran, but nobody listens to Mr. Abbott. Nobody listens. So good. I posted my buns in the Discord. Are we talking about like buns? Is this like stuff that you were making? Oh, is this with the dogs watching and they're going to start the revolution? I think I saw that. This is how the revolution starts. And you know, it always starts around bread as well, can I just say? Let's go back to the start. Great song. Right. There go my teenage years. Yeah, just letting Mr. Abbott know. Yeah, a lot of revolutions do start over bread. The French Revolution, the women of Paris left and marched to Versailles because they couldn't feed their kids. They wanted bread. The Russian Revolution, the Russian women who couldn't eat, started a revolt, actually, and like brought their pots and pans out and were banging their pots and pans and marching through the streets. And then that spurred the men on to continue and to storm the palace. I got a hankering for your buns, baby. Anyway, let's see if there's any other gold that comes out of this. But like, what a situation, man. See, that's the thing. Did America vote for this? At least with ranked voting and compulsory voting, you can say Australia voted for this. But when they don't have compulsory voting, can that claim be made? I would say compulsory voting is a baseline of society. You know, that's pretty funny. It's a good point, because like when people defend Trump, like they're just like, oh, like Trumpian policies and tactics. People are like, you know, 50% of people, or more, like the majority of people voted for this. You know, it's a mandate from the people. We voted for this, and so like if you're gonna take that line, that like, oh well, the people have spoken, then yes, in this regard, the people voted for this, and they got to run. And they're losing. They're the losers. Fucking losers. But like, no, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that idea either. Just because like 51% of a population voted for something and it's a majority position, did everyone vote for this? No, it's not the best argument out there. So many people feel the whole system is rigged, so they don't bother because they don't agree with what both parties are doing. Yes. yes. And there's just a general disillusionment with democracy generally at the moment, right? Across the world. Like there's a lot of people out there that just don't feel like the system works for them. And like they blame democracy. They blame like, politics and stuff like that. But like the politics is working exactly as it's predicted, right? Like this system is working exactly as it should be, to be honest. It's just like people realizing that it's not actually beneficial for the vast majority of persons out there, and it only serves a small interest group. And so like they blame, or they say democracy has failed and all that sort of stuff, but it's working just as intended, I must say. 50% of 2/3 of the voting population. yeah. Yes. Alienation. Yeah, there's a lot of that going on. Or like the feeling of alienation is manifest at the moment. And like it explains the rise of right-wing populism like massively, because at least the right-wing populists out there seem to have the chutzpah and probably the backing, let's be honest, the resources, like Gina Reinhardt or something like that. They have the political momentum at the moment to make a case for a populist agenda. Not that left-wing politics could actually do that. It's unfortunate, but it's the reality. There's no such thing as left-wing populism anymore. It's a scary word. Democracy manifest. Yes, I've been schooled on this one. Is this the original 4IS? Is this the one? This is the thing. Yeah, here it is. This one's for you, Captain Bucket.
What is the charge? Eating a meal? A succulent Chinese meal?
American Express investigator followed a man he thought was one of Queensland's most wanted to a Valley restaurant. Minutes later, police had the business surrounded, then sent in a delegation.
We're under arrest. Look, I'm under what? Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest. What is the charge? Eating a meal? A succulent Chinese meal? Democracy Manifest.
And he didn't appreciate the way he was handled.
See that chap over there? Get your hand off my penis!
It took 6 officers to restrain him, whose major concern was the meal he'd left behind.
What is the charge? Eating a meal? A succulent Chinese meal?
Eventually, they had him in custody.
I believe that it's all to do with stolen credit cards.
I understand that he has played small parts in...
It's not even the whole one. Strong as a bull. I see you know your judo well. Aussie icon. Oh my god. Alright, back to it. Let's learn about
Trump says any
this horrible situation.
released Iranian assets will be used to buy American produce.
Oh, this is another funny part. So like Trump has agreed to unfreeze the Iranian assets to the order of $12 billion, but Trump's also been like, but they'll only use it to buy American goods. That's it. The American farmers are going to make a big win here.
Says any released Iranian assets will be used to buy American produce. Iran's central bank governor has rejected the comments and says that Tehran is not obliged to purchase agricultural inputs from the US.
So Tehran straight away was like, no, fuck you. We'll use the $12 billion any way we want. So good. Get your hand. It was entered into the National Archive of Film, I'm pretty sure. LOL, something like that. Official Aussie history. It's one of our finest moments, isn't it? Hey? Thank God. Official. It's official now. It's Aussie history. The Boondocks. Ed, what's this? The American Way. All right, let's find out what the American Way is. Is this like that school teacher dropping the N-bomb? all the time. It wasn't even the full clip. Boo! I want the full clip.
Well, who bet the whole town on a kickball game?
Okay, maybe it was a wrong decision to bet all of our economic futures on a kickball game. Well, we're Americans. We don't quit just because we're wrong. We just keep doing the wrong thing until it turns out right.
I see. I see. Very good. Very good. And you, sir, are ready to receive my limp penis? I could do a cabaret lip sync to that clip.
We're doing very well in terms of negotiating a fair and reasonable deal. One of the things that we are doing also, and it came up
America
last night, is money that's being unfrozen is going to be used to buy food, and the food's going to be bought exclusively through the United States from our farmers. And corn, soybeans, all of the things they need are going to be bought from our farmers. So our farmers are very happy. I've had a lot of calls. They were very happy about this.
We'll get reaction from Tehran in just a moment, but first...
I've had a lot of calls from farmers. Be like, how do I get that sweet, sweet contract to give my soy and corn over to the Iranians, please?
Approval by a Security Council resolution.
Alan, let's bring in Al-Mighdad Al-Ruhaid, who joins us live from Tehran. What's Iran's chief negotiator saying about the unlocking of these frozen funds?
Oh, the yellow tie symbolizes taco, does it? Interesting. Mr. Chicken Out, eh?
Well, actually, this is a very crucial point for Iranian. We have seen this demand as a central Iranian demand for relieving...
Those decimated soybeans because of his tariffs. You got to push those soybeans somewhere. This is 101 capitalism right here. You got produce, you got to push it around somewhere. Overproduce, that's capitalism. You want to know the contradictions of capitalism? I've been thinking about your question because I didn't notice it straight away in ask or answer, but 4AS kind of beat me to it. But you were talking about the contradictions of capitalism the other day. Like everyone goes on about the contradictions of capitalism. What the fuck does that mean? And like I spent years fucking trying to figure that out as well. Like what the hell does that mean? When you hear people criticize capitalism, they just throw away lines like, oh, that's really contradictions of capitalism. I'm like, what the hell does that mean? Like this is it. Like you have soybean farmers in the US who produce soybeans not because they know that there's a market for soybeans, but because it's profitable to produce soybeans. And so they just produce shit and then they leave it to the bourgeois political system to figure out a way to get those soybeans out of the country and into a market. Because like they make way more soybeans than the American population would ever need. And so they need bourgeois politics to somehow strong arm smaller countries or other countries into taking their produce. And so one of the contradictions of capitalism largely is this contradiction between the use of something and its exchange value. And so they produce soybeans for exchange, not for use. And so you have a mass of overproduction in capitalism, which is, again, one of the inefficiencies people talk about in capitalism. It has great productive capability. It can produce a lot of shit. But like, if you're just producing something for profit, largely it ends up meaning that you have a lot of stock, a lot of things that sit around and potentially do nothing if they cannot move properly. And so capitalism, while very productive, is incredibly inefficient. And there's a contradiction between use and exchange there. There's one of them for you, Volta 2. I'll keep pointing them out for you as they come up. But it's good to do it when there's like a real world example of it. Yellow tie makes me think of the hot dog car bit from I Think You Should Leave Now. Never seen it. Either do I. I'm glad there's some solidarity there. It's not me, the only one who doesn't get references. Here's a contradiction. Regulate the free market, but only in favor of me. Sometimes they do it intentionally to crash the market. Yeah.
We have seen this demand as a central Iranian demand for relieving sanctions and frozen assets. And actually, in a couple of hours ago, Mohammad Bagher Qalibaf, the top negotiator, he was in an interview in State TV, and he said a very important message about this frozen asset. He said, and I'm having a taste from what he has said. He said that under Article of 11th, two separate amounts of $6 billion each will be released. Preliminary arrangements had already been made during the trip to Qatar. We have known that there was a trip on Qatar a couple of weeks ago, but the final signing had to take place during the Switzerland visit, which was completed. So this is what he had to say on the Iranian TV, and he said that Article 10, it concerned the sale of crude oil, petrochemicals and their derivatives, as well as banking, insurance and transportation issues. So he actually explained every single details about this memorandum of understanding regarding the frozen assets and sanctions. And actually this is being as an integral part for Iranian to move forward with American regarding the memorandum of understanding.
Well, McDowell, let's go back to Alan.
Isn't that interesting, hey? Like on this, they're on state TV bragging about it. So we're like, we got our assets unfrozen. We did it, boys. And like only, so many thousands of people had to be bombed, millions of people displaced because of airstrikes. But we got our assets unfrozen. It was totally worth it. Meanwhile, Trump's boasting at the White House. He's like, hey, it's good for the farmers. Am I right? Farmers love me because of this. Hey, I'm their favorite president ever. So hot right now. Goddamn, so hot. Oh yeah. What's this? Is this the yellow tie thing?
Someone drove a hot dog-shaped car through the window.
Driver's gone. Somebody call the cops. We need to find that driver.
They could have killed someone. Whose car is this?
Yeah, come on. Whoever did this, just confess. We promise we won't be mad.
What the fuck is this?
What?
We'll close our eyes, just take your car and get out of here.
Sir, that's clearly your car.
Wrong.
Someone call the police.
Yeah, that's one idea. Or we could work as a team, find out whoever did this and punish him ourselves. Maybe take his bare butt out of his costume and spank him. Maybe you could do it, sir.
Not gonna happen.
Okay, you.
No.
Well, one of us is gonna have to do it.
No one's getting spanked.
You know what's driving me nuts?
What the fuck is this?
It could literally be any one of us. Ooh.
No, it couldn't. You're dressed like a hot dog.
So is that guy.
Oh, no.
Someone drove a hot dog.
I get it. So that's what Trump looks like in his yellow tie. Thank you very much. Oh, man. Oh, hot dog guy is America right now. It's so good. Trump at the UN. We're so hot right now. Everybody's saying it. So hot. Yeah, there's so many examples, but the use and exchange value is a key element of capitalism. When the exchange value prevents the use of those items from being consumed by the working class, that in return changes the material conditions of the working class in a way that increases struggle. Damn, you have been deep diving. Did you fucking write that yourself, or did you just take that out of some Marxist manuscript somewhere? God damn. Trump is literally the guy in the hot dog suit driving a hot dog car through the economy and global stability. Oh, man. Yeah, I did. Damn. You're a Marxist scholar all of a sudden. Yeah, then like Iran, how could you do this? Hey, let's just deliver our own punishment. Anyone want to give me a spanking? Anyone? All right, that's enough on this Iran situation. I just thought that was a funny place to start because we've been obviously following this whole peace negotiation situation so far. And like, it's kind of just been like, yeah, America pretending like Iran's not winning and Iran just like demanding whatever the fuck they feel like it. Yeah, I know. My reaction at Voltateur, it's like full David Harvey. Is that you, David Harvey? No, it's Voltateur today. Okay. Anyway, funny stuff. And Trump's painting it up like it's a win for the farmers. So good, man. The level of cope is fantastic. All right, quick one for Hail Starmer. I can't believe, I mean, I can. He said, I will off negotiators in Switzerland. Like, fuck. Yeah. What he said, if they didn't come to the table, they wouldn't even make it home or something like that. The officials won't make it home. Is that what you're talking about? He's threatening to kill the negotiators if they don't do something that he likes. Anyway, yesterday, if you're with us, if you weren't, apologies. Let me just give you a quick recap. Yesterday we were watching all the this banter over the weekend in the UK that was seemed like all that Sunday type of news where you have all these talk shows in the morning and they were just like, the Prime Minister's gonna resign any minute. Oh my God. And then all speculating on it. So, but this discussion's been happening for months, I would say, that people have really been speculating hard on Keir Starmer, getting the boot. And they were kind of speculating he could get booted or he could just resign gracefully and do a whole transition thing to a new leader of the party. And so he could do it the nice way or he could do it the hard way, Starmer. And so people were speculating that it was going to happen on Monday, and it looked like it did happen on Monday. So yesterday, our time, still Monday for some people, I guess. Keir Starmer actually resigned, and there's some guy called Andy Burnham, which seems to be this person that's come up from Manchester, the King in the North, they affectionately call him, and he's potentially going to be challenging for the leadership. He seems to be a very popular Labour guy, relates well to the working class, and is their last. Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi, you're my only hope. He seems to be their only hope against the Nigel Farage wave that's coming, the reform wave that's coming to sweep across the UK, just like the One Nation wave is, the Orange wave is sweeping across Australia, etc., etc. And so Keir Starmer has actually done it now. So the speculation was true, or seemed to have been warranted, and Starmer is out. And so I just want to quickly watch what he has to say about that situation. It'll be interesting to see the headspace, the psychology of this decision. I think it's just emblematic of Western democracy at the moment. It's just unstable as fuck. And they've had what is it, 7 prime ministers in 10 years or something like that. And so that's just shows this is where we were 10 years ago, 15 years ago, where we just had new prime minister after new prime minister after new prime minister, people stabbing each other in the back, just really, really turbulent times. And they're going through their version of that at the moment. But it's happening everywhere. France, look at France. I know Macron is in power. He's been in power for a couple of terms now. But the prime minister, they have a new prime minister every couple of months. In France, Germany, they've been struggling too. So it seems to be people are sick, and I think they're revolting against radical centrism. We've had neoliberal centrists in for a long time, and they have done neoliberal policy for a long time, which is austerity for the many, cutting back on government services and public goods and assets, all in the justification for reducing the debt. But the debts have gotten worse in the meantime, and the rich are getting richer, and people are pissed off. And so the radical center now, the neoliberal core, is just not doing it anymore. And as the bourgeois struggle, the rich and the powerful struggle to keep their centrist puppets in power, it becomes more and more unstable. More and more unstable. Radical centrism, question mark? Yeah, radical centrism. Yes, it is a term that we use here to describe the center of politics. Everyone thinks that the center is so nice and lovely and all that sort of stuff, but that's neoliberal nonsense. The radical center is exactly what it is. It's radical as the edges are, or the extreme left or the extreme right. They're radical because they believe in austerity. So destroying, like I said, destroying public spending, public goods, welfare, public property, so communal assets, let's say, in favor of privatization, and all in the name, of like fixing the debt. But like they never actually do that. So it's radical because it's extremely unfavorable to the working class, I would say. That's the radical center. I have no opinion on Starmer. What is he like? I don't know. I think people just don't like he's just bland as fuck, and he's a centrist. What centrist wants to destroy public services? Like all centrists that have been in power since the neoliberal era, they all work together to reduce public spending in the name of reducing the debt. But that never happens. It's just a general trajectory. It's not like specifics. People used to make fun of Australia changing prime ministers all the time. Then you look at the UK. I heard Mark Carney is going to be the next PM. Went for a 2-hour walk last night listening to Das Kapital audiobook, plus been consuming a lot of content. I've previously thought of these ideas, but I find my problem is that that'll oversimplify these ideas. I'm trying to learn to better articulate myself. This is the only way to spread class consciousness. Fuck yeah. Yeah, goddamn. Oh yeah. I listened to Das Kapital during COVID. Interesting. Yeah, we had the Gillard, the Izzy, Adora. Funny, huh? Feels like a global shift too. Very fuck you. I've got mine. Suffer. Yes. He's pretty cookie cutter. Doesn't do much to help the working class. Only small band-aids. He is for the status quo. Yeah, I think he just tries to maintain, keep the hand on the wheel. He's been pretty quick to do basically whatever Trump wants, and not try to cause any rift between American and UK relations. And that's a big problem, I think, because nationalism is on the agenda in a lot of countries, and so it constantly appeasing foreign powers. It never looks good, I guess, not in this environment. I'm a hard centrist and I want more public service. I'd rather my tax dollars go to benefit the country rather than the war effort. Or has that become a left-wing ideology? It's pretty lefty, bro. Spending money on public services instead of cutting back spending to reduce the deficit and reduce the debt. That's pretty lefty, bro. That's hardcore these days, apparently. Yeah. Because they're all ramping up military spending. I think he resisted it recently. His minister for defense or whatever asked him for an extra $5 billion for more defense spending, and he rejected it. But generally, he's gone in the order of supporting the rearmament of society, especially in Europe at the moment. I think that's always been left wing, Captain Buckets. Tax dollars going to where they're supposed to go. How is that left wing? It's just the basics of the tax system. No, well, taxes are not supposed to be for that. Apparently taxes are there for reducing the debt. That's why we tax people, apparently. We collect their money, don't reinvest that money. We just try and bring the debt down so we can get a good credit rating so we can borrow more money. That's how the world of finance really works. Hey. What you're talking about is, it's not, that's pretty hardcore lefty stuff here.
Thank you. Walking up this street 2 years ago was the proudest moment of my life. A new Labour government, the first in 14 years. a page in our country's history turned after years of disappointment and despair. The chance to change the lives of millions of people for the better. That's what I came in.
Call me a lefty nutter too then. Hey, let's all get lefty nutter. Eh? Of having services paid for by our tax dollars. It's pretty lefty, man. Come on, that's a Disney hamster turned human. It's very adorable. I think of it in a communitarian way. That each country is a giant village and paying taxes is your way of chopping wood or hunter/gathering. Yeah, like I'm down with your analogies here, man. But that's like that's pretty like lefty kind of stuff. Other people think that, like, I guess other radical versions of that are like, don't pay any taxes at all. Like, the government shouldn't tax me for anything. I don't want to chop wood for anyone. If I chop wood, it's for me.
Into politics for. The journey to that point was not easy. 6 years ago, I inherited a Labour Party that was politically, financially, and morally bankrupt.
Dude, what's with the fucking music in the background? It sounds like the Chinese communist music. Is the spectre of Mao everywhere? The spectre of Mao's chasing Pauline. It's in the background while he's giving speeches. What is happening here? It's part of being a citizen of a country. You need to contribute in order to receive the privileges of being a citizen. Again, you're just you're doubling down on your lefty nutter behavior here, Captain Bucket. All right, you're just you're a nut job, really, thinking that people have to contribute to society in order to enjoy the benefits of that society. Mao keeps me warm at night. Can you hear it? Like, am I wrong? What is going on in the background?
6 years ago, I inherited a Labour Party that was politically, financially, and morally bankrupt. I was told time and time again that my party was finished, that we were consigned to history, that a majority at the general election, let alone a landslide majority, was impossible. But we proved those people wrong, because we changed our party, ripping out the poison of anti-Semitism, restoring trust on the economy, defence.
Like, what a world. Like, he's talking about all of his achievements, and like, he could have just talked about the economy, but he's like, we tore at the evils of anti-Semitism. Isn't that interesting? Like, in order to be a centrist politician, a radical centrist, you have to radically oppose anti-Semitism. Like, it's a big ticket item just to be a politician in the modern age. The music is distracting as fuck. Yes. What is going on? Crypto Spectre. How you going, Govan? Hope you're well. I don't see how that's progressive. It's how civilization was set up. Again, doubling down on your left-wing nut job perspective on things. So good. Don't be scared of the left. Join us. We have sex flotillas and good food. The horseshoe mob at the extremes. Something Overton window. Yes.
National security, and becoming a party that once again stood proudly with, not against, our national flag. The hard work of change was with a singular purpose, not power for power's sake, but to change Britain for the better, to build a fairer country with dignity and respect.
Get a job. Rogue, hang on. Get a job, you floating fornicators.
Where everyone is seen, everyone is valued, wealth and opportunity for all, not just the privileged few. And look at what we've achieved in just 2 years. An economy that is stronger, growing faster than our peers. Wages rising faster than inflation in
I think there's a fair few jobs being carried out on the flotilla. All right, calm down.
every single month since we came to power. Investment secured, infrastructure being built, an end to austerity, with the fastest fall in NHS waiting lists for 17 years. The biggest improvement in rights for workers and renters in a generation. The biggest uplift in defence spending since the Cold War. Small boat crossings falling. Asylum hotels closing. Protecting young people from social media. And 500,000 children being lifted out of poverty because of the choices that I made. Our reputation in the world restored, with Britain once again standing up for decency, respect and the rule of law, securing trade deals, standing with Ukraine, standing up for our values and rebuilding our relationship with our allies in Europe. Change promised by a Labour government, change fought for by a Labour government, change delivered by a Labour government.
All these secret Maoists in paintings behind people. What you been doing with your lives? Listening to Mick Jagger music and bad-mouthing your country, I bet. Somebody has to serve refreshments. Hydration is important. He's the most British man to British. They will never be him.
But I know the question being asked now
what the fuck?
Is not who was best placed to change the Labour Party, to take us into power and to begin the vital work of improving lives for millions of people. Those questions have been answered. The question my party is asking now is whether I am best placed to lead us into the next general election.
Honestly, the royal music behind him is slightly dystopian. It's like they use the same track in like the climax in V for Vendetta, right? That was playing in the background while they're blowing up Parliament House and all the people are out with their fucking little masks on and stuff. It is cap. Yeah, V for Vendetta. Okay, yes. What the fuck? Like, why do they have to play it while he's speaking? Like, I get it in the background, whatever. But it is weirdly dystopian.
I have heard the answer of my parliamentary party to that question. And I accept that answer with good grace. Every decision I've taken has been about putting the country I love first. That is why I will resign as leader of the Labour Party. I have spoken to His Majesty the King this morning to inform him of my decision. I will ask the National Executive Committee of the Labour Party of my decision. I have spoken to His Majesty the King this morning to inform him of my decision.
So, like, this is why, like, when Americans, and, like, the French as well, they love this. Like, they never take us seriously in the Commonwealth. Because, like, whenever our leaders have to do stuff, or, like, people generally, they have to go and talk to the king about it. This is why they don't take us seriously. Like, why does he have to inform the king for? Why? Why, damn it? All hail the king. So good. Say my name. How you going? Razor in the house. What's up, Mr. E? How you going? No, it was Tchaikovsky's 1812 Overture. That wasn't it. Ah, okay. I'm also a classical music snob. Yeah, I watched The Crown. The PM has to do that. But, like, you know, this is, like, I'm telling you, like, the people that have republics, that's why they shit on us for stuff like this. I also told the king of my decision first before telling the people, because apparently that's more important.
I will ask the National Executive Committee of the Labour Party to set out a timetable with nominations opening on the 9th of July and completed by the summer recess. In the case of a contest, this will ensure a new leader is in place before Parliament returns in September. I will remain in post as Prime Minister until the contest is complete. And I will do everything I can to ensure an orderly handover of power. I will also give my successor my full and unequivocal support knowing that they will inherit a Britain that is far stronger and fairer than the one I inherited 2 years ago, better prepared for the challenges ahead, and better able to ensure the Labour Party secures a second term in office. I want to thank all of those friends and colleagues who have been at my side for these past 6 years or so, for their incredible commitment, service and support. I want to thank the brilliant Number 10 staff and our country's extraordinary civil service who dedicate their lives to public service. And when I leave the biggest job in the country, I shall spend more time on the most important job, being the best husband I can to my fantastic wife Vic, who has been a rock by my side through good times and bad, and being the best dad I can to my beautiful children, who are my pride and my joy. Thank you very much.
You're getting emotional at the end there, Rose. Hey.
Okay, so that was live from London. Sir Keir Starmer announcing that...
Poor guy. Yeah, he's getting upset. I hate Britain. They are hypocrites. They flatter America a lot. Hey, everybody does it. Everybody does it. Oof, here come the tears. Struck down by the Lord, to who the power and pride of kings are as nothing. Honestly, it's hard being the Prime Minister. Yeah, I'm sure it is. Sure it is. But hey, I'm sure they enjoy the position themselves. Yeah, man, tears hit different. Tears for Keers? Anyone? Tears for Keers. Alright, I'm not going to watch this. Fuck this. I don't want to watch an hour of people talking about it. I just wanted to see it. See the words from the horse's mouth. Gum a cheese wing? Yo, give up a run and is not real. Hey, it ain't happening. Hey? It ain't happening. Iran's getting what they want at the moment, it would seem. And I think Israel is too. Let's just keep on attacking Hezbollah and Gaza too, right? They've remained silent about human rights in Palestine several times, as if they don't see it. But when America asked them to support Israel, they provided support without even refusing. Yes, 'tis the modern state of Western governments. I don't like people crying. I just want to cuddle them, even if they suck. Queers for Hezbollah are clutching their kafirs. That was random. Interesting. Interesting. All right, that's enough of Kier. I just wanted to follow up because we watched a bit of that. We touched on this subject yesterday, so I thought it'd be interesting to touch on that one again because it actually happened. Like I've been watching this in the background for like months. Them talking about like, you know, him having to resign, the writings on the wall, all of that sort of stuff, etc., etc. But they didn't really go there. All right, let's find out if Voltaire is still here. I hope you are. I'm a proud Zionist Bibiist. I'm the proud Zionist Bibiist. I didn't even know a Bibiist was a thing. Yes, Voltaire is still here, bruh. Can we do the New Zealand thing? I just want to, while you're here, just in case I have any questions for you, I would like to check this out. So like this is what did you say he was? He's like a hiker or something like that. Like he just loves being out in nature. And so New Zealand's public land is under threat. So like we talk about like neoliberalism sometimes here, the fire sale of everything that goes on generally. If we watch more from Kier, our brains will get polluted. We talk about like general privatization of all things, and like we watched yesterday Gary's Economics analyze inequality in relation to Elon Musk, the world's first trillionaire, and he was making the point that like as wealth inequality gets more and more intense over time, so you have extremes on either end, extreme poor and extreme wealth accumulated at the top margins. The people that have all the money and have all the means as a result of that actually look to pour their money into more and more assets, and so they need more and more expensive things to buy. So you can only have so many, I don't know, Gucci bags or Ferraris or something like that. Like, you actually need assets that are incredibly expensive to go with your exorbitant wealth. And so there's a general trend in the neoliberal era, so like from the 70s onwards, to privatize as much public assets and public goods and public services as possible, and hand them over to corporations who act as like private equity on behalf of very wealthy and powerful individuals. And so I thought this might be potentially a case study in that, from a New Zealand perspective. And so, like, let's just get some context here. Yeah, this guy makes some good short films about beautiful New Zealand locations, well filmed and narrated in a calm way. Isn't that like the New Zealand vibe as well, in general, or the Kiwi vibe? Forest and Bird recently released maps. What's Forest and Bird? Is that a government organization? Recently released maps showing public conservation land identified under proposed changes in the Conservation Amendment Bill. Rather than debate the policy from behind a screen, I wanted to visit a couple of places in Taranaki, and ask a simpler question. What does a place actually look like and feel like once you stand in it? This video follows a one-day trip through Everett Park Scenic Reserve and Pakarangiora Pa, exploring ecology, local value, and history. This video is intended as a commentary on local exploration, not political advocacy. My goal is not to tell anyone what to think, but to encourage people to look at these places on the ground before forming an opinion. That location is up for selling. Isn't it crazy though? Like, you'd think that like public land, like I don't know how it works in New Zealand, but we have all of this land that like we're talking about here is usually national parks under the jurisdiction of what we have called a department called National Parks and Wildlife. And so like it is incredibly hard to turn over national parks to the market in Australia. Like it's really like you can get permits to do stuff on national land, like maybe some logging or like operations, but like handing over what is effectively national land to private entities is difficult stuff. I can come on Discord if you want some more questions about the bill. Yeah, fair enough if you want. Like it's completely up to you, whatever you're comfortable with. But like, yeah, let's see what privatization looks like in the real world. Dun dun dun. In New Zealand, actually. If you have money, you have power. If you have power, you control the law, simply put. Yes. Indeed. That map is showing what's for sale in red. Mental, bro. That is a huge portion of the country up for sale. That's crazy. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. Like, check that thing out. This isn't like, certain area, like the whole country. It's fucking mental. The privatization of New Zealand.
I need to show you something that's happening now without your permission, and it affects every single Kiwi.
If we all chip in, we could buy some. Yes. All right, everyone, throw in. We're going to save all this land in New Zealand. They're selling Gondor? Yes, they've called for they've lit the beacons. Oh man, so good. Fucking hell. If we all chip in together, we can buy New Zealand. Yes. Absolutely. And like, who could buy New Zealand if it's all on sale? Fucking Peter Thiel. Maybe that's why it is on sale. So he gets his exclusive island bunker. Eh? You're gonna have to toss me. Don't tell the elf.
Forest and Bird just released. I need to show you something that's happening now without your permission, and it affects every single Kiwi. Forest and Bird just released a map of public conservation land under threat from a new government bill. Look at those orange sections. The massive, famous, postcard-perfect forests and mountain ranges. The government calls these crown jewels and promises that they're safe. They've already decided what's valuable and what isn't. But look at these massive red spaces. They're the parts of New Zealand that don't make the tourist top 10 list. They're the exact areas the government is opening up for potential sale, disposal or exchange. But who gets to decide what a crown jewel is? One person's red is another person's orange, and one person's low-value patch is another person's treasure. Wealthy tourists will always visit those famous orange landscapes, and because they bring in money, those places will stay protected. I'm not worried about them. I'm worried about the land that everyday Kiwis rely on. If locals drew the...
Dude, his production is great. Like, his camera angles and his work is scene selection, cinematography, all that sort of stuff's really good. The music, right? He's pulling at the heartstrings already. I want to go across the ditch right now and rebel against this privatization scheme. I'm ready. I'm ready to fight and die for this one. Voltator, we are coming. Just like the beacons, bro. We'll be there. I see that the law should prioritize the people. Well, a piece of the country cannot be sold without the people's opinion or approval. That's why we elect governments to make those decisions for us. It's called representative government. We are the ones who build our country. You cannot sell a part of it to the people from other countries without our consent. Buy New Zealand's national parks and colonize New Zealand with Australians? Yeah. Well, look, let's just buy it and then we can officially call New Zealand Australia. Or we can rename both countries and we can become one. No, we don't want to sell it. We give it for free to Israel to test bombs. Yeah, that's the way that Virginia wants it, right? Virginia wants it that way. Fence off Auckland like Gaza. Jesus Christ. Oh, man. That's it. Not a choice. Not choice. I agree. Let's all pitch in and buy in New Zealand so we can start our commune. Bring our best VB drinking bogans to hold the land.
This map. The colours would be completely flipped. Those red pockets right next to our homes would be orange. Or better yet, completely off the table. A local reserve is a family's crown jewel. What looks like an expendable red dot on a Wellington spreadsheet is priceless to the people who actually live there. If you want to see what's actually at stake,
perhaps Mordor. They can sell Mordor.
Get out of the office and go and stand in it. Here is one of the red blobs on the map. Everett Park Scenic Reserve is a stunning 85-hectare pocket of old-growth lowland forest. While it's surrounded by extensive Taranaki farmland, stepping past the tree line instantly transports you into an ancient New Zealand ecosystem. The reserve features a rare surviving canopy of mature kamahi and tawa trees, thick with tangles of supplejack and lush beds of native parataniwha. It functions as an ecological time capsule, preserving a vibrant remnant of the dense lowland wilderness that used to blanket the entire region before development took over. What makes this place so special is how seamlessly it weaves together native bush, water, and hidden geological wonders.
Dude, it looks freezing there. Like, I'm not getting warm, sunny vibes coming from this video at all. Like, what's the temperature where you are at the moment, Voltator? I know, like, they're trying to sell Mordor, but, like, this is making me cold. Oh, yeah, it's pretty cold at the moment. I actually like the cold. Interesting. I guess if you're out doing stuff, it's okay. It gets 13 degrees. Yeah, fuck, interesting. I wonder what it is here at the moment. That's degrees Celsius. That's right. Okay, Celsius. None of this Fahrenheit stuff, whatever that is. What is it? It's 14 degrees where I am in the fucking hood, bro. So good. Why did I say that before? So good. Who's that in the background? Saw him floating around. Bro. Mal. So good. I hope we get to interview Pauline Hanson one day and ask her that question. I buy New Zealand so they can become part of the Australian Empire. Yes! Thank you. Fuck yeah. For some reason, that sentence got censored. I wonder why. Here's the new empire. Oh, God. It's 21 here. Ooh, that's nice. Are we talking Celsius? Reached 5 last night. It was 7 this morning when I woke up. Which is it's pretty cold, I'd say, for Sydney. Hola, e-folk. Hola. How you going? Welcome, Khan. We're learning about the privatisation of New Zealand and national treasures of New Zealand. It is the neoliberal way. When your country guts all its industries and has to sell land just to stay afloat. Economic geniuses. I don't know, man. It's pretty much a trend across the developed world. I wouldn't just blame New Zealand for that. It's the neoliberal way. 10 at night. The camera angle is perfect. Yeah, he's good with his cinematography, this guy. Lucky I have dogs who spoon me. Gotta stay warm. Not too shabby, mate. Hope you're all well. We're doing well. Like I said, we're learning about New Zealand's privatisation. It's crazy. Honestly, this person deserves support. It's a good photographer, yeah. 4K subs, doing well. 2,000 on this video. It's doing well. Shoes off Kiwi is his name. Oh yeah, it's the way. It's worse in New Zealand though, apparently. Like I was saying before, like I've spent enough time in planning in like government. I know New South Wales specifically, but like you can't touch national parkland in Australia. It's very difficult to do. So I'm really surprised that a government is able just to be like, did you see all the red there? That's like 1/5 of the country. That's crazy. That's a lot of land that could be up for grabs for privateers. That's a lot of orange and red. Yes, it was a lot. Fucking mental. Bad bot. Ooh.
It's along the winding banks of the Manganui River, offering wide grass picnic areas and local swimming holes that have been...
Yeah, the Bogans become like an aristocratic ethnic ruling class. They have a caste system with Bogans on top, Kiwi birds down the bottom. Look like over 60%. Well, like, do you know, like, yeah, okay. That's why I was trying to, like, be conservative with that. Like, 'cause there's a lot of red, but, like, there's a lot of white on there as well, I guess. There's probably way more, though, isn't it? I had been taking advice from photographers out of curiosity, but I discovered that even if the camera is relatively bad, if you know how to place it in the right spot with the appropriate lighting, you can achieve excellent photography. The name of the bot caught me off guard. You're the meat in their sandwich. All right, let's do this. Back to it.
Cherished by families, grass picnic ending banks of the Manganui River, offering wide grass picnic areas and local swimming holes that have been cherished by families for generations. Suspension bridge swings over the water, connecting a network of easy accessible trails, most notably the magical cave walk. This short track leads down to a massive, shallow limestone cave, overhanging right on the river's edge, which completely transforms at night into a hidden galaxy of bright, glittering glowworms. park functions as a living outdoor classroom, a place where local kura get their boots dirty checking predator traps, directly contributing to the regeneration of the forest and the return of thriving native bird life. It's an active community hub where everyday people are invested in keeping the ecosystem alive. In the context of the conservation debate, Everett Park is the ultimate example of a local crown jewel. To a bureaucrat sitting at a desk in Wellington, a 85-hectare fragment isolated by dairy farms might just look like a scattered, insignificant dot, a piece of low-value land ripe for disposal or commercial exchange. To the local community, it's an irreplaceable sanctuary. It's a place where you don't need a massive travel budget or tourist itinerary to experience the pure, ancient magic of New Zealand. Just have to pack up the
fucking bureaucrats. I knew it. They always blame the bureaucrats. Gotta feel sorry for bureaucrats, man. Nobody loves them. Nobody gives them any credit. It's hard administering an industrial, advanced economy. If it wasn't for the bureaucrats, man, we'd be screwed. Yeah, I figured about 50-50 was fair. Maybe a bit more on the red-orange side. It's still crazy, though. Like, this is, like, literally, we're talking about half a country here up for fucking grabs. Peter Thiel's gonna love that, man. He's gonna love that. Please, let's create a meme for Mr. E to share it with the world. We got a whole stack of memes on Discord. Just have to pick one. It's a pretty country. Oh my god, I want to go there and camp. It's quiet and beautiful. NZ looks truly stunning. I put a video in the topic suggestions a week ago. For what? NZ? In topic suggestions? Video topic suggestions. Like specifically on this? Or something else? Captain Bucket. Oh, is this the left wing one? When we watched that market exit guy and he did the thing on the political spectrum? If that's the one, that's on my list actually. I want to watch that too. Because like we watched his analysis of like, you know, capitalism and stuff. Yeah, I'd like to see his thoughts on the political spectrum as well. I'm down with that. You banned the bot. That's a bad bot. Tassie is like this, but we have a massive, every beautiful of portion of Tassie that is untouched in the southwest. Interesting. Yeah, I've never been to Tassie, actually. Another thing for the list.
Kids, drive 20 minutes down the road and get out of your car. The next insignificant red blob I want to show you is perched dramatically on a 100-metre sheer bluff overlooking the Waitara River. Pukearangiora Pa is one of the most culturally profound landscapes in New Zealand. Located just a short drive from Everett Park, just down the road. This ancient stronghold is the ancestral home of the Pukearangiora Hapu of Te Atiawa. For centuries, it thrived as a massive, heavily fortified settlement, protected by its imposing natural geography and sophisticated earthworks that command panoramic views across the Taranaki region. During the First Taranaki War of 1860 to 1861, the ridge became a front line against Imperial British troops who dug a massive zigzag siege trench up the hill. The deep physical scars of this warfare and fortifications remain starkly carved into the hillside pasture today. You can still sit in the exact positions where British attackers would have fired upon Māori fortifications and where the defenders would have fought back. The final conflict at Pukearangiora Pa was triggered by a fraudulent land sale at Waitara, aggressively pushed through by the Crown despite fierce opposition from the paramount chief and local iwi. While drawing direct parallels to modern battles over public spaces would be irresponsible. As a history enthusiast, it's fascinating to see those same core tensions around authority and community consent still playing out today. Incredibly, the sacred site is another one of those red sections on the map, opened up by the government for potential sale, disposal or exchange. Like Everett Park, it proves that our heritage isn't just a list of insignificant blobs on a bureaucrat's spreadsheet.
The fucking bureaucrats. I knew it. You should go. I think you really enjoy it if you stay away from the cities. Love to. I just don't know if I have the cashola to get myself down there. Aussies love to bash NZ, but it's a pretty beautiful country. I just wish they get their problems solved. They're like our Canada. Let's save this person from all costs. He deserves to show us beautiful places and mystery as well. Yeah, that's right. Hey, hit me up. Pay for my travel. We'll go to We'll go to Tasmania and New Zealand, and we'll like live stream from a park. Wouldn't even need a microphone in there. Yeah, beautiful country, beautiful people. Like, this makes me sad for the way we're going. But let's just talk about what he's documenting here for a second. Like, he is walking through a pristine, untouched environment away from the forces of, come on, everybody knows what I'm going to say. Hey, away from the forces of capital. And so, like, this red marking puts this right in the sights, the scope of the forces of capital now. Like, you can see what the forces of capital have done to the surrounding areas. They just clear it. Like, as farmers would have gone out, agriculturalists would have gone out and scarred the landscape and cleared it for, I don't know, for grazing. Usually grazing, I would say, in these areas. But like for grazing, not just for pastoral purposes. But like the force of capital. So the idea that you can turn that land into something that is productive from a capitalistic sense. So it is generating value, surplus value and profit. That is that force that drives the eradication of the natural scenery. Putting red on this, well, I don't blame the bureaucrats here. The bureaucrats get told what to do and they just do their job like any other worker. So I don't like to slam bureaucrats. They're members of the working class. But like now the red marking opens this land up to the forces of capital. And so like what he's documenting and enjoying here is a snapshot of what the world is like when it is untouched by the progress of human history. So there wasn't prior human civilizations that had come through with other modes of production and economic forces that had cleared this land, and this is the leftovers that capital couldn't touch. It was probably because it was difficult in a lot of cases. Like you usually find when you look at like the Australian landscape, on the east coast up until the Great Dividing Range, you usually see all the land cleared by the forces of capital up until it gets too steep or it becomes like mountainous or something like that. And that land, like, it's not worth it from a capital perspective to clear that land and make it into productive land, and so they just leave it. And so you can literally see where the force of capital stops and like proceeds no further because it's just not going to make them any money. It's too capital intensive. And so, yeah, this guy's doing a great job to potentially, I guess you could say, to document this before this comes open to the forces of capital. Now, the forces of capital 100 years ago, when land was being cleared, 150 years ago when land was being cleared, were way less intensive because you have different technologies and you have different amounts of capital we're talking about here. Like the amount of money that it goes into clearing land for agricultural purposes is very different to like clearing parts of a rainforest and like building housing there or a new business park there or turning it into a new city, like a new small city. And like if you have foreign capital coming in and doing that, and they've got billions of dollars to spend on some new investment so they can turn a profit on it. Like the force of that capital is so much stronger than like a farmer 150 years ago, or a group of farmers 150 years ago clearing the land with much simpler like technology and capital behind them. It's a beautiful country. After this video, I'll pop in that lounge in Discord. Like you can pop in now if you want. Like so you can like voice channel stuff. We're talking. So you can have a chat about it. The U in NZ Labour means you get screwed. They wish they were Labour. Labour. Oh, I love laming bureaucrats. Everyone chooses exactly where they work. And slamming bureaucrats and who they work for. As a working class person, you still have some choice. Yes, that is true. That is true. But like, do bureaucrats deserve the heat that they cop? I don't think so. But that's the fundamental difference between NZ and Australia. I mean, they are close to each other, like Ukraine and Russia, for example. What is that? There is really no difference. They were both imperial outposts of the British Empire, and they were turned over for their agricultural benefit and resource extraction. There really is no difference from that perspective, Razor, to be honest. Honestly, though, what has NZ Labour been doing about this? Well, I don't think they're really in a position to do anything at the moment. If they're not, they haven't formed a government. People buying up islands after Epstein file release is sus as LOL. Yes, it is. Are you in the lounge? All right. Let's have a listen. I wonder if I can talk to you so easily. Oh, man. Sure. I got denied. Can you hear? Or can you only hear through the video?
Yeah, maybe. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, you're muted on Discord.
I have to enable my camera though. Give me a second.
Well, I'm watching you live on stream.
Yeah.
Just a little delayed. All good.
I have to change some settings though, because my mic is apparently not working. Give me a second. Microphone, Discord. All right, that should do it. I think that should have fixed that. Let's see. Oh, I did. Can you hear me? Like live? Or are you
Yeah, I've just muted stream. Yeah.
Oh, no way. Can you guys hear him? Today on Call-ins with Mystery. You can hear him? No way. Voltateur, I could hear your voice.
Cheer.
Bro, this is crazy. I never get to actually hear what people sound like or see them in real. This is crazy. Welcome to the stream. Dude, I can't believe people can hear you as well. It's so good. All right. What did you want to say about this video? Tell us.
About this video? Well, I was going to talk about the bill. I've actually got it on my screen right now because I've looked for a bit of it through all the jargon.
Yeah.
So basically what this government's been doing for this past year. We've covered some things.
Yeah.
So like the amendments to the treaty and this regulatory standards bill, which they're trying to make all the decisions go through like one small entity that overwrites like a lot of acts previously. And that's what's damaging. So when it comes to this act, it's transforming the Department of Conservation, which is the big national entity that like looks after all our parks and all the conservation land.
Yeah.
And the biggest part that what they're trying to do is to let the sell of it. But the part of the act that's most contested is this part that the department, this is verbatim, is to recognize the economic opportunities that arise from the use and development of the land and the natural resources and historic resources managed by the department. And it's to then enable the department to develop that land to the greatest extent practicable. So in terms of the economic opportunities, it's to enable the fullest economic value to be extracted from the land as practicable. So like as the world gets more expensive and billionaires want to buy more bunkers, that land is gonna, increase in value. So when that value is so great, they say, well, now the Department of Conservation has to, do what's the most economic, the most profitable, because it's say so.
And so, like, do you have a sneaking suspicion then that that's actually what's going to happen? Like, it is opening up land, pristine land, for more foreign billionaires to come and build bunkers in New Zealand. Do you reckon that's the likely trajectory of this stuff, or is there some other plan, like more farmland or more industrial?
Well, it's for everything, because there's talks to increased factory farming, which is very damaged to the environment. There's increased, mining, so the links to Clive Palmer's mining industry. It's all possibilities, all economic. So like everything is open up. And then also a part of the section that's in the one section that's in this bill is to prevent civil and I'll have to find it again. Where was it? It's civil and commercial. I forgot the word, but it's also in the act that says that no civil or other kind of like charges can be made by what happens to that land. So if an entity comes and mines and doesn't clean properly and pollutes the water, or they destroy stuff or everything like that, they can't be held criminally liable for what happens of that land after it's sold. So that's another section that's they're putting in there to,
like, doesn't that
take all responsibility?
Doesn't that just prove like a lot of the suspicions that people have about, like stuff that we critique anyway, about the idea of bourgeois society? So like, not only are they opening up the land for the best and highest economic use, but it also protects those users against any type of civil action. So like, if people get upset because they've used the land in the wrong way and haven't cleaned up after themselves, they're not liable at all. So they can come in, use and abuse, and then they're completely protected. They've got full immunity under this law as well. So like, this is the bourgeois system at work right here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and then the New Zealand public will have to pay the bill, because this has happened try to happen in the past, because they don't get held liable, and these international companies, they're owning the land and buying the land, so it's their private property. And we know what happens in Australia and America is just when these large entities set up these businesses with no regards to the environment and the surrounding population of people, they start, have their water, air pollutants, all sorts of problems, and can't really do anything.
Yeah.
We have to pay. Yeah, we have to use tax dollars if possible for the health costs of the people, for the cleaning of the water, like all that sort of stuff just increases, the costs on the people. But then these cleaning mechanisms, is just going to be another private company coming in and then just charging us. So if that happens.
And so like, what type of mining do you guys have in New Zealand?
Well, there's a lot of gold and rare earth minerals. And
gold.
Trump has actually specifically stated that he's got interest in our mining for our rare earth minerals.
Huh.
And that's scary because we need to do our part. You know how, they just bully us. So
Yeah, we had the same thing go on. I think it was, I want to say, end of last year. Albanese finally went over to the US to kiss the ring of Donald Trump, and he signed us up to a minerals deal with the US, and it was to get like billions of dollars of US private investment in Australia to start up rare earth minerals, not only like search and extraction but also processing. And so we've signed away big sections of our rare earth minerals industry to American companies. And like we can only, part of that agreement is we can only use the resources that are extracted. We can only sell them onto American companies. So it's not like we can just give them over to like China or something like that, which is interesting. So like the same thing's happening in NZ then.
Yes, because the same, people are involved.
The same powers that be.
The same powers.
Yeah.
So that's basically pretty much like the biggest parts of the bill. There's like you're just overriding and just just doing what we know that right party's doing, and the parties in our country. So our right wing parties, they like ACT in New Zealand first. They've made statements as like they don't care about some red frog that might go extinct. We're in debt. We need money. We're running out of money, even though New Zealand's like one of the largest dairy industries in the world.
Yeah.
And we have a good reputation. But where's all that money going? We always need money for things as the right wing playbook. And so they just need to sell, privatize and sell.
Yeah. And that's part of neoliberalism at its core, right? Privatize and sell.
Yeah. And unfortunately, with some polls, people agree with the selling of it, and it's it's getting scary because they're like, well, we need money, we need jobs. It's hard times. This is going to increase the living wages of New Zealanders because we're going to have so much money coming into the country, or from the money from selling our resources. But we know that profit is not going to New Zealand hardly.
Well, like
Palmer.
Yeah, well, exactly. But like in the first instance, like this is the short-sighted nature of this type of privatization. Like you only have the asset once, and so like if you sell the asset to like beef up the budget, like that's it. It's not like it's not a cash cow. It's not a gift that keeps giving. That's why I was wondering when you were reading out the legislation before, or like an excerpt describing it, it was saying that it was land that was held by whatever Department of Conservation it is. Is it land that they maintain in perpetuity and like lease out, or like they're actually looking for like sale of land and like handing it over to other people, like private interests? Is this like let's open it up for economic development, and so like people can use the land but it like stays with the government, or is it like actual selling it off to people?
I think it's it can be a mixture of both.
Okay.
It leaves those decisions up to the deal that we make. So if they so part of the mining, so because I've openly talked about that we need more mining, but what's preventing a lot of like mining operations around are these acts, these or protections that the iwi, the local iwis with our Treaty of Waitangi, that holds like mountains as sacred and what they call like tapu and taonga. The part like no one can own like God pretty much, and that's what like a lot of these mountains are. So a lot of like the Treaty of Waitangi dispute is all about like ownership over these resources, over these lands. And basically the mining just comes and destroys it. So even if like New Zealand does own that land, at the end of the day, if a mining company comes in like they're talking about and just like mines it out, that land becomes toxic. So it just becomes useless land.
Yeah. Yeah, and then no one gets to enjoy it. 1 second, man. Just 1 second. Ravy, is there something wrong with the? Do you have 2 YouTube live streams? Are you getting like some type of feedback or something? Is there something wrong with the audio? Is that why you're asking, Ravy? I don't know if I have 2 live streams going on. I hope not. That's not the point. Are you guys having like issues with the audio or something like that? Let me know if there are problems. Sounds fine on Twitch. Okay, sweet. As long as I'm not getting like some weird feedback thing. No, it looks okay at the moment. I think. Yeah, sorry, man.
All good.
Oh no, I noticed chats were weird. Okay, right. Okay. As long as everything sounds fine. Look, I have to ask you though, like what government is currently it's a coalition kind of government that you have at the moment, all right? And like these are conservative parties that are in power, like a coalition of conservative parties, right?
And they label themselves as like neoliberal, and when you read their pages, they talk about liberal markets, liberal this, liberal that. So liberalism is repeated a lot, and on their pages and what they call themselves.
Okay.
But then again, our Labour Party also like considers themselves some sort of social democratic. I forgot the specific one they label themselves, but it's like fully, I think, not true by practice.
Yeah. The proof is always in the pudding, isn't it? Yes.
Yeah.
And so, like, do you think, and like this, I guess, is a question that was coming in before from like Captain Bucket. Like, do you think that this would have happened under Labor? Like, it's all same, or is it specifically something that a conservative coalition would do? Yeah, there are 2 streams. Sorry, man. 1 second. What the fuck? How could there be 2 streams? I've never seen this before. How is that possible? There's 2 streams going on YouTube. What the fuck? Sorry, man. Give me a second.
All good.
Oh my god, I think you guys are right. How is that possible? No, I just got to check one thing. Sorry, man.
Yeah.
There are 2 fucking streams going. That doesn't make sense. I wonder if I end one. That doesn't make sense. There are 2 streams going. Holy shit. I wonder why. I'm going to delete one, but there's one where most of you are in it. So I'm going to delete the other one. So if you're in a stream and it ends, then like, I'm sorry. Go to the other stream, okay? There's one where there's 5 viewers in it. Or 3 viewers in it. No, my private chat. Yeah, it's like Spandonk, I think, and Captain Bucket. Go to the other stream. I'm sorry, but I'm going to end that one. Hopefully it doesn't kill everything. But I'm going to end it and see if that changes anything. There's still another one going by the look of it. Dude, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to do this to you. Voltator.
Oh, it's all good. I'm searching, trying to look in the bill for ownership. What it says about ownership at the moment. So it's all good.
I've got 1 stream going on YouTube. Damn, now I'm with the plebs. All right. Well, anyway, I think I've sorted the issue. So I think I've gotten rid of one of them. So it should be fine now. Damn, like what the fuck are the odds of that happening? Seriously, fucking hell. It's like the holy grail. You choose poorly.
Oh, okay. This is very dodgy. Okay, so the conditions for them in order to sell has to be when the land itself becomes of no or very low economic value. Only then can it be sold. So if mining company comes in and demolishes it, and it ruins the thing, it's going to reduce in value once you've extracted all the resources from it.
Yeah.
So then they can then go off and sell it. Like what?
So like, let me get this straight. So if they fuck the land up and they prove that it's got no economic value, what happens to it then?
The land can then be sold.
Can be
legally sold.
Okay, so then they can on-sell it after they've done what they want with the land.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Wow. And so like, do you, I think I asked this before, I had technical difficulties, but like, do you see that like this is a potential product of this current coalition, a conservative style of governance, or this would have happened under any government?
Well, from the last election when I was going through the Labour government, they still had some things about, selling off assets to a lower extent.
Yep.
And even then they talk about like a liberal market as well. So from that alone, it's possible that Labour could be, but wouldn't be to such an extent as this, in my opinion.
Yeah, and how much? Because like me and Spandonk before were like speculating on like, there's a lot of red on that map. Like, how much do you think? Like, what percentage of New Zealand is up for sale potentially here?
Well, it's all the red. It's 60% of the land. I've estimated 60% of the land.
It's 60% of New Zealand is up for grabs. Yes. Jesus, Spandonk, you were on it before, bro. 60%, I think you said. That's mental, bro. That is absolutely crazy. That's a lot of land.
Yes. And there's one part that I'm trying to look through. It's a huge fucking bill. That talks about like agreements. So say if they make a deal with someone and then a new government comes in afterwards. So they're trying to force this bill in right now before election, right?
Yeah,
so if they make that deal, it makes them legally bound to those deals. So like if they go, we're going to sell off, and then like another party comes in, like, we can't do shit about it.
Yes.
I'm trying to find the exact place, but it's fucking...
Yeah. That's usually the type of protections that they have in there. Another bourgeois system of protection, let me just say.
Yes.
They usually like to do that. It's good for business.
Yes. Yeah.
And what you'll find is usually it is the most valuable land, like the most resource intensive or has the highest capitalization that goes first anyway, not the lower order stuff. And so if they get their teeth in while the legislation has come about, and then somebody comes in and gets rid of the legislation, they're already set and they've got clauses which allow them to stay. So like this might just be, let's put like 60% of the land up for grabs, and then like private persons or individuals, corporations, whatever, will come through and pick the best parts out and then get their teeth and claws in. So just in case anyone else tries to change it, they've already got the land that they wanted in the first place. So it doesn't look like they're picking through. It just looks like, they had 60% of New Zealand to go after and they picked this land. That's unfortunate. But it's like a way for them to get through without a high level of scrutiny, if you catch my drift. Like you can just say, look, everything's on sale, and they'll just pick through the best parts. They were going to go for those parts anyway, but like it's lost in the mix of a huge land offering. And so they get what they want and they get it locked in. It's clever,
and we don't have a say. And the part of the sneaky part, because when you actually look at the how it's worded, is a common theme, which is with a lot of what this party's bills are saying, is they have this huge section talking about all these bodies that they can take advice and take into consideration, but they have all this things in there like this local body, so like birds and forestry or something like that, they have 20 days to make comments for them to consider.
Yes.
So there's no actual how, like, they say, oh yeah, we're going to let people talk, but we don't actually have to listen to what they say.
Yeah, typical
And they put it,
consultation stuff.
yeah, and they put it in there to make it sound like, oh yeah, we're democratic, we're letting people speak, but there's no point. Like, what's the point of speaking if they can just be like, well, we don't actually have to listen to you.
Yeah. No, that's just part of the process. And that's what I was going to ask. Like, when you say you don't, like, the people don't get a choice on this, like, what do you actually mean by that? Because, like, a lot of people will argue that if they voted for somebody to represent them and that those representatives have formed a government, then they have had a say because they voted these people in, and whatever policies they come up with, well, if you don't like the policies, then you shouldn't have voted these people in the first place. So you're just saying that this legislation has come up and no one will vote on this legislation. Like, the people won't choose this legislation. It's just the politicians who are choosing this. Is that what you mean when you say that?
I think so too, because you see a pattern everywhere with all right-leaning parties is they say they won't do something. So our previous, like, before election, they say, oh, we won't go to war. For example, they've did some similar things in New Zealand. It was like, oh, we're not trying to sell assets and we're not going to do this and do that. And before the last election, they specifically said that we're not going to sell the next term.
Oh, they promised that.
Yeah, and they always do. And then they just sneak this shit through because this government's been doing a lot of things under urgency at rapid fire. It's like the Trump thing. They're just rapidly trying to send through all these things through, and it's just like hard to keep up. And it is a lot of time to read through it, and no one has it. And so, like, what accountability do these politicians have if they can just, like, continuously lie in our face, and then once they're in power, they don't actually do it, but then all the plebs will be like, oh, I voted for this, and like, actually, you voted for a lie.
Yeah, they call it flooding the zone in the Trumpian example. What's his name? Steve Bannon likes to talk about it. So does like Curtis Yarvin and all that. They talk about like getting somebody in and smashing things really fast, and then people don't know what to resist or fight back against or criticize or anything like that if you do it fast enough. But like, what you're saying is they went to an election saying they wouldn't do this, and they're doing it despite the fact that they lied about it.
Yeah, they do it. Yeah, for multiple things, and it's crazy because there's other private previous agreements. So like, we needed a big ferry in New Zealand. Go from north and south, right?
Yeah. Is this the ferry that they're shutting down, or they decommissioned this ferry recently?
Yes. Well, New Zealand put a down payment for and ordered in our previous government an updated ferry, right?
Yeah.
This government came in and then cancelled that.
Yeah.
And part of that cancellation, the part of the legal, part of the document was like, that was in there, was like, if there's a cancellation, there's going to be a big fee. And then that we had to pay that country the fee, which was like millions and millions. I forgot how much it was. And then we needed a new boat anyway, and then they end up, spending more on another boat, which ended up costing us more to begin with because we had to pay that fee, and then we have to pay for another boat, a new deal.
Yeah, it's like our AUKUS, but like ferry style. It's so good.
Yeah, it's like similar situation with the submarines. Yeah.
Lab Jeff raises an interesting point. It's like their first push, shock and outrage, and then followed it up. They'll wind it back with a revised map of like 20% or etc. So like, they push through like a massive chunk, and then they're like, all right, people are upset, and then they just keep the prime land that was going to get sold off to the right vested interests anyway. That's what I was trying to articulate before, but I couldn't articulate it very well. Thank you very much, Love Jeff. Spandog's got an interesting question for you, or a point for you to consider, Voltateur. I'm wondering, if the land gets taken off the table, what alternatives do the parties have economically for immediate relief? Question. Seems like you need to rebuild industries, but people do need relief now. So like, is there an alternative to this? Like, it does sound like, quick, like, sell off land in like as fast as possible, I guess, to raise some type of I don't know, raise some funds for the government to work with. But like, is there, if they don't do this, is there anything else they could do?
Well, funny you say that.
Yeah.
The Greens, like the party that I'm associated with, they recently came out with an economic plan.
Oh yeah.
I don't necessarily agree with everything in that, but they have some good things. So, for example, in this plan, they're trying to readjust the tax. So, like, I think it was the first 10 grand of your income that year is non-taxable. But then they're also moving it. So this is on income alone.
Yeah.
For those that are over $160,000 in income, they're going to be increasing the tax rate to something like 45%. So that's going to be like one way they're going to bring in revenue. My own personal opinions, I'd like more like transparency in the government and actually trying to find more efficient ways to use our capital, because there's no debate that companies exploit the public sector to increase the amount of surplus value they're going to get from these government contracts, right? So that's one aspect. I'll look into it. And I know just more investment into our natural resources. So I know like putting money into these areas. So say like Mordor, the Tongariro crossing, right? If they invested more into that, like looking after the place and creating more, accessibility so people can, actually be like tour in those areas, that could bring in. There's so many other ways where you can just invest in the public infrastructure that still produces a value without destroying it and giving it so much surplus value to some sort of private entity. There are ways, but like, yeah, you'd have to sit down and really go through the logistics to put a plan forward.
Yeah.
So I can just spout a bunch of ideas.
Well, like you say, we got progressive taxation, and then like better public support for or public spending on infrastructure to support the tourism industry, because that's where a large amount of money is. That one of the pillars of the New Zealand economy, tourism?
Yes, it is a very large sector, because I think a lot of our sector is a dairy, and then our biggest one from that is just like services and things like that. So I think the services is classed as tourism as well.
Okay.
Tourism percentage.
Because I know students, like education, university especially, tertiary education is like one of the pillars of the Australian economy. We get a lot of money coming through via foreign students coming to study here, and it's funny because that's what a lot of the backlash from the anti-mass immigration people, they like conflate students with people coming here to bludge off the system or whatever, and like by attacking all of the students that come here and study and stay for too long or whatever. It's like it's attacking one of the pillars of the Australian economy, and so like I wonder if people have factored that in. But like, yeah, tourism is a big one. Okay,
7.7% of New Zealand's total gross domestic product, and 11% of all of New Zealand's employment. So 11% of all of New Zealand's employment is tied with the tourism industry.
Isn't that mental? That's a 10th of the employment in New Zealand comes from tourism. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy. It's important sector. What about like resources though? Like you talked about rare earths, you talked about gold. Like, is there? I'm assuming I probably know the answer to this, but like, would you be down with like nationalizing extractive industries? Actually, maybe not, because you seem to be more concerned about the conservation of the environment. What's your feeling about mining and nationalization?
I care about what happens to the land over who owns it.
Okay.
So like for example, there could be like being extremely generous here. There could be a really like generous, good millionaire that comes in, increases increases the advertiser budget, makes these conservation areas very appealing for tourists and create more like huts for people to stay in when hikes and things like that to generate revenue, because that is one of the revenues that we have for our dock sites. Is there's so many cabins throughout New Zealand that I've even personally stayed in that you have to pay for. They're very looked after, and it's like a beautiful walk. Like I've spent like 4 days tramping through Mordor, staying at these very pristine huts, and that's like a very good source of revenue for those areas, because if people pay to stay in these huts, that's more money that they can do to fix the land and make it beautiful and attract people. So like a millionaire could do that. Like it's like with Mao, like you can have a public owned something like in charge of the production of food, but if they don't know what they're doing, they destroy the food crops. It's going to lead to problems, right? It doesn't matter if it's government or private that does that. So
And so like resource extraction is off the cards for you personally.
Resource extraction if it's like regenerative, right? Because when you start looking at how we produce, how we get nutrient density and resources from areas, there are sustainable ways and things that you can do to maximize the total useful value out of that land, right?
When I say resource extraction, though, I don't mean agriculture. I mean literally like mining. That's what I'm talking about.
Mining. Yeah. Well, actually, I have answered that as well. You can always do that in a way. So basically, if you mine resources out of a land that doesn't harm the area, but also takes into consideration of how that land is going to be used after it. So, for example, there's a mountain in New Zealand that for a hike, they created a dam. So wait at the top of this mountain, but what they basically did, they mined the inside of this mountain like a huge like crater, made like a man-made lake.
Like it's like Moria.
Yeah, they extracted resources on it, but because it's on a mountain, it's surrounded by like a wall, and so they use that to gather water. So then now that's a water source that they can capture water. You can use it for whatever, and it doesn't necessarily destroy everything around there. Like if you take the necessary precautions to make sure that like the chemicals or the other the chemicals that are the second effects of the mining, so like grinding up a bunch of stones and using fuel like petrol or whatever, if you can prevent that from seeping into the natural like water barriers for people that consume that water, then what's wrong with that?
So I know we're talking about like potential sustainable mining, but like you're also talking about like ethical mining as well, like ethical practices where you actually don't impact the environment beyond the mining site or the site of operation, and it actually has post use as well. So it's not just like rehabilitating the land and pretending like it never happened in the first place, but it has an alternative use afterwards. Like in this case, it's a big hole surrounded by natural walled feature because it's in a mountain, and then it can be used as a dam. So like it has to have an alternative use afterwards, not just be like, okay, it hasn't destroyed the landscape and like poisoned everything, but now it's just a big hole in the ground. It has to have a future purpose.
Yes. And also another thing to consider is New Zealand has had this image of being like pure green New Zealand. There's been many tourism ads saying pure, 100% pure New Zealand.
Yeah, people were laughing about that in the chat before, actually.
Yeah. So like having like a clean, safe environment, doing things like organically that preserves the area creates a value, because people don't want to just go to like a desert or go to some place where it's just like mining and it looks like shit. Like the preservation of the land is what generates the value. Like the reason why they like people want to buy stuff over here is because of the natural elements that New Zealand likes to maintain.
Yes.
So like that in itself adds value, I think.
So like, do you then think that there is any other, like outside of, I guess, mining then and agriculture or tourism? So we got 3. Are there any other alternatives? Because I know that New Zealand is, or from what I hear from the sparse media reports that I get from stuff.co, I know the New Zealand economy seems to be, what's the word? Struggling at the moment, and like struggling in more senses than it's just like, you know, what do we invest in? What do we do? Like, there's a lot of people that are leaving, like New Zealanders are leaving to find work elsewhere. So there's like an employment crisis almost happening in NZ at the moment. Like, what are there any other, like, apart from the big 3 that we've talked about, are there any other ways that you have contemplated, like personally, that would be good for New Zealand, like to assist in?
Well, like housing is a huge issue over here, just like over
affordability.
Australia. Yes, it is ridiculous because so like property is being treated like an investment, not as a necessity. And what this current government actually did like when they got in, they actually did a lot of tax cuts for landlords.
Okay.
So that's the one thing that they keep hammering on right now is like they had like, I don't know, it was like how much? It was like billions maybe.
It sounds very similar to our negative gearing, I must say. Like, the negative gearing is set up in a way that favors the landlord.
Jesus Christ! I pay for anti-blocker and I just use Google and it had a malware detection on Google.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Pork Bones Jones is, I'm assuming you're a New Zealander then. Pork Bones Jones, I didn't realize. New Zealand is not struggling, LOL. We bring in 3 times as many that leave. Overpopulation is the only grief we're facing in NZ. No economic issues, Pork Bone Jones. Just overpopulation, apparently.
Well, our unemployment has skyrocketed.
Okay.
Well, skyrocketed. Well, it's dramatically increased. Yeah, there has been a huge, what's it called? Cost of living in all aspects, like food, housing, everything's been a problem. So saying that people aren't struggling is very crazy when homelessness has increased. It's just like, maybe if you're saying New Zealand is struggling, maybe you're talking about majority, like people that are like middle class. They're probably not going to be struggling as much as, you know, the lower income. But if you're going to measure its success by the top people in society, then
Porkbone Jones says, yeah, I mean, he's not wrong, but we can get by on those issues. But the only thing that is threatening us is immigration. We don't have the infrastructure. It sounds very similar to the conversations that happen in Australia, actually. Very similar.
Well, the thing is with like everything, like immigration does contribute, but if you're going to think that's like the sole contributing factor, then I think I personally, I think you need to look at all the variabilities that can affect the prices of going up. You know, people like companies and landlords increasing their prices because council rates are going up, because council rates is another thing that's increased the house prices, because a lot of councils have increased their bills, and that's solely because of like what happened with our last government. Because another thing that happened was there was going to be some big reform over water infrastructure in our country, and it was going to be a big national thing, like a nationwide thing, which there was some problems with it, and there was lots of controversy around the area. So wasn't 100% for it. That's not what I'm saying. But what that was going to do is it was going to decrease the amount of cost it's going to fix the infrastructure in our country, because the infrastructure needs improving,
Mm.
and the money is going to be coming from somewhere, and we don't want a lot of that costs falling back onto the public too much. And what this basically previous government did is then offshore and said, hey, all the different states and like cities can do it themselves.
Mm.
And basically what that means, those people are going to have to come up with the capital to increase the infrastructure themselves. And that also comes from like borrowing. And if you're borrowing on a lower scale, just like with the rich, there's more interest than you're doing on a large scale.
Mm.
So what ended up doing is increasing rates more than they would have been if we had some sort of national infrastructure plan.
Yes.
So yeah, sorry, I was thinking too much and I lost my train of thought. But yeah, pretty much that's what's happened. So these councils have then had to increase prices to then pay for the infrastructure. So that's like another thing that's, contributing to affordability of houses. But there are many aspects, but just going through each one's going to take all day.
Yeah, fair enough. But like this, I think this video itself though is rather interesting, shining a light on how governments face some of the issues that you're describing here, or you and Porkbones Jones are talking about here, in terms of how do we deal with a cost of living crisis in the face of economies that have become stagnant basically, and very much reliant on the global supply chain. Countries used to be a lot more self-sufficient. 50 years ago, 100 years ago, they kind of had to be. They had their own industry and their means of producing their own value and servicing their own populations. And they had like kind of a plan for that. And they were in the past, they have spent necessary amounts of money investing in infrastructure to kind of bring society into the industrial age. But with like the opening up of the global economy, or a more of a dependence on the global economy and a deindustrialization in a lot of parts, like Australia has lost, I think, a lot of its industry that gave it a sense of autonomy. I'm assuming New Zealand must have had a similar process there of like deindustrialization and opening up to the world's economy, which comes with its benefits. You get cheaper goods, but you're also very reliant on the global economy to fill in the gaps. I think this video shows a very interesting solution to that problem, which is like basically what all governments have in their back pocket at all times. It's just like, fuck, we need money. Let's just sell stuff. Let's just sell. And like, it's not even selling like services, or selling like privatizing services, or privatizing something that is productive, ongoing. Like once you, like as we described right at the start, once you sell land, like it's gone. You don't get to double dip on that stuff like you can do if you sell and give someone a lease to like a public service when you privatize it, unless they're going to do a special arrangement here where people are leasing the land off the government. But it doesn't sound like it here. But like, this is a unsustainable approach to fix the economic issues of a country, I think, because you've only got so much land. So if they've got 60% of land up for sale, or 60% of potential government-owned land or state-owned land up for sale, there's only so many times they can use this tactic to solve New Zealand's economic problems. They're going to have to come up with better solutions and long-term solutions that are well beyond just like a firestorm sale of public land, and especially land that's potentially got conservation value as well. That's an unfortunate reality of this situation, that a lot of this land is places that has ecological significance and cultural significance, because it seems relatively untouched. This guy kept referencing that these forests are ancient, so like I don't know how ancient New Zealand is exactly, but like, yeah, it's interesting that these are pretty much untouched areas, and now they're potentially up for sale. But you can only do this so many times unless you have an actual plan for how your economy is going to transition into the future. And that's why like someone like Friendly Geordies is always going on about it's future made in Australia, and he sings the praises of Labor in Australia at the federal level because there's a plan to reindustrialize the Australian economy and turn to a form of energy that is going to potentially be the energy of the future. And so he has his sights set, or the Labor government anyway has their sights set on becoming a hydrogen hub, and they're going to be a key player in the future global energy supply chain. So like selling land off is okay for short-term gains, but like, you know, what's the long-term plan for your economy? And I wonder if your Conservative coalition, if they have any plans for that.
Well, no, pretty much. You know, short-term gain, long-term pain. That's just the nature of that's one of the contradictions of capitalism. It's like
ding
you
ding
know,
ding ding
like,
ding ding ding. You said the thing. All right.
That's just the nature of it. Just that continuous siphoning of the surplus value to the bourgeoisie is just going to, you know, degrade the quality, because innovation might have increased the amount of value that living labor was able to generate. But after a certain amount of time, the innovation becomes contradictory, because we're not eventually selling goods for its usefulness, we're just using it for its value, right? So for example is like a cooking pot, right? Like that was an innovation that helped us, like different cooking utensils to help speed up our, you know, how we produce food.
Yeah.
But now we're moving to like equipment that's not really durable for the long-term thinking. It's just like plastic and breaks apart.
Yeah.
Right. And the stuff that actually lasts is by a bigger paywall. So that innovation is actually ended up, you know, costing the working class more, because they have to keep using the value they generate from their labor to keep buying the shit that breaks, even though it's a new innovation. It's like, oh, a new plastic spatula. Like that's just going to break, and you're going to have to pay for a new one.
But it's good
And
for
that's
consumption, though.
But it's good for consumption.
It's great for consumption.
But like, yeah, that's what we're ending up happening right now. And now we have jobs that completely remove living labor, like drop shipping, how they can just like take them body goods from one area. They just do a little bit of labor themselves, like set up a website, and then everything is sorted for them. So they just continuously get surplus value without having to pay living labor. And that's just from the embodied labor of other people.
Yes.
That's what innovation has done for us.
Yeah.
It's completely removed living labor from some situations.
Well, like, I think the thing is, like, with a deindustrialization of your economy, what you're having is the people that used to invest, like the parts of the bourgeoisie that invest in industry. If they're not investing in your economy anymore, they're not also encouraging governments to invest in infrastructure to support the industry itself. And so without the industry, you don't have people spending the money on the country to bring it up to speed so it can kind of enjoy the benefits of innovation. So like having productive uses on your land, apart from like, I don't know, tourism, as you said, like actual producing value on site. And in order to produce value on site or in your country, you also need a workforce that can do that. And so you need to set up like housing and infrastructure, social infrastructure, public infrastructure to support the working population that feeds the industry. And so without that innovation and like that focus in your country, it gets shifted off somewhere else, then like everything gets left in situ and probably goes backwards, to be honest, because like as you were saying before, you don't have people spending the money on the upkeep of that infrastructure, like you said in the case of like water infrastructure. And so like unless you have good governments there that are watching and like spending money in the right way all the time, maintaining infrastructure properly and keeping a good handle on the situation, things can go decrepit pretty fast. Like look at what happened in like, you know, Detroit and the Rust Belt in the US. Once car manufacturing kind of died and like moved away, and those areas deindustrialized, so did any form of governance and investment in those areas, and they went backwards. Standards of living have dropped massively. Poverty sets in. There's no further investment in those areas anymore. It's industry that helps bring in all of this stuff that raises living standards, because not only do you have to have the industry supported by an intensive network of infrastructure and spending, but also the working population as well. You need to have the workers, and you need to have them catered for. So I don't know if there is. That's why I was asking, like, what is New Zealand going to do to, like, once it does all the sale of the land, like, what's the next step? Like, step number 1, sell off all the land. Step number 2, like, what happens?
Well, I personally think like the future is definitely more renewable and regenerative. So investing in renewable and regenerative technologies is the way to go, in my opinion, right? Because, but like, the problem with renewable and regenerative is that you get the products more often, like you get the value at more rates because it's regenerating. It's because it's renewable, right? And so because it's so easily attained, the exchange value decreases, right? Because it's more excessively, like, the scarcity is everywhere. So,
and so do you guys have a big plan for renewables and all that sort of stuff in like
like there is talks about like investing and stuff like that in it, but I think what you need to do is have tax incentives. So that's how I would do it. You tax the destructive, and then do tax benefits for regenerative. So like a better version of carbon credits would be like a good incentive for companies to move in that direction, which I think we can.
I'm just trying to think, like, what percentage. I'm going to ask my AI, my research assistant, because I think we have hit a milestone recently. What percentage of Australia's energy production is made by renewables? Like, this is a big talking point in Australian politics, because of the cost of energy is so high in Australia. Renewables now provide 43% of Australia's electricity generation on an annual basis. In 2025, renewable sources generated 42.7 to 43.7 of Australia's electricity, depending on the data set used. So like, that's a pretty big milestone. 43%. I wonder what it's like in New Zealand.
It's pretty high. I think we got a lot of hydro dams for hydrogen. Yes, and we're starting to get more solar. But like, this government wants to do more coal, or they had a thing where they're going to create a new gas facility at this port that's going to cost the ratepayers, that it's going to cost the companies, but the company's going to put that, or not the company, the government was going to introduce a new tax for power to pay for a new huge gas facility when globally gas is on the decline, so it's going to cost more.
Dude, you guys are killing it in New Zealand. You guys are killing it. 85% is renewable, and like you said, before it became like a political debate, this is how AI is framing it. Before it became like a political hot topic, you guys were developing heaps of hydroelectric power. So half of your energy comes from hydroelectric power, 20% from geothermal power. That's crazy.
Yes, we got a lot of geothermal.
Yeah, a lot of people talk about like geothermal is too difficult. But like, look at that, 20% is.
We have a place called Rotorua, which is just like a huge geothermal hotspot. Like, it smells like rotten eggs. It's famous for smelling like shit.
Yeah.
And there's so many natural hot pools around the area. But yeah, that was the one thing that I did like about the previous Labour government in New Zealand. They did want to invest more and a lot more into renewable energy.
Mm.
And this new government, did want to do that as well. So they had a thing called a fast track bill that they introduced at the start of the year that was fast tracking a lot of infrastructure. So some of that was renewable, which I'm all for. But there was also a lot of infrastructure that was like coal and like building homes on flood prone land. That's another thing that increases the house price, is just this infrastructure, this new fast track bill that's been introduced that allows to not take, professionals' advice on where to construct new infrastructure, because that's another key part of it. Because if it's a high flood prone land, that means it decreases in value because it's flood prone land.
Yeah, it's
But
an
then at the
insurance
end
nightmare as well.
Yeah, and then if when a flood's inevitably, sorry, I'm just and like gonna happen, it's gonna increase the insurance for everyone in the country. There's gonna have to pay for it. That's what's happening all the time. It's like if you don't like focus on climate change and like damage prevention, then it's just gonna cost us more in the future. It's gonna cost the average working person, and that's that's just gonna make things worse.
Yeah. LARP Jeff, wind turbines and whale oil, regenerative energy. Yes, we just have to start farming whales, and then we can use them for their blubber again. I was actually going to ask you on that point, like, as a staunch environmentalist, there's a lot of conjecture in Australian politics, and I'm assuming they'd have the exact same argument in New Zealand politics as well, that Australia is such a low percentage of global emissions outputs that it makes no sense for us to want to go for transitioning away from fossil fuel use to generate power, because we're not China. There's only so many, there's like 28 million of us, and like we do like a tiny fraction of the world's emissions. So who cares if we use fossil fuels to generate power? We are not a contributor to climate change. Like, even if you want to buy all that climate rubbish, like, how the fuck could someone like Australia, who produces such a small impact, even contribute to climate change? I'm assuming New Zealand would have the same argumentation, that like New Zealand is just a negligible amount of the contribution of greenhouse gases, and so we collectively would have no impact on climate change. Why should we have to do anything about it? Do you have any response to that form of argumentation?
Yes, I do.
I thought you would.
Because that's a topic that's been popularized by Trump, trying to pull out of these
like the
Paris
agreements,
which I've looked into it myself, and there are problems. But at the end of the day, like, we use China as a manufacturing hub for all of our fucking shit. Like, the pollution created in those countries is directly our fault, because we're offshoring all the harmful practices and the low wages to someone else to create these factories that burn shit and everything like that. So we are responsible for that. Just because it's in another country doesn't mean we're not responsible. It's a global system.
What?
We're not manufacturing everything ourselves. The emissions and all that, we're just offshoring it somewhere else. So if you want to like go in that direction and be like, oh, we don't contribute much, India and China do, well, then stop doing business with those bloody countries then, if you really care about it. But you don't. If you really want to reduce the impact, then you should make sure that these countries have the same sort of like health standards that we have in our own countries. If we've got standards for amount of pollution, then we shouldn't use places that have no standards for that pollution.
And
otherwise, they're just
Say
going
My
to offshore
Name
it.
says, and China is doing more than their fair share on this anyway, which is an interesting point in terms of how they're trying to modernize their energy infrastructure anyway, to be less reliant on fossil fuels. But like, I see your point. I see your point though, that like we're not floating, we're not in a bubble in Australia or New Zealand. Like, we are benefiting from the world supply chain, and so if we get cheap goods because of countries like China, then we're benefiting off the system that is producing a large scale of emissions, which affects climate change. And so we're integrated into the system that is creating the climate crisis.
Yeah, we're creating the demand for these practices.
Yeah.
And when these countries, so like in places in like Asia and Indonesia and stuff like that, like when they have these very polluted, like there's no regulations and they just pollute and stuff like that, and the horrible working conditions, when those people try to, get more rights and stuff like that, they're just like, uh-oh, that's going to cost us some more money. We don't want that. And so they shut that down. And that's on behalf of the companies of the West that we benefit from. So like Nestle, like, for example, like you can be against slave labor, but then you're going to go buy Kit Kat all the time. It's just like you're still putting demand for that slave labor. There are other options out there. You can research on like the kind of organizations that ensure that cocoa is produced in an ethical and sustainable way. But like, if you don't actively do that, then you're literally supporting and contributing to slavery and pollution or whatever.
Yeah, so our choices, our voting with our wallets, let's say, helps continue a system which has climate impact. So we're integrated. We can't isolate ourselves and just be like, we're not contributing, because we definitely are enjoying the benefits and the privileges of being integrated into a global market chain. Yeah, I think that's a fair response, to be honest. I wonder if people that are against our contribution as a percentage to global emissions would buy an argument like that. I'd say they'd have a response for that of some sort. I'm just not across the debate enough.
Yeah, because this the global economy creates an alienation for the actual consequences of our actions, right? Because it's so across the rest of the world that like we're not directly faced with like the realities of the material world, the material conditions we are creating in this world. So it's just like something to consider. Like, but then that's something like me. I personally try and look into resources of everything that I'm buying. Like, I'm trying to get a pillow, and I'm just looking into the most sustainable and all that sort of stuff for a new pillow. And it's just like trying to be more conscious of your own impacts, because you are alienated from the consequences of your actions. So it's our responsibility to educate ourselves to make better informed decisions. But that's my personal opinion. It's not what I'd push out there if I was like a green leader.
Yes, but like, I am now intrigued as to how your search for a pillow has gone. Have you found an ethical pillow?
Yes, there's this kind of natural latex that's from this, like, that they get the resources from this somewhere in South America, from these trees that are very sustainable. Like, they cut open and this like natural latex comes out, and then like you just form it, and then they just have a pure cotton pillow casing around it. So it's like pure natural latex shaped in a way, in a regenerative practice. So that's what I found.
And what's pure cotton?
On 100% cotton.
Like, what's ethical about the cotton? Like, it's done in a sustainable way or something?
That's organic.
It's organic, right?
Yes. So sustainable. So in terms of ethics, that's the way for the cotton. I don't know where they didn't mention that on the website.
Yeah, right.
But yeah, so like it is hard to be ethical in all ways. But if you don't make an impact and make a demand for a better solution, then in this capitalist system, the solution won't be provided unless we demand it for it. So that's how I justify it.
Yeah.
There's no perfect, no harm anything. There is no perfect, but there are better options available. And in like everything, it's a scale. And if we try and minimize it as much as we can, more perfect solutions or more better solutions are going to pop up. The more people do the environmentally friendly options, or buy products that don't cause as much pollution, the more we demand for that, the more those options will then become available. But it's trusting the public to do that.
Yes.
So yeah.
Yes, but like you have to have an informed consumer base in order to be able to trust your public. And like you don't get informed people with the culture wars that we have these days.
Yes, and that's why I'm for full free education. That's
Huh.
Because a well-educated mind, a well-fed mind, and a stress-free mind is able to create and think of better solutions for the world. So yeah.
But again, like how do you solve the problems of the world from little old New Zealand or little old Australia?
Well, for anyone listening, it's what you can do in your area, right? What can you directly do? So like with what you buy and what you support, you can support locally, right? So like food, do local, sustainable, grow on your own, see what you can. And free education.
Yeah, Hans laughing at you because you said free education.
Free education, yeah, it will be from our tax dollars, from our tax. But like that's what taxes are for. We're forced to live in the system that creates the laws. We have to operate within it. We pay taxes. We want the taxes best used to lift everyone in society to the most, to the best possible outcome. If you want the most doctors, you want the most everything, you invest in the conditions, you create the materialistic conditions to flourish humans. Otherwise, we're just going to get the problems that we have right now.
And do you have kind of a response to the idea that like, yes, okay, we live in a system where you need, where taxation is apparent, and it's probably not going anywhere. It's part of the way that society functions. Do you have any response to people that think that taxation is just theft in the first place? So like relying on taxation to support, what's the word? Public investment, like in free, like education, let's say. Using taxation is it's robbery. It's daylight robbery. Do you have any response to that?
I can be. What do you want me to be nice or be blunt?
Oh, fucking do what you want. Give us both. Give us the blunt and then be nice. Hey,
nah, I'm gonna go blunt. So like, what is theft? Someone taking something you don't want to. So if you don't want, if you don't want if you don't want to contribute to the society, go live in a fucking commune. Go live in a little hippie commune. And if you don't want, to contribute, if you just want to be so selfish and individualistic, then go do that.
But like, don't you have to do heaps of work in a hippie commune though? Like, don't you have to do heaps of stuff? Like, I would think that if you don't want to contribute to society by paying tax, then go fucking live by yourself in the woods somewhere. Then like you can just, I don't know, live off the land or something. You don't have to pay anything. Just have to look after yourself.
Theft is if you don't want to. Like what? Like you can't do. Well, that's the thing. You can't do anything by yourself. That's why we live in a society. That's why we pay taxes, because we can't make sure that everyone's sourcing their own water, everyone's sourcing everything themselves. So that's why we pay taxes, is so that we have this large body that you hope that is got the best minds possible, that is using that capital in the most efficient way possible to make society move forward.
Look, I tend to agree that like society is a system of social reproduction, which includes reproduction on the individual level. So like in order for the human race to continue, we actually live as social creatures, and like social being social is about give and take. And so like people need to work together, cooperate, and like there is some things that you have to do which maybe you don't like personally, but that's just what it means working and being in a society. It's just the way of the land. It's actually, if people want to argue about what human nature is, that is human nature. And so like if you are you are born and you want to eject yourself from society, and you're pissed off that you have to do stuff, then yeah, go and live by yourself. But like, the human race won't reproduce itself by having an opinion like that or having a mindset like that. It's very individualistic. But like, that's a product of our current society. Individualism is promoted like the be all and end all, and that's why you have like philosophies and ideologies that promote that type of stuff, like libertarian mindsets. They come from just a hyper individualistic culture that has developed over a long time. And so like, I don't blame people for thinking like that, but like, if they don't see it self-defeating, then they never will.
Yes. I think it's really, I guess, going to the end point of that individualistic nature, right? So if you really want to go forward and be as individual as possible, then you have to be completely self-reliant.
Completely. Yeah.
But that's not what I'm for. I'm just saying, if you want to be like that, be like that. And also, someone was like, government uses capital in the most efficient way. That's funny. Yeah, maybe because the government's not doing the most efficient thing is because we vote in people that aren't the best, or we don't even have a system that puts the best people, the best minds in the fields to do that. Like, a government's not just this one blanket thing. The government is just a body, like a governing body that decides how the rules of the land and how society operates. If we want it to be more efficient, if we want it to be better and less corrupt and all those sorts of good things, then we have to make that things. Otherwise, if you have no government and you have no tax and you have no anything like that, you're immediately giving all the power to the person that has accumulated all the power before you strip it away. So the people that have, all the farming land, then they will have everything. And then what's going to happen?
Yeah, that's why it is a product of a hyper fixation on individualism, I find. And like, that is peddled by people that have the resources, as you're saying, to begin with. They're more than happy to produce a society where the individual is held up and idolized as like the most important value in society, because they already have the resources themselves. And they're able to use that to their advantage. I want
to. That's not a straw. Yeah. Someone said straw man argument. That's not a straw man argument. Yes, with any kind of system, everyone has to agree to the system. Like, you can't have some big authoritarian rule telling everyone what to do. Everyone has to, like, a majority of people have to like actually agree. But if you want the best outcomes, then you have to make sure that people are well educated to make informed decisions. So you want to create the materialist conditions to make the best possible answers. So yeah, forcing people, it means, like I said before, when Hans was talking about theft, like, yeah, if people don't want to do that, then obviously it's not going to happen. And if people really cared about a corrupt government and all that sort of stuff, there is a possible solution, but we have to want it and force for it. Like, put the demand for it. Otherwise, if you go, oh, corrupt's just cancel, government's corrupt and just get rid of it and everything like that, you have to look at the material reality of what happens when you go down that path.
Yes. And like, I also find that a lot of these people still expect there to be a government to a certain extent, though. They want protection, actually, from the big bad world. And so like, they do have an acknowledgement that society is very important and necessary. It's just that they want to have their cake and eat it and pick and choose the stuff that they like and the stuff that they don't like, and still get the benefits from society without contributing anything. It's a very, just a very hyper fixation on the individual, very individualistic, self-centered kind of ideology, to be honest.
Yes, because you, like, when you think about things, you really have to think the full extent of what it looks like down the line, right? You have to look at what society would be like. You have to think about these things if you're going to have any progress, because you need to realize that, and then converse with other people with your ideas, and otherwise, it's just gonna otherwise just gonna get nowhere.
Now, in regards to a conversation point that was brought up like earlier, I think it was Pork Bones Jones brought this up because I have heard reports of this as well. I've heard reports of large numbers of immigrants coming in to New Zealand, while like let's say New Zealand-born residents are leaving to find work elsewhere. But like I don't know if that is just like like media trash. We get a lot of media trash obviously in Australia. I'm not sure if that's media beat up though in NZ, or is that like an actual reality? Are there lots of people coming in from there's supposedly lots of people coming in from China and India that migrate to New Zealand because of job prospects, I'm assuming, or they want I don't know, a green change, a sea change, whatever reason they're migrating. Is it true that you have large levels of migration, as Pork Bones Jones was saying?
I'd say we still I think we do. So the year ended in March. We had 24,000 immigrants come in this year alone.
Okay.
So that's like that is like something we can debate. Like I'm not all for no immigration, but you have to be smart about it, right?
Yeah. But
So
is that a large number? Like for context, like in Australia, our conservative upstart party, One Nation, wants to cap it at like 130,000 people coming into Australia a year. I'm pretty sure is her vision. So like, what's 24,000 halfway through the year? Is that a lot for you guys?
To be honest, I'm not too sure.
Okay. Like, so it's obviously not a massive talking point then.
Well, I think it is a talking point in the fact that we all live in the same kind of like global system, and what's popular online is popular in most countries. So immigration is a talking point, and like I said before, it does contribute, but you can't solely focus on that. Like someone was talking about before about shutting immigration off for a short while. I'm like, if that's the answer, I'm for it. I'm not totally personally, I'm not against it.
Okay.
But like I said, there's so many factors that you have to take in consideration. If we need people to come in, then we have to make sure that the conditions for them to arrive is not going to negatively impact the people, right?
Yeah. I'm just trying to establish whether or not the media reports that I get have any substance to them or not. Because like I know there's a lot of media beat up around this issue, like as you said, because of I would call it the Americanization of politics. Thanks to the spread of social media, we get like American culture war talking points in Australia now. Like we saw Pauline Hanson at the National Press Club last week talking about like abortion issues and a trans insurgency, which are basically like I thought non-issues in Australian politics, to be honest. Like nobody really cares about those issues. They've been done and dusted, like especially in relation to like things like abortion. But like we're bringing them here because that's what Americans talk about. And so like I agree that there's a general Americanization of politics in the Western world, maybe just in the Anglosphere, where we like in the English speaking world. And so like we think that what Trump is saying or the Americans is talking about also applies to us as well. And I think that impacts how we do politics here in Australia massively, because we conflate, like even like when things happen in the UK, I find, and like Tommy Robinson gets upset about migrants, people in Australia start getting upset about migrants here too. So like there's a general meshing together of English speaking politics across the world. It's an interesting phenomenon, and it's a little bit scary because I don't think local politicians can do anything about it if we're importing our politics from other countries. I don't think they'll be able to address it at all, to be honest, and it's going to be a difficult one for the future.
Yes, I think I personally haven't looked too much at immigration, right? And I haven't seen much answers to it. You know, they're just like it's like, oh, it's not a problem or something. there's not much explanation. I would have to research the numbers myself to look. But I don't have a concrete answer right now. So like it could be a problem. That's why I said could be a problem. It's something they'd have to look into. So yeah.
Yeah.
But like I said, there's so many factors where I personally don't think it's like as massive as what's played out. But I do think that's just a guess. I could be wrong.
Yeah. And like last thing I wanted to ask you, because you brought this piece up that we were watching before, and you were kind of like brought it up in the context of they're trying to do this whole land sale thing because they're potentially on the way out anyway. So they bring in this legislation and then like they get the ball rolling because they might not be around for much longer. Have you guys got elections coming up soon on the federal level?
Yes, we do this year. It's actually very, very soon.
Oh, really?
That's why it's like, bro, what are you doing?
Okay.
Like, yeah, in a couple of months. That's so close. Maybe, the 10th month. Like, maybe 9th.
Okay.
Not sure.
Okay. And so, like, what's the predictions then? That like the current coalition is going to get slammed? Is that why they're doing this? They're trying to run things through, or is there?
In case they do, there has been a lot of negativity, but it's really like hard to know because myself, I always get like recommended a lot of right-wing content in New Zealand, and just reading those comments, I'm just like, oh fuck me.
Yeah.
Why is so many people saying this? So like there has been a lot of pushback, and like they've done a lot of controversial things, so that they might not be like if they lose, like I think they might lose.
Okay.
Maybe, like I won't be by a huge landslide, I don't think.
No.
Because we just don't have a well-informed population at all.
But it's also your system too, right? Like you don't really have majorities, do you? Like you have a lot of coalitions that form in your
it's normally like 3 or 4 parties that come together, and that there's like a delegation period, which sometimes can take a long time. Like there's this one party called New Zealand First that's very popular with like the boomer generation. He's been very famous to like switch between Labour and National all the time, and that party's starting to get scary because a person in their cabinet just came out being claiming himself to be a Zionist and wanting to align with Trump and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And because of that, I don't see like the left side. Like if Labour works with them, then I don't know. I'd be afraid because what they'd ask for in return might be damaging.
Yeah.
Depends.
And so, like, how do you see the Greens going? Because you've said you've recently joined the Greens, right?
Yeah.
And so, like, what does that entail? You being a member? So you register with the party?
Yeah, I registered.
Yep.
And I should be going to more events, to be honest.
Okay, so you have to go to like events. You go to
I've been to
branch
couple
meetings. Like, what do you do?
Yeah. Like, well, they have, because I only did recently. I did go to a brunch meeting, and like I said, I think like culture wars are an issue. And with a lot of things that like they hyper focus on, especially like identity is an issue, because like a lot of leftist ideas require a lot of context and requires a lot of knowledge. And when it comes to identity politics, when they say things like, oh no, patriarchy and stuff like that, like they are right in one way, but they're not right in all ways. And then how those ideas are communicated can be interpreted differently depending on the group that's listening to the subject. So I think like that party needs to communicate their ideas better. And I don't think I'm at this stage comfortable enough speaking up on those issues with other people. But at the moment I'm trying to educate myself more, and then maybe trying to bring that gap and be like, hey, if I come across a member, be like, hey, I saw this, like you guys said this. Do you think that's the best way to get majority of people to side with your policies? Are there certain ways that you can word it around in a different way to make more people relate to your core message instead of alienating people because they're like, oh no, the colonizer or whatever, or a map, you know?
Yeah. The language is
So,
really
like,
important because it just rubs people up the wrong way straight off the bat. Like you said, if they don't have the context and understand the actual concept itself. And if I find a lot of the green style people use that rhetoric loosely, and they use language of like colonizers, or calling everyone racist, or calling everyone fascist, and blaming the patriarchy for all these problems. Like, they might be right in a specific context, and with like a good explanation, but if they just use the words frivolously, it just puts everybody offside who might be potentially lumped into a group and offended by those terms. So like, it doesn't, I find it doesn't help the cause using language void of its proper application. It just pisses people off and puts people offside. So I know the vibe. I get the vibe that you're talking about there. So like, the Greens though, do they have good representation in your system at the federal level? Are they?
There's one person I like, Chloe.
Yeah,
I think she's pretty good.
Like, is there a number of members in Parliament, or is it just like one or two? Yes,
they're pretty big.
Ah, cool. Okay.
We have two co-leaders. One of the co-leaders, I think I've never really liked her. I think when she's pressed on interviews and stuff like that, sometimes I feel like she doesn't have like a full answer to things. So like, her responses can be very surface level. So like, my two biggest issues is, one, the cultural identity side of things, how we read things, and also like fully trying to like have a clear, precise like vision of the future. Like, really, how are you going to achieve things? Those are the two things that I worry the most about, and those are things that I think that can lose them seats and then can lose an election. So those are my biggest concerns.
Yeah, right. And so like, but like, you have what's the word? Hope that in response to the current Conservative coalition, that might, like, with the general kind of swings and roundabouts of politics, that it might push more people towards Greens in reaction to like what's been happening recently.
I think it will push more people to Labour.
Yes. Okay.
There'll be definitely people to come to Greens, but I think it will push more people to Labour. And the reason why they don't push as much to the Greens is for the reasons I previously stated.
And why did you choose to make your move to becoming a card-carrying greenie at this point? Like, why now? What spurred this?
Just getting more and more into politics, and part of me wants a better future, and I analyze things and I look at things, and I'm like, if that's to be achieved, then it has to move in a certain direction. So I'm like, I want better future.
Yes.
Yeah.
I like how you said before, you're like, part of me wants a better future. Like, what about the rest of you?
Yeah, and then we all have contradictions.
Yeah.
Like, the part of me is like yes, and part of me is like, fuck humanity.
Okay, right. Yeah.
But like, but then I wouldn't have that fucking humanity if it was a better world. So like, maybe instead of just complaining, maybe I try, but I just need to get the confidence. So that's like, just being more confident with how I articulate my ideas and speaking about it. So that's what I want to do.
And so like, in the search, the perennial endeavor for a better world, you decided Greens was the way to go.
Yes, because they on the website consider themselves was like eco-socialists or something like that.
Eco-socialists, that's how they brand themselves? Yeah, interesting.
As one of the things they mentioned that,
Mm.
because I definitely read over parties' websites,
Yes.
and I care about environmental issues.
Yes.
So that's mainly the main reason. There are other like socialist parties in New Zealand that are so incredibly small.
Yeah.
And from going through their websites, they don't really have that much emphasis on the environment,
Yes.
and that's solely the reason why.
Mm.
Yeah, because I think renewable and regenerative is the way to go.
Yeah. And so, like, for us plebs, and for the commoners out there that might not be across this, would you be able to describe what an eco-socialist is?
It's like because it's kind of like with Marxist when he's describing how like you need to take into consideration like the materialistic realities of our world, and part of that is the environment, right? So it's like socialistic aspects that at which policies and how things structures are based around the environment. You know, working with the environment and how you structure things.
Right.
So it could be taking the environment into consider of how we like, manage food and housing and stuff like that. So
yeah, well, like a big concept in Marxian economics anyway is the idea of the free gifts of nature. And so like when it comes to capital accumulation and all that sort of stuff, you have the capitalist class, they have to put labor together with like tools and technology or whatever, but like one of the elements that they use obviously is resources that they've extracted from the natural world. And like there's never ever a consideration in capitalism, traditionally anyway, of the cost of these free gifts of nature. It's just assumed always that the environment is there to extract resources off, to turn into commodities for the creation of profit. So it's never been really a factor in a capitalistic economy to consider what is the cost of the environment. It's just always conceived of as this, I guess, this endless and bountiful wellspring, and it's just like you can constantly take from the planet, and like it's there for our manipulation and our benefit. So I guess eco-socialists would argue against that concept, I guess.
Yes, yeah. So like oh crap, I fully had an idea oh shit, I was about to have a huge talking point, but then I paid attention to what you were saying.
Yeah, sorry. But yes, free gifts of nature all the way.
Well, the science, the development in those areas of making things more environmentally friendly, especially in terms of necessities and mainly food, like we are making huge progresses towards that. It's just we need a lot more investment in those areas. It's just by definition it's not the most profitable, because that's what I was going to say. Tying to what you were saying, it really does go back to the useful value and exchange value, right? Because that is capitalism. It's focused mainly on the exchange value, so it's neglecting the usefulness. And working with the environment is its usefulness, because without a good environment it's not useful anymore. Without its ability to keep transforming nutrients from one thing to another, creating like a really rich biomass and biodiverse system to really maximize the amount of nutrients the soil and all these little bacteria produces, that's going to create a lot more usefulness. So moving away from that exchange to the usefulness is like really, I think, part of the socialistic aspect of the eco-socialist, right? Because it's thinking about the usefulness of the environment when making like structural decisions on how like all industries operate.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, well, look, I'm going to leave the conversation there.
Yeah, it's been a while.
But like this has been good. This has been good. Like we're getting a good masterclass in New Zealand politics here, which I have not. Like, I try to keep up with what's going on across the ditch, but like I'm not well versed in it at all. So it's good to get a local opinion on that one. So yeah, thank you for the suggestion. Thank you for the suggestion, and actually coming online as well. It's been a good chat.
No worries.
It's been a very good chat.
Always happy to talk. It helps myself and how I articulate things, you know.
Yeah.
And there's so many different aspects. So really keying into a subject. Like, I'm happy to, if you want to do a podcast and you've got a subject in mind, I'm more than happy to fully research it properly and then come and talk to you about it.
Great. Well, like, I know 4AS would definitely be interested in that. I will speak for him on this account. He's the master of the podcast, but he's always keen for a good interview. So if you're interested, we can organize that for sure. But yeah, thank you for chatting today. And like, I think you've potentially birthed a new segment here, because I know there's other people that have wanted to talk before. And I guess we can use Discord for this, and like, and if you want to come on again once you've got some more ideas, or like you're mulling over a new concept and you're working on how you articulate it, just let me know, man. Let me know.
Yeah,
it's really interesting as well to have heard your voice. Holy shit! Like, I see profile pictures and I know people's fucking names, but like I don't know anything about all of you guys in the community. So it's nice to put a voice to the name Voltateur.
Yeah, Voltateur.
Yeah. All right, but thanks for coming on, and thanks for everyone who's been giving us bouncing off ideas for us to talk about as well. I appreciate it. We're gonna have a quick break now, ladies and gentlemen, and we're gonna come back with some more soon. So if you haven't already, say a big thank you to Voltateur, and activate the like button. If you're new here, subscribe for more. You know the fucking drill. Subscribe for more, follow for more on Twitch, etc., and we will be back shortly. Thank you again, Voltateur. I appreciate it, man.
Cheer, bro.
All right, we'll be back.
When they tell me why, when they tell me why, No, I do not cry when they tell me why. when they tell me why. No, I do not cry when they tell me why. When they tell me No, I do not cry when they tell me why. When they tell me why. No, I do not cry when they tell me why. When they tell me why. Why?
All right, we're back. Dude, that was so good. Thanks again, Voltaire, for coming on. That was a nice chat. That was good. I'm gonna have to turn that into a segment. Get people from the community to come in, have a chat, tell us about their politics, tell us about what they're concerned about at the moment. Oh, this is the Flamingo Revolution, Hobo Joe, that you were talking about. I didn't get a chance to look. I'm just assuming this is some protest against Trump's family trying to develop that island, is it? All right, let's have a look. The Flamingo Revolution. Why are they calling it Flamingo Revolution? Why are they flamingos for? Yeah, so many people out. Like, I've just been following the headlines, if that makes sense, like general stories about it. Like Kushner and Ivanka want to buy some island that used to be a Soviet munitions base, apparently. And so, like, they're going to turn that island, which is also some type of conservation zone. There's some, I don't know, animal or something, or groups of animals that live on the island. And so the Albanian people are pissed off about it. Let's have a look. The Flamingo Revolution. As long as it's not a color revolution, because we know what that is. If you've ever heard of color revolutions before. It's when the American deep state tries to overthrow a country. And so they incite a revolt. It would kill a lot of flamingos. Oh, so what? That's what's on the island in Albania, flamingos. And they're trying to save the flamingos. Fuck yeah. Let's save the flamingos, bro. I'm all for that.
Albanians are demanding more.
These protesters behind me have been out on the streets every day for almost 2 weeks. What began as a demonstration against a Trump family luxury resort has evolved now into one of the biggest populist movements Albania has seen since the fall of the communist regime in 1991.
We have one single demand. The complete removal of the political class. Oh my god, it is a revolution. Eh? The bourgeois political class. Who would have thought? Get rid of them.
This is a new era of awakening of the people that want to get rid of the old school politics.
They want to change to a political establishment that only benefits the powerful and the rich, one that doesn't serve the public.
I'm protesting because of the lack of public consultation when it comes to public spaces as well as construction.
Seems like a fair deal. Oh man, who would have thought, hey? Who would have thought people that want some type of political system that works for the broad masses and not the powerful? Well. Who would have thought? Flamingos deserve to be pink and happy. Hey? Oh, we back. We back, all right, Captain Bucket. Waiting for your segment, Captain Bucket. You can tell us about the American Civil War and why you support labor.
construction in protected areas.
People feel that they are excluded from these spaces afterwards in the moment that they are gentrified or transformed.
Gresa Hasa is a researcher at the University of Graz in Austria and writes about Albanian politics and the rule of law. She also organizes protests among the Albanian diaspora in Austria.
Like the transformation of giving public land to private investors, to private billionaires, or dubious oligarchs, be them international.
Sounds like what's going on in New Zealand, eh? Sounds like you need to start protesting, Volta, against the sale of public land to billionaires and tech bros looking to build another bunker.
Or be them domestic.
Albanians, in recent years, have seen the emergence of skyscrapers and luxury hotels. They have seen public spaces privatized, and beaches, along with historical and cultural sites, made both physically and financially inaccessible to them. Prime Minister Edi Rama said he wants Albania to become a high-end tourism destination, insisting a luxury resort would bring big capital and big investors.
That were presented to citizens in Albania as a success story, but they have seen with the passing of time that this is not a success story for them. I mean, they were met with mass unemployment, mass emigration, and Albanians still struggle to make ends meet.
The current average monthly income in Albania is the equivalent of 950 euros. That's lower than the average monthly wage of 1,282 euros in Bulgaria, which according to the most recent figures is the lowest in the EU.
The 1% of the country continues to grow.
What's that? Monthly salary.
Who's in the
Who's the
EU?
highest? Luxembourg, 6,914 euros a month. Average. That's average. God damn. Luxembourg. They pay well. Look, France isn't even up in the top 5. Germany? Jesus Christ. Look at that. It's like 7. Is that right? 6. That's fucking mental. Sweden outranks France.
Which according to the most recent figures is the
Italy under Spain? Wow. Crazy. Luxembourg is lower than the worst state in the US. Have you adjusted for euros here?
EU.
Luxembourg is a rich country. No idea how. Dua Lipa was born in Albania. Born to Albanian parents, sorry. And that alone shows they deserve to be protected. Banking. Guess rockets that way. Or protect Albania for the hot singers.
The 1% of the country continues to grow richer and richer, and the gap
These politicians have
has grown wider.
For 36 years, politicians have had their foot on our neck. They have never asked the people whether they are starving, whether they have running water or enough food. They only look after themselves and fill their own pockets, while people are left to suffer and die.
Right after the fall of the communist regimes, in Albania, you had the creation...
And flamingos, I guess. This guy and Hitler and Stalin were trying to take over, yeah. I think these are separate conversations.
Of the first informal groups, including also first organized crime groups, which, with the passing of time, they were managed to grow. And some of them also became legal and turned into these oligarchic structures and very powerful businessmen.
After the fall of the communist regime in 1991, Albania transitioned into a multi-party democracy. Parliamentary elections are held every 4 years, but the current Prime Minister and his Socialist Party have been in power for the last 13 years. During this time, they have introduced the Strategic Investment Law that fast-tracks big development projects, allowing quicker approval procedures for projects. They have also made amendments to a nature law to allow exemptions for construction on protected areas.
The government changes the laws whenever it benefits it in non-transparent, anti-democratic procedures, in complete violation also to Albania's constitution and legal framework.
Protesters want Prime Minister Edi Rama to step down. But it's not only the ruling government Albanians are protesting against. They are protesting against opposition too.
The main opposition leader, Sali Berisha, is facing corruption charges. His Democratic Party has adopted Trump-style rhetoric while running for election last year.
They are the same face of the system. They are both corrupted. There's a lot of resentment with a political class and economic model that Albanian citizens feel does not work anymore for them.
These protests are one of the biggest Albania has seen in the past decades. And unlike the previous demonstrations, there's no leader.
The protests are unprecedented, and they have managed to gather a very diverse, large crowd.
But that also makes it hard to keep a consistent, united voice.
What I see as a success or a possible outcome, not necessarily in the short term, but in the longer term, is for the creation of a new democratic and legitimate opposition.
And for more now, I want to cross over to journalist Basar Likmeta. He joins us from Tirana. Basar, it's good to have you with us. I just want to ask you, these protests, have they kind of morphed into something bigger? Is this now basically a fight to determine who is going to own the country's future?
Well, these are young people who are rolling up.
Anyone want to take a gamble on this one being an actual color revolution? Anyone? Do they think that this is a legitimate call to arms from the general population, spurred on by Kushner and Trump? Or is it a legitimate people's movement and they're going to take over?
Thousands of them have been on the streets of Tirana every day. And yes, this resort project was the spark of the treatment of, let's say,
I hope so. We'll find out.
Environmental activists and local villagers by private security, and their mistreatment served as a spark. But currently, the protesters have widened. They not only are held in the capital of Albania, but in cities across Europe and wherever the Albanian diaspora is present. And they are calling for the resignation of the prime minister, but also they're rejecting also the opposition. So it's an anti-establishment protest calling for major change in the country, and not only toward the way that the government is run, but also toward the economic model, which prioritizes, let's say, this type of project that have an adverse effect on the environment, and particularly in coastal areas.
But is it this type of project, or is it the big name that's attached to it? If this real estate plan was not connected to Jared Kushner and to the daughter of Donald Trump, do you think the public would even be taking as much notice of it?
Absolutely. Look, internationally, the attraction to this story comes from because of the names involved, Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump, and their statement regarding the Sazan Island, but also the Zvernez development. But to Albanians, this is a rallying cry for corruption, ties to organized crime, abuse of power, and basically what this generation is losing, the protected areas who are being basically developed in a way which is not sustainable for the environment, it's not sustainable for Albania's future. Mm-hmm. And most of the country, the young people are not reaping any rewards from this kind of development. A lot of them are, let's say, money laundering projects for Albanian organized crime. This case is being currently investigated by the Albania Special Prosecutor's Office against Crime and Corruption. Hundreds of millions of dollars have been seized. An international arrest warrant has been issued for a Miami-based alleged Albanian drug trafficker who is involved in the project. So this is not something that the public will stand for. This is not something they see works in their favor. They see their government not working for them. That's why they're calling for the prime minister's resignation.
Bizarre. It is interesting, though, that the public is saying that they don't trust the government to do its job in an honest way, and yet the political establishment also provides for this special investigator to look into corruption, and that investigator is, in fact, doing that. There's an irony there, isn't there?
Absolutely. Well, that investigation office was created because Albania's accession process in the European Union, which the country supports. And it's doing what was its promise to do, take on the establishment, which is corrupt. Albania is ranked as one of the most corrupt countries in Europe from the Berlin-based watchdog Transparency International. So this prosecutor's office is looking into ties between Albania's oligarchs, government officials, and organized crime. This is something that concerns and has held Albania back for years, but it's something that concerns also the international community. A lot of this drug trafficking doesn't occur in Albania, occurs in countries like Germany, and a lot of the money is laundered in this kind of projects, and it fuels the drug trafficking in Europe.
Han. Oh, man. Dude. So much has to happen, Han, for you to be like, see, I'm an enlightened American. See? See? Now you appreciate Han. Hey? Hey? That's right. Now you're all coming crawling back to Han. So good. Oh, man. Fucking hell. Hilarious. Right. Here's to the fucking flamingo revolution. I hope it's an actual flamingo revolution, though. Can I just say? Not a color revolution. If you're not sure what the definition of a color revolution is, it's a revolution that is inspired by foreign actors of foreign state. I'm not wrong, though. Right, I'm not commenting on that. I'm just saying a lot has to happen for you to fucking come in here and be like, oh, look, see? I'm not so bad now, am I? Oh, man. Potentially a low bar, Han. Just saying, bro. Just saying. Fucking hell. Yeah, I hope it's not. Yeah, I hope it's not a color revolution. Something that's been inspired, funded, resourced, trained up by foreign entities, and like this is a legitimate grassroots movement. But there's what's his name? Brian from the New Atlas. His big theory on protest movements is that like if they're big enough, they're organized, and if they're organized, that means they've been put together with some type of resourcing, and usually that resourcing comes from another state that's trying to undermine whatever's happening in this country. So I guess we'll find out how Albania fits into that picture over time. We will find out. All right, I want to get onto something because I wasn't able to get there before. While people are fighting in the chat. Yes, I wanted to have a look at this. So, as we usually do here, we look at the brothers of tech, the tech bros. And like, if you don't know yet, one of the most prominent tech bros out there is a gentleman by the name of Peter Thiel. If you haven't come across him before, Peter Thiel is one of the co-founders of Palantir, which is one of the more nefarious organizations in the surveillance capitalist world. And yeah, Peter Thiel is, I affectionately term him the kingmaker. He seems to be behind a lot of the tech bros and a lot of the greatest innovations in the tech space. Since, you know, the early 2000s, he was there for PayPal. He was behind Facebook. He's supported, you know, OpenAI. He's just been there for a lot of big projects. He's worth billions and billions of dollars. And he's even got himself a puppet who is the vice president of the United States. He's got his tentacles in a lot of things. And recently, last week, somebody leaked some documents, like hacked Peter Thiel, I guess, or at least an organization associated with him, and revealed that Peter Thiel has a secret society. There's a Brothers of Tech secret society out there, which is pretty fucking crazy if you think about it. So like, why the fuck not? Eh? Why wouldn't they? The Brothers of Tech, those people in Silicon Valley who own everything and like own the technology that's going to rule the world if it doesn't already rule the world's economy. Why wouldn't they have their own secret society, hey? Illuminati type shit. Like, it is a little bit like that. But, like, you know, why wouldn't they have organizations and networks that's exclusive and just for powerful members of the tech establishment? Why wouldn't they have stuff like that? But it's been exposed, and we're just going to get, like, a little bit of what it's about, I guess. Apparently it was as easy as just hitting F12 and inspecting the website to show names. Oh, really? That's fucking hilarious. So good. They must have let Elon run the website. He's fucking useless. Oh, man. All right. Let's have a look at this secret society stuff. Again, this is Peter Thiel, the guy who, when asked point blank about whether the human race should continue, he wasn't able to answer the question. That's not code. Like, he literally was like, well. And, like, he's head of the secret society that has plans for the world, I guess.
Secret societies. They often come up in conspiracies or in the plot of a movie. But thanks to some work of some hacktivists, we've got a first look into how one really operates. It's called Dialogue, and it's a private, invitation-only group co-founded in 2006 by billionaire Peter Thiel. Within the trove of information...
Dialogue. What a shit name for their secret society. I'm sure there must be a meaning to it, but, like, come on. I'm sure these tech bros could have thought of something better than that. Live Peter Thiel reaction. Look at that face.
Accessed were the names of hundreds of participants, including sitting Trump officials, Elon Musk, and the president of OpenAI. These influential figures gather at annual retreats, including sessions labelled Bring Back Nuclear. Navigating.
I wonder what they fucking do with their annual retreats. I wonder if it's anything like an Epstein party, which we know Peter Thiel was in bed with Epstein, not literally, like figuratively. And like one of the last things on Epstein's estate, the surviving things on Epstein's estate, is an investment that he had made with Peter Thiel. He's worth like $170 million or something like that. And these are the things on their agenda: bring back nuclear.
Retreats, including sessions labelled Bring Back Nuclear, Navigating World War III, and Build a Party, run by a former White House national security.
Build a party? They're doing this stuff. They are bringing back nuclear in order to feed the AI revolution. There's big talk in the US anyway, I don't know about other countries, about setting up mobile nuclear reactors. Like basically a nuclear reactor on the back of a truck that can be moved around to AI or to data centers where power is required as on demand. Navigating World War III, like, you know, you could make arguments that were already there, and that's why you need to build bunkers in New Zealand and build a party. They're doing it, man. I'm telling you, there's two forces behind the Trump administration. There's OG MAGA and Dark MAGA. And like he's built a party, all right. And he's got his fucking vice president right there. We're going to NZ. NZ. Hop in. We're going to go see Volta Tower. Hop in. I said, hop in. Nuclear. Nuclear is pronounced nuclear. Nuclear. Let's go with nuclear. It's nuclear. I'm not getting schooled on this one. I thought they'd call themselves the Fellowship, given how the nerds like things named after Lord of the Rings. Yes, 100%. 100%. Yes. They should have used a reference to Lord of the Rings. They do it with everything else they do. Aluminum, I'm telling you.
Official. The hacker Maya asked Dialogue's digital footprint is hard to spot, although a report by Axios last year showed it's lining up a major expansion with plans to build a campus in the suburbs of Washington, D.C. as a permanent hub for off-the-record meetings. None of the individuals' names named in the leak have responded for comment, showing their commitment to the secret in secret society.
Putting the secret in secret society. I do like how you guys operate for the most part. I understand you might view me as a crazy American, but like without me, would there be any American counterbalance? No, you're okay, Senchi. We all get passionate here. Now that's a neckbeard. All Americans are crazy. Your founding fathers were crazy. Now you're shit type. Now you're shit type of crazy. Damn savage stuff going on today. All right, let's have a look at the actual thing. This apparently came from Wired. This whole thing broke out because of them. Let's have a look at the original article as opposed to the Channel 10 take on it. Who keeps the metric system down? That's how you know your society's fucked. It says pressing the metric system. Like, come on. A secret society. Why would anyone be surprised? YouTube always be so aggro. Yeah. Seems to be something going on in the water in the YouTube world. Right? All Europeans are cucks. Please stay in Europe. The best Europe left for America. Best of Europe left for America a long time ago. Right. Okay. I'm sure they agree with you on that one. All right, let's have a read of this one. I had to go for the archive version. All right, let's go. More than 200 of the world's elites registered for a retreat whose agenda runs from panels on cult building and sex to prepping for World War III. Cult building and sex to prepping for World War III. An associated app offers matchmaking. The hell? They are cucks. They won't fight it. So uncivilized, unlike us. The prestige Twitch files. Yeah, it's pretty much like that actually, isn't it? The Twitch files. That's where the savory types hang out apparently. Okay, a trove of internal records from a secret society for powerful figures in the US US politics, finance, and tech was left exposed online. Wired has confirmed naming participants in the events and revealing sensitive personal details they were assured would stay private. The group, called Dialogue, is a private, invitation-only organization co-founded in 2006 by billionaire co-founded tech investor Peter Thiel. It convenes US officials, foreign government figures, and Silicon Valley executives at the off-the-record annual retreats. Dialogue has spent 2 decades declining to disclose its members. A directory in the website's code was first revealed by a Swiss hacktivist, Maya Arsen Krimmu, known for exposing the US government's no-fly list and breaching the surveillance camera company Vicada. Krimmu tells why the directory surfaced via an anonymous tip. Wired independently verified its content. A source separately provided Wired with the registration list for Dialogue's 2026 retreat, which names 222 people and records, what the list describes as each registrant's membership status and attendee type, including active member and guest. The retreat is scheduled for the 12th of August to the 16th at a venue near Dublin in Ireland. Wow. The same data lays out a program of the off-the-record sessions, including money, does, in brackets with a question mark, money does buy happiness. Bring back nuclear. So this is their agenda for this year. That's crazy. All right. So money does, question mark, buy happiness. Of course you would say that. If you were a fucking tech bro. Bring back nuclear. Navigating World War III. Battlefield technologies for the AI fucking revolution. And how's your sex life? So it's like a room quote. How's your sex life? Yeah. I don't want to talk about it. Other talks include build a cult. The fuck? Hey, Spandog, you must be upset about this. The tech bros getting together to build a cult. Hey? I wonder if they meet the 3-step test for cults. If they meet the test, then we got to get rid of them. Moderated by the founder of the Christian networking site Pray.com. Okay. And Build a Party, run by former White House national security official. Interesting. Okay. If navigating World War III is for this year, are they admitting they're already in World War III? Fucking fair question. What's that about? Yeah, it's not like let's talk about the possibilities of World War III. It's navigating World War III. That is scary. That's crazy. You're tearing me apart, mystery. So good. You're tearing me apart. Why? Oh, man. See, if I actually got your references, I'm sure we'd have a fun time on stream together. Me and you, Ravy. I get the room ones, though. Oh, if they pull it off, they're going to jump to the top of the list above the other 3. LOL. Oh, hi, Mark. It's not World War III. It's Cold War II. Epstein Boogaloo. That's what they want you to think, Captain Bucket. They're happy to think it's Cold War II. Epstein Boogaloo. But what's really going on is they're navigating World War III, bro. That's fucking crazy. I would never thought about it like that. Together alongside the mundane fare of a typical thought leadership conference, the documents show an extraordinary convergence of power. The registration records list General Alexis Greinkowicz. What the fuck is that? NATO's Supreme Allied Commander of Europe. And the head of the US European... Dude, this is the bourgeoisie. I know maybe it's not all of them, but like, look, they from tech bros to generals of NATO... and the US European Command, who took the post in July 2025 and is recorded on the leaked list as having attended dialogue gatherings since 2021. The website directory names the sitting Trump administration officials, 2 senators, 6 members of the PayPal mafia, a former Middle East chief of intelligence, and a sitting ambassador to the United States, along with the founders and directors of many of the country's largest surveillance, data broker, and advertising data companies. Interesting. Data mine. This is the surveillance capitalist bourgeoisie mixing with generals and talking about World War III. I'm telling you, us plebs have nothing on these people. Far out. Crazy. Keep your comments in your pocket. Got me so good. Cold War. 2, sex, money, power. My God. Australia is lucky to not have any borders with other countries. America is lucky too. You should just stop being ungrateful that the US hasn't had an invasion on its shores. You should stop being ungrateful that the US hasn't had an invasion on its shores since the Imperial Japan, and thank the heavens for the peace of your country. The peace your country has had while others have had the roughest time of it. It's a fair point. It's a fair point. All right. Oh, this is actually awesome. I love it. If they were just ideologically mingling it'd be one thing. But they are telling me all the richest people in the world want to gather in one place. Oh, I like that. Yeah, I wonder if they've had to change the schedule now because it's been leaked. Those executives appear side by side with US officials overseeing their industries. Oren Hoffman, Dialog's chairman, founded the location data broker SafeGraph and the identity resolution firm LiveRamp, two of the most important suppliers in the consumer data economy. He appears in the directory alongside Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, whose department writes the rules on financial data, and Senator Ted Cruz, Chairman of Commerce, Science and Transportation Committee, which oversees the Federal Trade Commission and its data privacy authority, Palantir co-founder Joe Lonsdale, whose software runs case management for US immigration and customs enforcement, and data fusion for the Pentagon and intelligence community, is listed in the same society as Army Secretary Dan Driscoll and Representative Jim Himes, the ranking member of the House Intelligence Committee, which oversees agencies Palantir contracts with, of course, deep state actors and AI giants coming together to surveil populations. Who would have thought they'd do business together and hang out on sex flotillas in Dublin? Who would have thought? None of the individuals named in the story responded to requests for comments. Rafi Grinberg, who lists himself as Dialogue's executive director on his LinkedIn profile, is the author of the self-help book How to Be a Grown-Up, did not respond to a request for comment. The registration records appear to show not only who belongs to Dialogue, but who attends. Of the 222 people signed up for the 2026 retreat, according to leaked records, 87 are marked as first-time attendees. Other list histories stretching back more than a decade and a handful to the society's founding 20 years ago. None of the registrants, Greenquich included, used a government email address. All registered with personal or corporate accounts, placing their attendance outside the email system subject to public records laws. Well, that would be smart, wouldn't it? You'd think that they would do something like that. What ties this roster together more than any title or office is a shared preoccupation with artificial intelligence, longevity, and the near future. Asked on a sign-up form to predict the future, registrants returned again and again to the same theme. What? To predict the future? Yeah, this is fucking mental. What the fuck is this? What the hell is that? What the fuck? Imagine getting into a secret society and part of your registration. Asked on a sign-up form to predict the future, registrants returned again and again to the same theme, that AI will reorder work, war, education, and belief within a few years. Dude, this is fucking mental. What the fuck? Like, all of our weird and like crazy conspiracy theories about like surveillance capitalism, techno-feudalism. It's real, man. Several foresee mass labor displacement and a swing towards union and government programs. Others predict an AI winter, domestic terrorism targeting data centers, criminal defendants choosing AI lawyers over public defenders, or religious revival provoked by disruption. Religious revival. Now you got to watch out for those cults. Societal degeneration, predicted one person, will continue to accelerate. Let's buy up. If only there was a country that was selling 60% of its land so we could go buy it up and wait. And it has to be in a nice location, away from nuclear fallout. If only there was a country like that. Members also list talents like funhouse construction, accent imitation. What? Talents like funhouse construction, accent imitation, backcountry skiing, urban exploration, and meditative and psychedelic inquiry into the nature of reality. One offers compassion and existential dread. Another, dinner parties, keeping secrets, remembering birthdays. Their book recommendations skew towards the canonical and optimization-minded. Marcus Aurelius and Mila Kundera, alongside Annie Duke's Thinking on Bets, Peter Attia's Outlive, and from at least one attendee, Thiel's own 0 to 1. Yeah, wow, what a suck up. This is crazy, man. Alex Jones is right again. Ooh, gum and cheese ring. How you go? We are learning about secret societies of the techno-feudalists, the, I don't know, surveillance capitalists that rule the world now. This is crazy. I've nominated E. Chat Tuesdays as part of the rotation in the future. Yeah, it's a good segment, man. It's a good segment. Gonna have to keep that one going. Dialogue also plays matchmaker. Its participant form asks registrants whether they're looking for love and offers to include single man, single woman, or other respondents in future matchmaking. A separate site, datingdialogue.org, hosts an app pitched as meaningful connections for exceptional people. God, they love themselves, don't they? They're all fucking exceptional people. God's gift to humanity. The form also gathers sensitive answers, including each registrant's political leaning, which Dialogue promises will not be shared in the app or with other participants ever. The data and the matchmaking responses were exposed in the leak. The records sit in an Airtable, a commercial database. For each participant, Dialogue logs a membership status. Every retreat the person has attended, a biography, a home city, private address token. Wired is not publishing these tokens, which function as login credentials, or the personalized account links that contain them. The leaked registration list also names senior figures absent from the public directory of 113. Randy Krosner, a former governor of the Federal Reserve who now serves in the Bank of England's Financial Political Committee, of course, the financial elite. Why not? Haley Hoffman, a former general counsel and acting chief of staff of Drug Enforcement Administration. Jonathan Greenblatt, the executive chief of the Anti-Defamation League. Peter Goitler, president of the Cato Institute. Well. Good. Conservative think tanks. Eat your heart out. Ryan Stowers, the executive director of the Charles Koch Foundation. Wow. It is the fucking, the who's who of the American bourgeoisie, I guess. Roger Myerson, a Nobel laureate economist at the University of Chicago. That one's for you, Han. You're oh no, you're not a Chicago boy, are you? You like the Austrian school, eh? Well. A neoliberal lover. Eat your heart out. It also lists a cluster of Google and Google DeepMind executives, from Tom Liu, who leads global affairs for the company's Frontier AI division, and one working journalist, Suad McKennett, a former national security correspondent for the Washington Post. She is listed as running an event called Ulysses Book Club. I wonder what that's about. I think Hein is from Chicago, though. Oh, sorry, I meant like the Chicago School of like economics. I think he doesn't like the Chicago boys. I think he likes the Austrian school of neoliberal economic thought. Pretty sure we've had that conversation before. Could be wrong. The rest of the membership spans... Is that the North Korean defector? Goddamn defector. The rest of the membership spans hedge fund and private equity billionaires. It's a billionaires club. Current and former foreign officials, network television actors, best-selling authors, religious leaders. I wonder if the Pope goes along to this. One side of his mouth talking about the AI revolution that's coming, and then out on the other side going along to the Dialogue Club. Yeah, she's stacked. One of the several internal documents Dialogue left exposed on the same online database that held its registration records is a guide for event moderators, urging them to remind participants that everything is off the record. Sounds like an Epstein party, doesn't it? And that comments should be concise and non-obvious. What? It also coaches them to model brief instructions to avoid status signaling in a room full of senators, dignitaries, and tycoons. To model brief introductions to avoid status signaling. Yeah, right. Don't show off, okay? We're all rich and powerful here. The discipline imposed by the group did not extend to the website. The directory was embedded in the code of dialogue.org, a near empty page, and was served to any visitor who viewed the page's source. A separate dialogue page at appdialogue.org presents a sign-in screen for Dialogue Global 2026 outside Dublin. The page invites any visitors to sign in by email or Google account and presents no terms of service. No notice that the applicant is restricted to members, and no indication that the invitation is required. Man, this is crazy shit. These people are real, man. Dialogue has operated with little public footprint since its founding. It holds at least one retreat a year with assigned seating and moderate sessions, and a rule that nothing said is for attribution. Past gatherings have been held at the Ritz-Carlton Dove Mountain in Arizona and the San Clemente Palace in Venice, Italy, according to Axios, which first reported the group's plans for a campus in Washington, D.C. area. It has been likened to a tech industry version of Bilderberg. Whoa. And the off-the-record gathering of Western political and business elite. Off the record, that's how we like it. Accounts describe retreats around 100 participants. The 2026 registration list reviewed by Wise names 222. Public glimpses are rare. The statistician George Gleeman published one of Dialogue's invitations on his blog in 2022, describing its format and registration fee of more than $16,000. The 2014 retreat drew renewed attention this year when an invitation forwarded to the financier Jeffrey Epstein surfaced in the late U.S. Justice Department's release of the Epstein files. A Jeff Epstein appears on an attached list of participants, but the person is actually a former CFO of Oracle, not the deceased sex trafficker. Of course. Interesting. Oh, there you go. There you go. So Peter Thiel is a co-founder of a secret society, a tech secret society called Dialogue, and it's full of people from like the top of the bourgeoisie, politicians, billionaires, and military leaders. So this is why you become a high-ranking general, so you can go along and tell the billionaire class about navigating the next world war and what they should be investing in when the war breaks out. So the rich get richer. Fucking mental. Also, dude, if you want to come on a pod, I'm sure E and I would be keen. I already spoke for you before, by the way, 4AS. Voltateur said that he'd come on a pod. And I was like, I'm sure I'm speaking for 4AS and he'd love that. We should do what we were talking about, NZ and the selling of public land. We should also cover the NZ election when that happens, 4AS. We'll get our New Zealanders to come in and tell us what that's about. All right, I know that like people aren't a big fan of this news outlet, if we can call it that, but like they might have some information on this. Jingle Jangle Jam. Like the fine darlings in that honest government ads series about young, attractive and smart girls in power is the most unrealistic thing about their realistic ads. That's why I'm jealous of the Yankees having AOC. Shit, I missed it. Who is talking about me? I was asking, your economic theory is based on the Austrian school, not the Chicago school, right? You don't like the Chicago boys or anything like that. Unless it's the reverse and I've got that the other way around. Let me know. I'd also be keen about Maori treaties because the Conservatives were trying to abolish the treaties. Would you know much about that? AOC is gorgeous. You know, Jag loves AOC. Correct. This time, correct. It's funny when they saw a photo of her. Conservatives freaked out about AOC's boyfriend's feet instead of how hot she was. What was with his feet? All right, let's have a listen.
So Wired published some interesting revelations about Mr. Antichrist himself, Peter Thiel. Let's put this up on the screen. They got their hands on a leak which exposed members of Peter Thiel's secretive Dialogue Society, more than 200 of the world's elites registered for a retreat whose agenda runs from panels on cult building and sex to prepping for World War III. An associated app offers matchmaking. So for the global elites looking for, you know, other global elites interested in building cults, I guess that's the way to go about it. Let me read you a little bit of this this article and the details of who was exposed here. They say some data lays down a program of off-the-record sessions, including money does buy happiness, ? Bring back nuclear, navigating World War III, battlefield technologies, and how's your sex life. Other talks include Build a Cult, moderated by the founder.
Ooh, sex cult. 200 billionaires on an island. Nothing to see here. Oh my god. Conservatives hate hot, loud, young women. They pretend to. But as Captain Bucket said, Conservatives have a crush on AOC. They just don't want to admit it. Yeah, all you have to know is just like Google her name without the fucking filters on. And you know how many of them out there really like her. Money does buy happiness. Yes. On a total side note, did we all see the video of the female cop wasting an innocent bystander in Canada today? Negative. I did not. Eddie, couldn't remember if you were a Chicago boy or an Austrian school. My response that you were from Chicago, though. I like how they use the room joke. Unironically, yes. Now for real, what was with his feet? Were they tiny? What did they say? No, somebody please fill me in. Come on. All right, back to it.
Of the Christian networking site Pray.com and Build a Party run by a former White House conference. The Dr. Alexis, who took the post in 2021, also names sitting Trump administration officials, leader, data, elite names here. You know, this is compared to, it's sort of like a, I don't know, kind of like a private World Economic Forum, very, very secretive. They do ask for some like information about the people's interests and special skills. Members list talents like funhouse construction, accent imitation, backcountry skiing, urban exploration, and meditative and psychedelic inquiry into the nature of reality. They play matchmaker dialogue. Its participant form asks registrants whether they are looking for love and offers to include single man, single woman.
I know. I get it. You know, this is Kyle's. Yeah. Kundlinski's broad, right? I think you've told me that before, actually. But like maybe like they have some more insights about this article, or not the article, but like about this club. They seem to have resources. Maybe they can find other information. Yeah, she pegs Kyle. Pegs, such a funny word. Just make sure you don't forget. I know. Thank you. She is large and in charge.
Woman or other respondents in future matchmaking. A separate site, dating.dialogue.org, hosts an app pitched as meaningful connections for exceptional people. Isn't that beautiful, Sagar?
Yeah, it's all a bit, it's actually a bit creepy. I'm trying to find the exact quote. I'm reading a book right now called Railroaded. I sent it to you. Which is comparison to the AI. It's about the financialization specifically of railroads. And he has, I'm going to butcher the quote, but I can't find the exact one right now, where he talks about his real discovery was the sheer mediocrity of the Gilded Age class. Is that the more that he learned?
You guys, seriously. She for sure pegs Kyle. She railroads Kyle. I wouldn't put it past him. He does dye his hair. Fucking hell.
Was the sheer mediocrity of the Gilded Age class. Is that the more that he learned about them, he's like, they weren't special. They weren't particularly intelligent. They actually were just exceptionally good at like one very, very narrow thing and spectacularly lucky. And that the world that they ended up making was not intentional. It was purely accidental.
Talk about the
what you will see.
Dialogue thing. There's not much on, on this dialogue club, to be honest. There's the Wired article. There's a few people talking about it. I was hoping that somebody else would have some good information about what dialogue is. Doesn't seem like it. All right, too bad. Well, anyway, there's your dialogue society. So Peter Thiel has a secret society called Dialogue. He booing the presenters like Big Josh told him to. Yes, Big Josh, bro. Oh, fucking hell. Yeah, I was hoping we get some more information about the dialogue. The secret society. Oh, dude, is that what it looks like now? I thought that was grass. Is that what the fucking pool looks like now? Someone said, why is the pool greener than the grass next to it? That's crazy. I didn't realize. Wow. Uh-oh. Yeah, there are a lot of political grifters that ramble on about nothing. Pure slop tubers, Kyle included. There you go, Jag. That one's for you, bro. People are shitting on Kyle. Government choosing. I've actually heard of that too. Like a lot of millionaires and billionaires have average intelligence. Like it's almost like they get their power from a monopoly on resources for some reason. How about Joe? What's this? Bro, is this the list of everyone that's on the 220 people? Holy shit. Hobo Joe, bro. Look at this. Look at these names. Well, well, well. Well, well, well. Top government officials, top elected officials, billionaires, and those in security. Well, well, well. Very interesting. This is the surveillance capitalist world, man. Damn, we got the feel less list before the Epstein list. So good. I do what I can. Thank you. That's crazy. That's crazy. I love my slop spoon, but our slop's better. I think Wiki has information too. Okay. I wanted it in the form of a video. Holy shit, mystery movement in the list. You have some explaining to do, bro. I don't know what you're talking about. It's not true. It's not true. Sam Harris, podcast host. What the fuck? What's that about? God damn. Very interesting group of people, eh? All right, well, anyway, there's your secret society. It's all coming together now. It says CEO of Bitch Biscuit LLC. That's it. Once we incorporate, bro, it's going to be fucking Bitch Biscuit. That'll be the name of our corporation. And do I get to be CEO? CEO King, elected by the board? Ezra Klein, damn. Kyle's video is probably better. Actually, he's good at listing all this shit in tabloid schlop format. Ladies and gentlemen, we got... Yeah, Ted Cruz is on the list. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Oh, man. Fucking hell. All right. We're moving on to another topic now. We're moving on. Oh, we did that already. Oh, yeah, fair enough. Oh, is Captain Bucket still in the house? There you are. I guess we can do this one for you, man. We're going to have a look at this one. This might be interesting. I wanted to watch this for days. I haven't had the opportunity. Wait, NYT, Shill, Ezra Klein. Only the tip of the top. My vid? Yeah, fuck yeah, let's do it. He made a book called Abundance, and it's all the libs in the USA loved. All right, give me 1 second. We'll be right back. Give me 1 second.
When they tell me why, when they tell me why,
This video is going to suck. I don't know, man. It could be interesting. Like the left wing, there's no such thing. Political spectrum is a myth. Like, why not? Fuck, it's cold in my house today. God damn. I always told my uncle he was not to be trusted. Ezra Klein we're talking about? Dude, Hobo Joe, what have you done? Mystery is the HNIC. What the hell fuck is that? Ezra. Huh. What's a HNIC? Actually, do I want to know? There's a few mic drops in this vid. Oh, here it comes. Abundance. Ezra Klein and Derek Thompson. Yeah, this was all the rage last year, wasn't it? Alright, let's do this. Let's fucking do this one, y'all. This guy's got great production. I'm jealous. I'm jealous, man.
So lately, I've been getting a lot of comments on my YouTube essays, which makes me really happy. And most of these comments are funny and smart. But there is one type of comment I get quite often that does bother me and that we need to talk about.
Puppet of radical left. Useless commie.
Let me just call this guy out for what he...
Useless commie. It's commie with an I. So good. Useless commie. Is that you, Saint Chi or Han in the comments section? This poor guy is getting hammered here.
A bloody communist.
This is such a disgustingly Marxist-Leninist clip.
These nutty left-wing guys. Even the haircut looks like a lefty kind of haircut.
So why do these comments bother me? Well, it's not because they call me things that I'm not. I don't care about that. No, they bother me because they illustrate a deeper problem in
so good.
today's society, which is that there's a tendency to view absolutely everything through the lens of a left-right spectrum. So in this essay, I will show you where the left-right spectrum comes from, and I will explain why left-right thinking is stupid.
Are these comments to you? Yeah, bitch biscuit kind of. Yes. Like, every time right-wing people get upset on lefty content, they have to fucking make fun of people's fucking haircuts. So good. Oh man. Caesar was a commie. Hey? Yeah, look at that haircut. Caesar had that. You must be a libertarian. I wouldn't say a lefty haircut so much as Jim Carrey in Dumb and Dumber.
In 1789, France was on the brink of bankruptcy. So to address the crisis, the French king Louis XVI summoned a meeting with the three estates of French society: the clergy, the nobility, and the commoners. But this meeting didn't turn out quite as the king had hoped, because at the meeting, the third estate, the commoners, made a bold and unprecedented move. They declared that they, and not the nobility or clergy, truly represented the French people. Following this declaration, which was the starting point of the French Revolution, the people who supported the revolution started sitting down on the left side of the assembly hall, and those who opposed this revolution started sitting down on the right side of the assembly hall.
I don't know about that. That's not actually very accurate at all. It didn't look like this. This was where the king assembled the three estates. This is like the palace hall in Versailles, where like the three groups get together. The nobility, the clergy, and the third estate, which was, representatives from the towns and the country and all that sort of stuff. So yes, they represented the commoners, but they were bourgeois. They were the original bourgeois, the rich persons like lawyers, merchants from like that didn't have noble status, but like they didn't assemble like this. They actually assembled in the tennis court, where they decided that they were going to break away from the nobility and the clergy and the king and do their own thing. We make our own government with blackjack and hookers. They didn't do it here. It's a good visual, but it's not accurate.
And this seating arrangement is the origin of the left-right political spectrum. Today, over 200...
It's not. That's wrong. When the third estate got together, the commoners, as he described them, they went to the tennis court at Versailles, and they got locked in the tennis court, and they did the tennis court oath, where they decided that they were going to make their own government with blackjack and hookers. But like they wanted to get rid of like the power of the king. And set up a form of governance that would allow them to have rule as well and representation. And those that were like fucking radical and wanted to get rid of the king sat on the left or moved to the left side of the court. And then those that were like, no, we can still have the king. We just need to like make it a little bit fairer. Were on the right hand side. So basically, cucks for the establishment and the king are right wing people. And like people that are radical and want more liberation, and like overthrow the established order, sat on the left. But that was in a separate room. It wasn't here, as he was talking about this history lesson with like similar context. Like he's in the right part, but like not in like the room that he described there. That's all. This video already sucks. No. He's like, we like the other video that he did. It's just like that representation wasn't very accurate like that.
Years later, the idea of a left-right spectrum is so ingrained in political thought that if you go to the library and pick up almost any introductory textbook in political science, it will start by explaining this left-right spectrum. On this spectrum, conservatives are to the right and socialists to the left. And
there is no his story without her story. Nah, eh?
Sometimes other labels or more steps are added, like radical, progressive, liberal, moderate, or reactionary. This left-right spectrum is interesting because there is a correlation between respective sides of this spectrum and certain policy positions. People who identify with either side of the spectrum, they tend to hold a particular basket of political opinions. For example, tax cuts are today considered to be a right-wing position. This means that if person A supports lower taxes, then he's also more likely than not to support other positions that currently are clustered on the right wing, such as support for Israel's military actions and opposition to immigration. And conversely, if person B supports higher taxes, then he's likely to be on the opposing sides of all of these other issues. In other words, he will oppose Israel's military actions and he will be favorable towards immigration. And here comes...
All right, you guys are being fucking profiled. How does everyone feel? Do they feel profiled? Do you feel like you've been shoved into a little box there? Anyone right-wing on here? Feel like they like tax cuts, they support is not rail, but they oppose migration. Anyone on the left like a good tax raise, oppose is not rail, and support immigration? Profile me, daddy. Oh no, Panini ate the corner of my glasses. Not the actual glass, I hope. My God. AI daddy. Haha, the labels. Labels. Feels good. My box is so warm. Don't identify with either because they have hair and I'm bald. Oh, what? As in person A and person B. Hey? Yeah, I guess that is a... Look at how libertarian this guy looks. And like, I don't know about this guy though. Is he supposed to be like, what, working class? I don't think so. This guy just does look libertarian to me. Is that what you look like, Han? A world is cold. The world is cold and hard. Box is soft and warm. Tax cuts for the working class. Sanctions on Israel. Skilled migration. That guy's hair is right wing. yes, it is. Oh man, should have had left and right parts in the hair. Amateur hour here. Person A looks like Ben Shapiro's brother if he had one. No, watch a video of a Libertarian Party meeting. Oh, we actually did. Remember the guy with the toaster? They're like, what? What are they gonna need next? A license for my toaster? I guess
it's a key question.
Mr. I think that hoodie you're wearing is conservative. Serious lack of bitch biscuits. There it is. Yeah, if this guy had a bitch biscuit, I'd be down with that.
Of this essay. Why is that? Why do many people's beliefs across separate issues like taxes, foreign policy, and immigration cluster this way as either left or right? Why is it that someone who's for lower taxes also is more likely than not to also oppose immigration, even though these two are completely different topics? Well, the most common explanation for this that you will find in textbooks and newspapers and hear from pundits is that the left-right spectrum actually captures an important essence of human nature.
Ugh. Bro, 4 AS, did you hear that? Someone just said human nature again. Ugh. What is this, Han? Is this like, are we going to get beautiful libertarian looking people here? Better be beautiful people stuff. Oh God, it's quite the opposite. All right, here we go.
And a nationally televised political convention turns into a strip show. The viral video has been shared millions of times. 7 Action News reporter Simon Shaykhet introduces us to the man in the video who is defending his actions.
The video you're about to see gives new meaning to the term political action. It may not get your vote, but it will get your attention.
Human nature. Is this what libertarians do?
Term political action. It may not get your vote, but it will get your attention. It was the live broadcast no one expected to see on C-SPAN. Now a
free or die.
viral sensation. A man stripping down in the middle of the National Libertarian Party convention last Sunday in Orlando.
The political system is so corrupt that it needs to be stripped down to nothing.
That's why you took your clothes off?
That's why I took my clothes off.
James Weeks II of Howell wants to make sure you stand up for your rights. That's why he says he's taken down his clothes on national TV.
There was a lot of people who got it instantly, and I was really happy to see that. Without me having to really even say much, there was people that were messaging me. By the time I got back to my hotel room, my inbox on Facebook was blown up.
The outspoken candidate for Livingston County Sheriff has also run for Congress and most recently wanted to be National Party Chairman. The political party animal.
How did they get that video of me? I can't remember doing that. Oh, man. This is it, hon. This is it. Look at this guy with his anarchist symbol on his shirt. Hey, libertarians, anarchists. So many crossovers. So good. That's one's for you, ladies. Keep saying is not real. You're going to have to get over it, man. Honestly. Too quick to use censorship. They rely on hierarchy over ideas.
Gives this explanation for supporting his views over more traditional and fully clothed candidates.
We nominated Gary Johnson and Bill Weld. You have to actually sign a pledge of non-aggression to join the party. The pledge reads, I oppose the initiation of force to achieve political or social goals.
Sadly, James got only 2 votes for party chair, but he was also never arrested. Turns out his thong song may not be his swan song. Simon Shakett, 7 Action News.
Very good. His thong song might not be his swan song. I would vote for that guy. That's funny as fuck. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. Oh man, did I just see Peen? No, I don't think so. I think he had like a G-banger on or something. Only 2 votes is disgusting. Americans. Naked guy has better haircut than this guy.
This has been called the essentialist theory of politics, and it's completely wrong. I was born on 3rd of February, and according to astrology, this birth date makes me a so-called Aquarius, which is a person who is intellectual, creative, and independent. In astrology, there is a simple way to completely understand someone's personality. All you need to do is to place that person on a spectrum of personality that is based on one single essential parameter, date of birth. Donald Trump, for example, was born in mid-June and is a Gemini. Therefore, we know that he has an outgoing, versatile, and curious personality. Needless to say, astrology is nonsense. The essentialist theory of politics is very similar to astrology in that this theory says that there is a simple way to completely understand someone's political views. All you need to do is to place that person on a left-right spectrum that is based on one single essential parameter, how much you want change. If you want change, you're on the left. If you don't want change, you're on the right. Your position on this line, in turn, supposedly explains all of your other political beliefs. So the reason why someone who wants lower taxes also supports...
You're talking about dialectical thinking the other day, Voltaire. Like, the political spectrum here is a lovely case study in how dialectics is supposed to work, and how you have a push and pull between 2 contrary forces that are like bound to one another. They can't exist on their own. Like, you don't have right wing without left wing, vice versa. They exist, and the force of the struggle between the 2 pushes in a certain direction, and that direction is the change that you see, the evolution of the 2 contrary forces. And so there's a dialectical analysis or understanding of every phenomenon out there, because everything exists in a relationship with something else. Usually it's context, but like in this case it's 2 opposing forces in the same political sphere. And like, this is a really good way of understanding dialectics, the left and right political spectrum. And so like, but like the way that he's used it, the description here is like being pro-change or anti-change. And so it pushes in either direction. And what you get is a form of change over time, but like, who's the dominating force? Is it the anti-change people or the pro-change people? And like, which direction does it move over time? Because nothing stays static. And does it move generally towards a progressive side or like a retrogressive side. And like I would say naturally most issues move progressively over time. Like at the moment, conservatives, for the most part, apart from what we saw last week, don't argue anymore that women shouldn't vote. I know we saw something last week where there were conservatives arguing that women shouldn't vote. But like that used to be a hot topic 100 years ago. Every conservative would be like, no, women shouldn't vote. And progressives would be like, yes, women should vote. Now 100 years later, like it's kind of just taken for granted that women vote. Apparently that's on the discussion board again. But like the long march of history is the struggle between two forces and like which way do they tend to go. And politically, it would seem that things tend towards the progressive movement. But like the way that it progresses or the way that it, like its trajectory is based on the struggle between these forces, which is interesting. Yeah, like the laws of natural selection. Yeah, the dog and, what do they call it? The cat and mouse game of evolution between two forces. It's crazy. Oh man, you really love He's Not Rail. He apparently does. Needs another goon. He's a gooner.
Israel's military actions and opposes migration is because that person is anti-Jew.
So that's why I appreciate Han in the chat. It makes me think about things after, so I'm more prepared on a well thought out conclusion. No. So I'm more prepared on a well thought out response to better articulate. Have to consider how the opposing view might relate to your view and come to a better conclusion. Interesting. Oi, you have a permit to do your own thinking, but not in a vacuum, Han. That's the real lesson here.
Change. This is a convenient theory because it allows us to boil all political issues down to one essential question. The only problem, though, is that this theory is false. It's nothing more than astrology for politics. If the essentialist theory would be correct, then all of the issues that are bundled together on one side of the spectrum would stay there across time and across context, because they're all supposedly to be pro or against change, but they don't. Historical evidence shows that issues constantly shift between the left and the right. As for taxes, the famous right-wing politicians Boris Johnson and George H.W. Bush both adopted tax increases, while the left-wing Barack Obama and Tony Blair both implemented significant tax cuts. And as for support for Israel, the man who's considered the archetypical right-wing extremist, Adolf Hitler, would clearly not support Israel. Meanwhile, it was the Democrat Harry S. Truman who was instrumental in establishing Israel in 1948. As for immigration, the conservative icon Ronald Reagan wanted to grant amnesty to millions of undocumented immigrants. And meanwhile, even the socialist icon Bernie Sanders has voiced opposition to unhindered immigration. In other words, there is no fixed essence behind the left and the right. Also, it doesn't matter if
Han is the chat whetstone. Man, that is apt. Astrology for politics. It's not bad, isn't it? It's not bad. I think that's what Captain Bucket was talking about before Gum and Cheese Wing. He was like, there will be a couple of moments in here of like, ooh, oh, okay. Okay. I mean, watching blanket hate for an entire country become mainstream, yeah, that makes me butthurt too. We disposed the Aboriginals and the Israelis disposed the Palestinians. Our wars lasted for over 200 years in campaigns. So perhaps will theirs, unless they learn from the mistakes of our past. Like, is all theft that bad? All right, back to it.
If you say that the true essence is not change, but instead, for example, big versus small government, or equality versus hierarchy, or collectivism versus freedom, any proposed essence falls apart under scrutiny.
Research has also shown in experiments that people's views on issues do not cluster to the current left-right spectrum until after they're socialized into the left-right way of thinking.
But then the question remains, right? If there isn't a single essence that binds together all the positions that are held on either sides of the spectrum, like whether or not they're pro or against change, then why do many people bundle their positions to what is currently considered left-wing or right-wing? This is Strawberry Arena, home of my football team, AIK.
In Stockholm, there are three major teams: AIK in the northwest, Hammarby from the south, and Djurgården from the east. And I grew up north of Stockholm, so naturally AIK became my team.
And like most sports fans, I support this team year after year, even though all the players, all the coaches, essentially everything about the team is constantly changing. There is no fixed essence that binds me to the team. It's just my chosen tribe. And most of us realize that it's this type of tribalism that forms our sports loyalties. But what many fail to realize is that it's also this type of tribalism that forms most of our political opinions.
In their book, The Myth of Left and Right, Hiram Lewis and Vernon Lewis argue that we form our political positions just like we form our sports loyalties. People first anchor into an ideological tribe because of family, peers, or a single issue that they feel strongly about, and only then adopt the full range of beliefs associated with that tribe.
They call this the social theory of politics, and in their book, they point to overwhelming evidence that this theory better explains political attitudes than the essentialist theory that we have just discussed.
Religious Americans are today strongly anchored to the American right-wing tribe, but research shows that it wasn't until the 1970s, when abortion became a political issue, that the religious groups anchored with the right-wing tribe. Not until then that they adopted other opinions.
Ooh, Heidi, how you going? Hope you're well. It's good to have you.
The American right-wing, like lower taxes and climate change skepticism. Another fun study showed that when self-identified conservatives were told that Donald Trump supported a policy like increased minimum wage, then they would also strongly support it. But if they were told that Donald Trump opposed that very same policy, then they would also strongly oppose it. As the famous scholar Dan Cahan has put
Totally
it,
agree. Minimum wage is socialism. So good. It is. Dirty commies and their fucking minimum wage.
people endorse whichever position reinforces their connection to others with whom they share important commitments.
So the weight of the evidence points to that there is no philosophical essence like...
That's why this stream is so weird. That's right, all of you out there, you're all weird. Like, what he's talking about here is the general tribalism of politics. And it's true. Politics is very fucking tribal. People endorse whichever position reinforces their connection to others with whom they share important commitments and ideas, usually broadly defined in social media landscape as fucking echo chambers. And here we are, all of you guys. I'm proud of all of you. If you're watching this right now, after the fact, whatever, you're lurking. If you're hanging out in this stream, like, have you seen the animosity in the fucking chat today? All these people outside of their little comfort zones and their echo chambers, talking to each other, fighting each other. This is a weird stream. People usually converge and connect with others, politically anyway, based on what they feel comfortable with. And they try to, and they'll double down on those connections and fervently fight for them. But we've transcended that. Humans are tribal, yeah, and it's hard to transcend that nature. And politics is very visceral like that. Echo chambers are bad. Not this echo chamber. It's good. Well, if it is an echo chamber, it's a very peculiar one. That's for sure. At least somebody tells me they're proud of me.
So the weight of the evidence points to that there is no philosophical essence, like pro or against change, that binds together the different views on the left and on the right. Instead, what binds opinions together is mostly social conformity and tribalism.
Batshit crazy. It's been so abandoned in the house. Hope you're well. If this is an echo chamber, it ain't echoing. There's one loose echo chamber.
There are many issues in politics. Taxes, immigration, foreign policy, defense, the environment, trade policy, healthcare, elder care, education, criminal justice, gun rights, labor rights, infrastructure, privacy, antitrust, the list goes on. However, left-right thinking makes us believe that all of these issues can be condensed into a one-dimensional spectrum conceived during the French Revolution. That is absurd. Some researchers are experimenting with adding more dimensions to the spectrum. One example is the GAL-TAN model that takes a traditional left-right spectrum and adds another dimension with GAL, green alternative and liberal at one end, and TAN, traditional authoritarian and nationalist at the other. But I believe quasi-scientific models like these are problematic because they reinforce the illusion of coherence in political clustering, which validates tribalism and discourages independent thought.
It definitely discourages independent thought, that's for sure. The YouTube chat is like a local bar. Don't worry about him, he's a regular. I break up the echo chamber. Yeah, alright, Han, calm down. Okay. Everybody sharpens their ideas of you. Breaking up the echo chamber. Calm down. All right. My friend, when he got into a nighttime bashing with a glass bottle with his friend for fun. Who does that for fun? What the hell? Whose comment is that? That's you, Jingle Jangle Jam. With his friend for fun, ended up not pressing charges, but he was joking in the emergency ward to his surgeons about them. God damn. Did someone say gun rights? Dilemmas in the house. How you going? We say that about Han here. And just like a bar, we have an alcoholic. Well, Danger is my middle name. All right, let's get back to this.
We humans will always have tribal tendencies, but we haven't always been this tribal about politics, and we don't have to be. Just as sports teams want us to be loyal fans who buy tickets and merch, politicians want us to be loyal voters. And if we're loyal to the political spectrum, then we'll also be loyal to the media that is positioned on this spectrum, and the algorithms will amplify this dynamic. All of these forces put enormous pressure on us to become more tribal and to lean into either the left tribe or the right tribe. But we can and we need to resist this tribal pressure. Inspired by the book The Myth of Left and Right, here are 3 things we can do to resist this pressure. 1. Let's go granular. Don't call things left or right, say instead what you actually mean. If someone is a wealth tax advocate, call him that. Don't call him a communist. And if someone wants to stop immigration...
Dirty commie. He makes some solid points. I don't think so. Ape together. Strong. That one's from you, Dilemmas. Voltato is paying homage. Interesting. Yeah, when the stick up man enters the bar... You will all hide behind your dates or under the bar stool, and I will have to take care of business. You tolerate me for a reason. Yes, that's why you're here in digital form, to stick up for us when we need a hero. This is what I advocate for. It's not fat, it's dormant power. Just use proper language. Interesting.
Say that. You don't have to call her a right-wing extremist. 2. Let's disagree. So I sometimes...
Our savior, that is top 5 comment from you.
And if someone wants to stop immigration, say that. You don't have to call her a right-wing extremist.
Why
2.
not?
Let's disagree. So I sometimes get comments like this.
I saw around 5 to 6 videos of yours and were amazed by the quality in every aspect. I was just about becoming a Patreon supporter. Then I watched this video about migration, and you've lost me just there.
Left-right thinking spreads the myth that you have to either agree or disagree with people about everything, which is of course neither true nor possible. Instead, we have to welcome disagreement, especially with people we respect, because research shows that allowing for disagreement makes all of us smarter and more efficient. 3, and perhaps most importantly, let's consume less meat.
Voiceovers are accurate. What, better than when Hassan goes to Cuba? Voiceovers.
3, and perhaps most importantly, let's consume less news. Because by playing into our tribal tendencies, the media and the digital platforms have made us believe that we are doing a good thing for society if we're constantly living inside our feeds and in the news. But in fact, the opposite is true. To quote the author Oliver Berkman, in an age of attention scarcity, the greatest act of good citizenship may be learning to withdraw your attention from everything except the battles.
I think there's a ground news ad.
You've chosen to fight. My name is Anders.
Fuck ground news. There it is. Fuck ground news. All right, that was interesting. That was interesting, but like that's pretty much solid mystery channel rhetoric right there, isn't it? It's like, why is there a left-right fucking culture war position on this one? Why? Like, does there have to be a left and right wing position on this issue? Does it have to be like that? Does it? Does it? Oh, fuck. No ground news. It's a fair call. Political spectrum. Like, it helps. It can help with some forms of analysis, I guess. But, like, should you base your life on it? Fuck no. Absolutely not. And does it distract us from the only type of political divide that matters? Political economy. The only divide is up and down, not left and right. Absolutely. Only thing that matters. The quote in the conclusion is a banger. In an age of attention scarcity, the greatest act of good citizenship may be learning to withdraw your attention from everything except the battles you've chosen to fight. It's not a bad one. It's hard to choose, hey, what to concentrate on, what to focus your energy on. That's why we focus on the class war. I think people perpetuate culture wars unconsciously a lot, though. Yes. It becomes part of their essence, and they default to it. Actually search. Like, sometimes when people hear a new issue, they're like, oh. And they're afraid to have their own opinion on something until they hear a left or a right-wing position on it. And that's why they go to their favorite political commentator. Tell me what to think about this issue. Tell me what to think about this issue. And then they formulate their own opinion based on that. Like, oh, thank God. Now it's safe to say my opinion on this political issue. It does help when you are going through your media training. 100%, you should divide left and right. How else are you going to be told what to do? Yes, interesting. Benzo Bandit, very interesting. Very interesting. All right, thank you for that contribution. The statement at 1050. Oh, not that last quote. Another one. Statement at 1050.
Analyst at the other. But I believe quasi-scientific models like these are problematic because they reinforce the illusion of coherence in political clustering, which validates tribalism and discourages independent thought.
Yeah, reinforce the illusion of coherence, validating tribalism and discouraging independent thought. It definitely does do that, doesn't it? The culture wars. It discourages independent thought because then you can just feel safe by being on the left or the right side of an issue. And you don't have to critically think about the issue at all. It's just like, oh, I oppose the other side on this one. Why exactly? I'm not sure. Somebody will explain it to me and I'll regurgitate that. All right. Let's do this. Thank you for that contribution there, Captain Bucket. It's been a nice one. All right, this one's for you, 4IS. You brought this up the other day, and we've been generally following the Cuba situation. Now, trigger warning for people that think everything is about shitting on the US. This will trigger you, so maybe you want to turn away or mute your sound, because this piece of content and this subject area is going to deal with a view that is critical of the United States of America. So if you are offended by that, and you're easily affected, then you might have to turn away now, because in order to critically analyze what's going on in Cuba, you're going to have to be critical of US foreign policy. So if that is you, then like you have been warned, and I hope you are okay. So recently, over the last few weeks, over the last 6 months, let's be honest, we have been watching and analyzing the situation that's evolving between the US and Cuba. The US have been making decisions to increase sanctions on Cuba. They've been slowly strangling them economically. We've heard Trump say on multiple occasions, most notably, things to the effect of, no, we're not going to do anything with Cuba because that's why we are, strangling their economy, basically, because the people will rise up eventually and overthrow the Cuban government. Now, 4IS pointed our attention, yesterday maybe, or the day before, to the fact that Cuba is actually restructuring its economic policy internally to open up stuff to the free market. I know there'll be a few people in here that love that idea and sucked in Cuba. That's what you get. Fuck around and find out. And now they're actually liberalizing their economy a little bit. So if you did not know, Cuba describes itself as a socialist government or a socialist society, and they have large-scale nationalization of the economy in Cuba. And so in a effort, I'm assuming, to get some type of economic relief despite the situation that they are under, the pressures that they're under from the US, they are looking to open up their economy, apparently, to the free market. There's so little information out there on this, it's hard to find. The best piece I've found is 1 minute and 30 seconds on this. But this is the thing that you talked about, 4IS, if you're still here. I'm against force. The US should not force Cuba to help their own citizens. Right, I see what you did there. Interesting. All right, let's do this.
In a landmark address to Parliament, Prime Minister Manuel Marrero Thursday unveiled 176 reforms to open up Cuba's tightly controlled economy. The package was unanimously approved by the National Assembly, marking a major shift in economic policy.
Propuesta para enfrentar la crisis.
Bye-bye, Joe. Might catch you later. Before we finish up, good luck with the pickup.
These are proposals to confront the crisis, opening a transformative window that...
When someone goes grrr in the chat now, does everyone just start going off? All thanks to... You know what we're doing, right? We are copying Virginia Reinhardt when we do this. Every time I just think of her going grrr, grrr, goes the bulldozer, apparently. I wonder how long the camera was positioned there to catch the only new vehicle in Cuba.
Tightly controlled economy. The package was unanimously approved by the National Assembly, marking a major shift in economic policy.
Propuesta para enfrentar la crisis.
These are proposals to confront the crisis, opening a transformative window that, if not implemented now, could bring irreversible political and social consequences.
Facing its worst economic crisis in decades, Cuba is grappling with widespread shortages of food, fuel, and medicine, as well as frequent blackouts. The reforms mark the biggest economic shift since Fidel Castro's 1959 revolution. Key measures include turning state companies into commercial enterprises. Private firms with
this is how they're gonna fucking get rid of socialism, evil socialism, and open up to the world economy. State-owned enterprises will be transformed into commercial companies. Large companies, unlimited in size, will be authorized. There you go. There goes the limits on capital. This is crazy.
More than 100 employees, previously banned, will now be allowed. Cubans will also be able to own multiple businesses and acquire stakes in other firms. Foreign investment will be opened up, including in fuel trading.
In foreign investment. Cubans will be able to own multiple businesses.
Foreign investment
in the private sector to be allowed. Damn. Catch ya. Have a good rest of the stream. Come and cheers ring. Good to have you these days. Thanks for hanging out. That's mental. Like, this is a complete overhaul of their economic system if they do this.
Will be opened up, including in fuel trading. The move comes amid mounting pressure from Washington. Since January, a U.S. oil blockade has pushed the economy to the brink, with President Trump threatening military action.
We're going to see what they do, and obviously, if they do one thing, we're going to do something. If they make smart decisions, we're going to have a much better relationship with that island.
Former leader Raul Castro had reportedly approved the measures before they were presented to Parliament. It remains unclear, however, when they will come into force.
I can't help but think, is this some type of effort to appease the Americans somehow? Be like, look, we're liberalizing our economy the way you want it. Eh? Look, we can let foreign capital in. We'll allow people to have businesses, multiple businesses. We're going to shut down state-owned enterprises and hand them over to commercial interests. Is this what you want? Is this what you want? I wonder if that's why they're doing it, or if it's literally just to get foreign capital that's outside of the US that doesn't mind getting around the sanctions somehow and encouraging other foreign capital interests to come in. I don't know, like China or something like that. So their economy looks more attractive to other people. I wonder why they're doing this exactly. Because if they liberalize their economy and allow it to open to foreign investment, but no one can come in because they're heavily sanctioned, what's the point? What's the fucking point? I didn't see this one coming, to be honest. That one's for you four, I guess. There's another one that I wanted to watch in regards to this. I'm going to have to do some translating, I guess. This is Cuban president explains Cuban democracy. President Miguel Diaz-Canel explains the country's democracy. And let's understand how their system actually works. I think there's a lot of speculation on how Cuba actually works. But I think we're going to get a lesson in what the politics is.
Let's talk about another aspect that has been criticized post-revolution, which is democracy here in Cuba. There's a one-party system. Many Americans would call Cuban governance a dictatorship. Can you talk about why you think it's necessary to defend this political system?
Bueno, vamos a hablar de la democracia
primero. Democracy first.
Observa que hay muchas
Note there are
maneras
many ways
de
to
ejercer la
practice
democracia.
democracy.
Hay
Fair
muchos
point.
conceptos
There are many concepts of
de
democracy, and there are
democracia
many
y hay muchas
manipulations
manipulaciones sobre los
on the
conceptos
concepts
de la
of
democracia.
democracy.
Porque un sistema
Because a
político
political
escogido
system
por un
chosen
país,
by a country,
apoyado por el
supported by the
pueblo,
people, has
tiene
to
que
start from a
partir
historical vision,
de la visión histórica, de las raíces, de
from
la
the roots
cultura
and culture of that
de ese
country.
país. Tiene que ver con la manera
It
en
has
que
to do
Martí
with the
concibió
way in which
la necesidad del
Marty
Partido
saw the
Revolucionario
need of the Cuban
Cubano
Revolutionary
para
Party
ganar
in
la
order to
guerra
win
contra
the
la
war
metrópoli
against
española
the
y lograr la
Spanish
independencia
and achieve
sobre la
independence on the
base de la
basis of
unidad.
unity.
During the century before the revolution, one figure became the symbol of independence and revolution in the hearts of the Cuban people: José Martí. Referred to as the apostle of Cuban independence, Martí was a poet, philosopher, journalist, and revolutionary. His theories on the necessity of a revolution.
You really think the US is going to let foreign investment into Cuba? Like, I don't know. Like, the only thing that we could figure out when we've tried to sort this out in the past is like the way that the sanctions work is you can't do business with Cuba and do business with the Americans. And like, there's so many companies in China that could easily split their corporation in two, or like just have different names for the same corporate entity and trade with America and still trade fine with Cuba if they really wanted to service the Cuban market, that is, the Chinese, for some reason. So like, yeah, China could do it. Like Russia seems to be fairly limited in its abilities at the moment. Like, how the fuck is Russia going to get stuff to Cuba, honestly? Like, they keep on getting their ships intercepted by the Europeans. And like, who in South America is actually going to do business with Cuba, to be honest? They're all, I would say, rightly scared of American retaliation. Like, even Mexico, like Trump turned around to Sheinbaum and was like, you stop. We don't want to see you providing any oil to Cuba. And she was like, okay, you get it. You got it. Americans, when foreign countries don't govern a country by their own standards. Yes. Yeah. Cuba is going to save the world with their bee studies. The US's bees are dying from mites, and Cuba has a solution. Karma is amazing. Russia invested in Cuba. That went well. LOL. Yeah. Won't America just own Cuba now? Wow. That's what they're moving towards. I'd say. I heard someone talking the other day, and they're just like, well, now Trump's been humiliated in Iran. He'll want to, get one back on the board, kind of thing, and so he'll be looking to Cuba potentially, or Greenland, so he can get another win on the board. Soviet Union, actually, then yes. Poor Cuba.
Revolutionary Party were instrumental in the creation of the post-revolutionary Cuban government. When Martí was killed in battle against the Spanish in 1895, it was a turning point for Cubans, stoking more revolutionary consciousness among the masses of Cubans living under the boot of Spanish colonization.
Tiene que ver también con que la historia nuestra nos dice que cuando Cuba estuvo
Our history shows very clearly that our failures come about when Cuba is disunited.
Vinieron nuestros fracasos. La guerra de independencia de los 10 años no fue una guerra que terminó con una victoria
did not end in victory due to the regionalism and lack
y por la falta de unidad. La guerra chiquita
so-called little
luego a ser
war
una guerra
never
grande, no
turned
terminó con
into a major war.
independencia
It did not
por
result
la
in
desunión.
independence because of the disunity. War of independence.
La guerra del
The War of
95
Independence,
terminó con una
1995, ended
invasión
with US
norteamericana y con
invasion
una
and
dependencia
dependence
del
on
gobierno de los
the
Estados
US.
Unidos por la desunión.
Dude, is this the one that like Teddy went along to? Teddy Roosevelt? Did he go along to fight the Spanish and liberate the Cubans? I wonder if this is the same one. Because even the Monroe Doctrine was about that, right? They wanted to kick the Spanish out and get the Europeans out of the Western Hemisphere. A revolution means to have a rapid, fast-paced change towards progress in the future. Unfortunately, Cuba still had the same 1950s cars and infrastructure by the 70s and later. Castro got be all heroic, romantic revolutionary and his buddies, but he was better at being Ned Kelly in the heels than at actually governing. Ooh.
La revolución del 33 se fue abolida por la desunión.
The revolutionary of 1933 went down in flames because of disunity. General Batista overthrows the sitting governor, taking charge of the head of state as provisional president of the Republic of Cuba.
Y cuando la revolución
brought together
las principales fuerzas políticas, las unió un solo partido, con la misma concepción martiana del Partido Revolucionario Cubano, nosotros hemos logrado vencer la misma concepción martiana del Partido Revolucionario Cubano.
Cuban Revolutionary Party.
Nosotros hemos logrado vencer la adversidad, hemos logrado vencer el bloqueo, hemos logrado superar toda la agresión imperialista.
Overcome imperialist aggression. I think that's what they use as their technical term for having foreign pressure put on them to explain their dire circumstances, whether you agree with it or not, apparently. Presidente de República a Cuba. I will turn these boobs around right now and go, be nice or no boob window. Okay, I get it. Say my name. I will get my tits out. They're nice and hairy.
La revolución pone totalmente en manos de los obreros
labor justice entirely in the hands of the
la
workers.
justicia laboral. 10.000 consejos de trabajo surgidos de las masas comenzarán a funcionar el 1 de enero.
Contrary to what many in the U.S. believe, Cuba does have regular elections, with a history of high voter turnout, ranging from 70 to over 90%.
Wow, whoa. They got high voter turnout. Interesting. Why? But why? I thought they live in a dictatorship.
Contrary to what many in the U.S. believe, Cuba does have regular elections, with a history of high voter
They probably get fined if they don't vote. When they have more than 90% then.
turnout, ranging from 70 to over 90%. Although officially a one-party state, the Cuban system is more complex than it might appear. Municipal elections are held every 2.5 years to select delegates from local districts. These elections are competitive, nonpartisan, and are not run by the Communist Party.
Entonces en Cuba, como todo el mundo no
They
vota
claim that in Cuba, since everyone does not vote directly for the main position,
directamente por los principales cargos, no hay democracia.
there is no democracy. However, in Cuba, we vote for the main positions from the start.
En Cuba se vota por los principales cargos en un inicio, desde un inicio. Si
If
no
you're not
eres
elected and approved by the
y
vote
además
of the people,
aprobado con el voto de las poblaciones, no llegas hasta acá. Yo no
you
pudiera
do
estar
not get
hablando contigo como
there. I
presidente
could
del
not be
país
talking to you
si a
as
mí no me
president
hubieran
of this
elegido en un
country had I
distrito
not been elected in a district, in a
de una
city
ciudad de
in this
este país.
country.
Por eso en Cuba es fácil ver a un
This is why
diputado que puede ser
in Cuba, it's easy to see a deputy who can be a scientist. What? Outrageous.
un científico, que puede ser un campesino, que puede ser un maestro, que puede ser médico, que puede ser un obrero. Después de eso, las personas, a través de las organizaciones de la sociedad civil, dan criterios sobre entre los diputados quiénes son los que deben ocupar las principales responsabilidades en el país. Esa candidatura se lleva a aprobación de la Asamblea Nacional. Y después que se aprueba, la Asamblea Nacional vota por las principales responsabilidades del país. El voto a nivel de parlamento y no directo de toda la población para elegir los principales cargos de un país no es un patrimonio solo de la democracia participativa en Cuba. Hay otros países, potencias incluso, que lo hacen. Y nadie habla de que ellos son antidemocráticos. El problema es que Cuba es un caso particular. Contra Cuba siempre hay un sesgo. Contra Cuba hay toda una orientación para distorsionar nuestras realidades y distorsionar nuestros conceptos. Tengo la convicción de que esto es más democrático que lo que se hace en otras partes del mundo. Lo que pasa es que la maquinaria mediática del gobierno de los Estados Unidos no quiere el ejemplo de Cuba con ese tipo de democracia. No es la democracia que ellos quieren para el mundo.
Yeah, they want bourgeois democracy, proper representative democracy. That's how it works. So, like, in order, this sounds like the Chinese system, to be honest. So, in order to get in and be part of the Communist Party, you have to be elected at the local level. Once you're elected at the local level, so like you would have, I guess, in wherever the fuck you are, local government elections, county elections, municipality elections, whatever you want to call them, you have to become a candidate and get elected to that position first. Once you're elected to local government, then there are particular positions at higher levels that can be filled. And once you're an elected official at the local level, you can then be chosen from that local level to then fill in key positions in the government from there. And then people vote on you to get to that position, but you have to be elected originally at the local level. So this is like more grassroots style democracy than what we have in somewhere like Australia, where you get to a government position or to a position, an elected position based on what's like level of government you're trying to get into. So if you're going for a federal level position, then you run for federal politics, and then you get put in charge of like a portfolio, like a specific section or a department or something like that, based on your affiliation to a party, as opposed to your being voted into that position. And so, like, once you move past the local election level in Cuba, you're all part of the Communist Party at that point. And you have various roles within that one-party system. But you have to get yourself into the race somehow by being elected at the local level. Like, you gotta give him, like, credit where it's due. Like, there are many ways to skin a cat. There are many, many ways to skin a cat. And so, like, yeah, democracy doesn't have to be the type of bourgeois democracy that we have in much of the Western world. Like representative, sorry, not bourgeois, they call it liberal democracy. It doesn't have to be the representative system that we have in the West. That's what we export to the world and say this is the best way to do it. It seems to be the best way to have that system managed by interest groups at each level. So you have large interest groups that are able to be represented at the federal level, intermediary interests that get managed at the state level if you have that, and then like local interests managed at the local level. As opposed to a system like in Cuba and China, actually, where they have elections to get people who are interested in politics in at the local level, and then they work themselves up as elected persons from a local level of politics. Then they work themselves based up on their skill set through the party and beyond. But it's like kind of more based on their merits as opposed to their affiliation with a party, if that makes sense. It is a different way of doing politics, that's for sure. That's if you're running as an independent. If you want to be PM of Labour, is a lot like this. They got to go from local to state to federal, and they have experience in party and achievements to boot. They don't have to start with local. Like, they can have notoriety within the party and like start state level if they want, start federal. They don't have to go from local to state to federal. They just have to be in the party. And like some people aren't even like party from the rank and file. They're just like prominent persons, if you know what I mean. But yeah, I know what you mean. Like, it's more of that in the way that Labour runs it. But like that's within one party as opposed to the entire system being like that. Green Party have votes within the party. It happened recently, but I couldn't vote because you had to be a member for 6 months before voting for stuff. Yeah. And like, yeah, most parties have the democratic process within the party. What they're talking about is the actual system itself is set up like that. It's a one-party state. So once you get in at the local level, then it's the one party above that. And then you move based on your merits. Opposed to anything else. Interesting stuff. I can't believe they're liberalizing their economy. End of an era. End of an era. All right, let's do this one. I'm going to end on something I'm hoping is entertaining and not just completely gross. But like, since we've watched a 60-minute piece on here before, and it was kind of entertaining, I thought let's go 60 Minutes Australia again, just for the slop value. And like, we've talked about this recently. I think last week when we were watching those conservative women in America at the Erica conference, like that Turning Point USA Conservative Women's Conference, and they were talking about like literally considering taking the votes away from women, and like whether that is an appropriate measure or not. We started talking about like trad wives and like gender roles and like all that sort of stuff. And so like this one came up on my feed, and I was like, oh, I can't resist. The truth about trad wives and the men who want them. 60 Minutes Australia. So in in honor of the Turning Point USA event that we saw last week, where we had trad wives getting together and discussing whether or not women should even have equality, and should be allowed to vote. Let's see what a trad wife is in the Australian context. I wonder if they go through the same thought process about whether or not women should be allowed to vote. Like, I really thought that this was a non-starter, and like we were well beyond this. That's like 1,000 years old, that debate. Well, not 1,000. It's like 100-year-old debate, and we've moved beyond that. But we're about to find out, and it's 60 minutes, so it's going to be like high-quality journalism. So strap yourselves in. Let's see what they have to say here. Barefoot and pregnant and in the kitchen. Ah, there it is. Trad wives being able to afford to stay at home as a parent. Yeah, what a luxury that is, actually. What a luxury that is. It really is in this day and age. More culture wars. Yeah, well, like this culture war has actual effects on political liberation, it would seem. Like, they were seriously considering, last week when we looked at this, taking away votes from 50% of the adult population. Pretty scary stuff. This one has an objective consequence for society. I'm also just hoping it's going to be entertaining, but like, we'll find out.
Coming up on 60 Minutes.
Typical blue and pink jobs, boy jobs and girl jobs.
Yep. Generation old-fashioned.
That means submitting to my husband.
The rise and rise of the trad wife.
Do you see the trad wife movement as a warning?
Absolutely. I don't think this movement is just...
Oh, it's a thing. Like, it's a social media trend. Trad wives. Ah. Interesting. Higher chance to be a trad wife when you have a more progressive system. Huh. What? Because you can support people better. You can support more people. It's like having another child that's a full-grown man. Oh, hell yeah.
By women.
That's next on 60 Minutes.
You might think that in 2026, anyone coming out and saying a woman's place is in the home would prompt immediate demands for them to wash their mouths out with soap. But what if the people saying it were in fact the women themselves? Well, that's exactly what's now happening more and more often. It's thanks to a growing movement of so-called tradwives, women who, with their husband's blessing or expectation, are choosing to return to traditional household roles. Put simply,
without men, women wouldn't have the right to vote. Well, it's like, you're not wrong. Just not sure what your point is. And to be a lot of men in solidarity with women seeking the vote. Is that what you mean? Eh? There's a problem. There's probably some funny compilations of people shitting on tradwife TikTokers. That's what we do. Sorry, what would we do without men? Eh? It's a fetish, I swear.
He's the breadwinner. She's the bread maker. How does your household work? Who does what?
Well, typical blue and pink jobs, but then we are a team at the end of the day.
So blue and pink jobs?
Yep.
What the fuck's a blue and pink job? Eh? We're about to find out. Without women, men wouldn't exist.
Boy jobs and girl jobs?
Yep. I'd say like me, cooking and cleaning. Creshy's outside doing all of the...
She calls her husband Creshy. Fuck, they're so Aussie, these people. Oh my God. She calls her husband by a nickname. Creshy. Fuck. Someone was talking about bogans before. Like, here it is, man. Australian bogans and tradwives. Oh my God. Ah, you got me good back with some good culture wars. Ooh. First place in the world to let women vote and be in government is Yata, Adelaide. Oh, there you go. I wonder if these people are from Adelaide.
Like yard work and, yeah, making the money for us.
The idea of pink and blue jobs might be rare these days, but for the Basanoviches, it's a recipe for wedded bliss.
Come on, boys. Come on.
On their Queensland property, Amber does the housework and looks after daughters Mila and Lucia, while husband Creshy is in charge of the cash.
Nothing compares to the fulfillment that I feel being at home, being there for my family, supporting my family in my own way.
Oh man, just sounds like she lives in a society as fucking, as Volta's already said, that allows her or affords the opportunity so she can make a choice. Like, does it have to be more than that? LOL, bogan level would line up with their US equivalents. Cultural attrition and cultural no man's land is where I live. Oh yeah, Queenslander. It should be my free choice if I want a traditional wife and do all the things. Choice is the factor. Yeah, that's what I'm hearing here. Like, she lives in a society that affords her that opportunity. That's good for her. Congratulations, honey. You did it. You got to choose.
Halfway around the world, in the US city of Nashville, Janae Elizabeth loves nothing more than cooking and serving
Bro, here's your equivalent, Jag. Here she is, and she's from Nashville.
breakfast for her husband, Austin Michael.
Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for this day. Thank you for this food.
Being a traditional wife to me is fulfilling my role as a biblical wife, and within that means submitting to my husband, serving him as he serves me as well, and my priorities are taking care of the home and making it a home, bringing it peace, cooking, cleaning.
And you, Austin? What's your role in the household?
I like to see myself as the provider and protector. Like, I think men are a little more...
Two first names. Hey, don't judge, bro. Oh, so good.
We're kind of built for battle, or we're built to endure, so that women don't have to.
So are you the boss?
Fuck yeah. Submitting, eh? Kinky. Yeah, it sounds like it's just some type of personal arrangement they had, if you know what I mean. What the fuck was that? Bacon? America's food is rank. Yeah, the bacon looked fucked, didn't it? Is that bacon? Is that what the rashes of bacon look like? What the fuck was that? Surely not. Surely not. Something's going on there. Not sure if I understand what was going on there.
I like to see myself as the provider and protector. Like, I think
Some
men are...
turkey bacon. Ah, okay. Looks like a tongue, yeah. Kind of looks like that shit vegan bacon. Could you imagine this guy eating vegan bacon? Oh, man. So good.
I like to see myself as the provider and protector. Like, I think men are a little more... we're kind of built for battle, or we're built to endure, so that women don't have to.
So are you the boss?
Like, does he go to battle? Is that what this guy does, do you reckon? Do you reckon he goes out and fights other men all day long? He's like, I do that so my woman doesn't have to.
Are you the leader of the household?
I mean, you'd have to ask her.
It sounds like something straight out of the 1950s, but Janae and Amber...
It's called COD. Yeah, he's just sitting at home all day gaming. He's like, shut up, baby. I'm in battle. He battles traffic during rush hour. Oh, man. Fucking hell. I told you. It'd be good for some fucking entertainment value, if nothing else.
Modern women who have chosen to revert to traditional gender roles.
He fights men all day, for sure. All right, I don't know what you're insinuating there, but you better take that back. Good Christian men don't do that stuff. They wouldn't do that stuff, would they? No, surely not. That's why they get married and have kids. Surely not.
There is 10 eggs. Yeah! That would be great for making the cakes.
While being a so-called trad wife might not be everyone's cup of tea.
This guy's stream sniping me, go make me a sandwich. Oh, man. I feel like these guys, like a lot of these guys that want this traditional stuff, like somebody who makes them breakfast and shit like that, they just want to live with their mum, but they want a version of their mum that they have sex with. They want someone to like clean up after them so they don't have to fucking do shit. So they clean up after them and like make them fucking food so they can do whatever the fuck they feel like. But they also get like other pleasures out of that relationship as well. Seriously. Somebody make me a sandwich. Make me breakfast. Clean up after me. Clean up my mess. Wash my fucking clothes. Once again, look at stream. Oh, wait, you get... What are you getting, censored or something? I keep getting censored. Trad wives are a fetish. They just want a maid they can screw. Ah, I got it. Got it. Hell yeah, sex mum. I know no one here personally. What? No, now mums get high, so be good. I've seen that anime. Gender roles. This will be interesting explaining the 998 gender roles. Ah, got it. Mystery. These guys just want to fuck their mum. Like, basically, though. Like, that's what's going on here, right? They just want someone to look after them, but they can also have sex with. That's pretty much it. Like, it's not a bad assessment. Like, it's not right. Right? It's taboo. But, like, that's pretty much what's going on here.
While being a so-called trad wife might not be everyone's cup of tea, nor a luxury all can afford, this revival and repackaging of old-fashioned domestic life.
It's called the Oedipus complex. Yeah, I know. Okay, I get that. Like, that's something else. But like these, yes, there is that as well. But like these guys just like want someone to cook and clean for them. They want someone just to do the stuff they can't be fucked doing. Because they've probably grown up that way as well, where they've never had to lift a finger in a domestic sense.
It's taken off.
Welcome to life as a trad wife. Of course, we're grocery shopping today.
So
now that looks like proper bacon. At least they know what's going on there.
Is it a hack for happy homes?
The wife that stays home, that cooks the dinner,
or a step backwards for women.
While the man is out making the money.
Making the money. Dude, it takes me 30 minutes to do house chores. What does she do for the rest of the day? Fair question. You're right. Like, you can be very efficient with your duties, but like, you're probably just sweeping through it as fast as you can. Like, what if she's cooking a fucking meal that takes like 3.5 hours from woe to go? 3.5 hours to cook dinner. Hey, come on. Come on. Think about it.
Okay, let's suit up. All right.
Bake bread.
Perfect. All right, just make sure
Look
you
after
pop it
bees.
nice and tight into your shoe.
It's 8:30 on a Monday morning, and Amber Basanovich is hard at work. She puts everything into being the perfect housewife.
All right, you're fine to lift it up all the way now. Beautiful. Now, I'm going to show you inside.
And today, that means tending to her bees to make honey for her family.
Now this is gorgeous. See how filled with honey this side is?
But life didn't always look this way. Is this the life you always wanted?
Dude, I would totally get bees if I could. Fuck yeah. Do they sell honey? Sounds like she's a businesswoman now. Hey, traditional my ass. She performs living labor for energy usage. This is literally so much privilege. I know. They've got it fucking made. I want bees. I would love to have bees, man. Stealing bees' food, not an honorable job. Hey, honeybees, European honeybees make way more than they can use. It's not stealing. It's just like skimming off the top. Oh, man. But life wasn't always easy. Yeah, I wonder what they're gonna talk about now, right? These people look loaded, doing it so hard. Yeah, those capitalist bees. I mean, I had a non-traditional relationship as it was, but essentially took on the homemaker role after I got sick and couldn't work. Yo. Not that I got sick, but like, yeah, I left my job. I'm the homemaker now. I'm the domestic goddess in my house. My missus goes out. She makes the money. And I do the whatever the other thing she said. I do the domestic stuff. I make dinner. I look after the kids. That's my job. In between streaming, of course. I looked into having bees. It actually is very difficult. Yeah. I went to a course and everything. I was ready. And like in the last place that we lived at, we had heaps of room. We were fucking ready. It is very difficult. And there's so many diseases that you have to worry about as well. The bees get sick. It's a lot of fucking work. The home queen. Fuck yeah. God damn yeah. Yeah, bees are really good for other crops, yeah. Oh yeah.
No, so we were chasing so much more. I was always career driven. I had goals of what I wanted to achieve, and then I just started getting burnt out, and having a family too changed everything for me. Like, you want to be a good mum, you want to be a good wife, you want to be there for yourself too, and being so time poor, it just, I couldn't do it.
Amber quit her job as corporate operations manager for a global makeup brand to run the home. And it certainly seems to work for everyone.
Yeah, it's a good balance. Like, yeah, I do my bit, she does her bit, vice versa. If each other need help, we help each other.
Well, I mean, she's clearly miserable. You've
Yeah.
got to change the kitchen. I can see that.
No, definitely not. It's by choice.
It's a happy home.
It is a very happy home.
This is a
Unlike
trade. This isn't a trad wife thing. It's fucking bullshit. She chose to leave work. Fucking congratulations. On ya, lass. Good on ya. That's a lot of cold and flu for six bees. It takes me all day to do housework. I feed and walk the dogs, keep costs down by buying bulk and butchering portions, make everything from scratch, take care of all the mowing, veg garden, etc. Aporists. Yes, that's what they are. Okay, but don't they think non-traditional wives also do that? Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, if someone gets stung by a bee in the area, where you have a hive, you're liable. Oh, I didn't realize that. Like, why can only a traditional wife keep a beehive? So yeah, Thomas Sowell from Temu. Yes. Oh man. I don't know, he seems much more like relaxed than Thomas Sowell. Thomas Sowell always seems on edge, eh? I worked full time as the breadwinner and still came home and did home duties.
And Cressy, Janae and Austin don't have children yet. So Janae calls herself a stay-at-home wife. But don't for a minute think that she's bored or unfulfilled. She spends her days looking after herself as well as the house. And it's all uploaded to her adoring online audience, which some might say looks and sounds a lot like work.
That is delicious. Austin's gonna love me. And the muffins.
Do you consider yourself now an influencer, a content creator? Because that's a job, right?
Right. I would say I'm a content creator, and it is kind of like a job. So yeah, I do love the perks of having social media and what it comes with the opportunities and the brand deals. And it is good pay per video. I do enjoy it. It is good extra income for us.
She's earning money. What the fuck? Am I missing something here? Is she a stay-at-home wife or not? It's like those Japanese trader moms. Stay at home, bet big on the stock market, get heaps of money. It's like they feel guilty they have leisure time and they're trying to justify their lifestyle. Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? Hey, just fucking own it, baby. You want to just like work out all day long and look good. That's fine. Come on. They will make completely homemade food, like grind the flour, kind of extreme. Yeah, they get out in the old windmill, grind the flour. Oh man, so good. When she starts making bank, she'll be out of there. It's not like the 50s when you use a washboard to clean the clothes. I'm being serious. Okay, fair enough. Like some do. Yes, because women aren't meant to have leisure time. Yeah, apparently not. Far out.
There are thousands of social media accounts just like Janae's, some with millions of followers.
Let that rise for about 5 hours before turning it out and roughly shaping it into 2 loaves.
Serving up a glossy, glamorized version of domestic bliss.
It's a very kind of tranquil life, very quiet. There isn't children asking, Mommy, 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 can I have this, can I have that? You don't have to do like the dishes and walk the dog and work and send an email like all at the same time, which is kind of the daily experiences I have or other working mothers have.
Professor Hee-Jung Chung is director of the Global Institute for Women's Leadership at London's King's College. She's been tracking what's behind the tradwife phenomenon.
We're at a point in society where...
I know, the way she was narrating that. Why was she talking like that? Gonna get a boner making bread. What's with the AMSR with it? I don't know, man. I don't know. Because it's fetish content. Here we go. Moobles in the house. Whip until stiff peaks or some shit. Oh my god.
Very high level of stress. So, if you go on the internet and see this woman who is completely non-stressed, very relaxed, has this very kind of beautiful relationship with their children.
Am I supposed to fuck the dough now? This dough now? Is that what's going on here? Just wait for it to rise, Jag, remember?
Feeding them homemade, home-milled sourdough bread. It is a bit alluring.
So is it a rejection then of modern pressures and the juggle, the chaos?
I think there is a bit of a false nostalgia. I think one of the dangers of what the tradwives are showing is that what they're depicting never existed. This whole idea that, in the 1950s, women were able to look pretty and leisurely kind of break bread from scratch, never actually existed. There was a lot of housework to be done. There was a lot of drudgery. And unfortunately, when you decide to be a housewife without any financial means or independence, it does lead to problems with regards to your ability to be autonomous.
Professor Chung's research also uncovered some disturbing attitudes among young men.
Jesus. My mum said she thought I would be a child bride. Thanks, Mum. Fucking hell. My God.
This year, we found that a third of Gen Z men found that women should always obey their husband. A third of Gen Z men. It was just a bit of a shocking figure.
This is the kitchen.
Coming up, on the hunt for a trad wife.
I don't expect to chain her up in the kitchen and say, make me a sandwich. Like, it's not like that at all.
Chain her in the kitchen. This is all kink stuff, isn't it? I think I understand what's going on here. Dude, who are these people? Who can afford to live on the fucking river like this in a fucking house like that? Who are these? He's from maths. Ah, okay. Not chains. He's more of a rope guy anyway.
Lavish Gold Coast home has it all. 6 sprawling bedrooms, a pool, waterfront access to the quintessential Queensland lifestyle.
Hi.
Amelia, how
are
you
you?
doing? Nice to meet you.
But for owner Tyson Gordon, who's just renovated...
Wow, this is beautiful.
Thank you.
It's enormous.
Perfect family home.
It's missing much more than furniture.
Come upstairs and I'll show you around.
So, I hear you're looking for a trad wife.
Yeah, traditional partner. Yeah. For me, it would be someone with good communication, mutual respect for one another, kindness. It would be me being the provider and protector for the family.
What is this, like a fucking job interview or something like that? Is this like how people actually meet these days? I'm looking for someone who's a good communicator, who understands my needs. Fucking hell. Shit's changed, man. Shit's changed. I thought people just hook up at nightclubs. And that shit, like one thing leads to another. Tinder is kind of like that. God damn.
And her being a good
Where do
mother.
I apply? I know, bro. I'd live with that guy. Fucking oath. He's got like a 6-bedroom house on the water. Hey, where do I apply? I can communicate. I can communicate for sure. And do other things. Fucking, that's so good. Where do I apply? Oh, man. Fucking hell. This is just basically describing my home. What? Your house looks like that, Dilemmas? Honestly? Oh, fucking hell.
To my children, this is the kitchen. We've got like a nice little entertaining area out here as well.
This is where she will be trained.
Cook and clean and run the house.
I don't expect to chain her up in the kitchen and say, make me a sandwich. Like, it's not like that at all. But, you know, if I am out working, if I'm out doing my thing and she wants to stay here, it's a choice. If she wants to stay here and cook and clean and look after the children and go out and fish and use the pool, whatever, I'm all for that. Plan to get a jetty out there, have some tinnies. And
Make no mistake, Tyson is adamant he's a modern man.
And I just want to make it clear as well, I want her to actually have time for herself because I feel like it's important we all need our own time as well. So she's not just going to be locked up in here all day. It's nothing like that.
My past has not been without heartbreak. I've been married before.
Tyson's mission to find his perfect...
Oh my god, this is a maths thing? It is. Oh god. Fuck. Alright, fine. Fuck, tell me they have a schedule. Can we skip this? Damn.
Partner, a trad wife, led him to reality TV and Nine's Married at First Sight, where he fast became public enemy number 1.
But you do.
I'm challenging you on your...
I know exactly what I want in my wife. Someone that's submissive. Someone that's not going to say, would you be a house husband?
He claims his greatest crime was being inarticulate.
So submissive was the wrong word to use. Traditional is the word I was looking for, and traditional is the word I wanted to use.
I am him. Sounds so nice. I want everyone the opportunity to do it. That should be the message. Yeah. Oh, didn't you know? Oh, sorry, home life, not home. Trad wife is all fun and games till you're living on 70k a year. What's wrong with that? Living on 70k a year, you can make it work. Just have to budget. Well, you can do it. You can make it work. Show us your basement, you freak.
So to be clear then, are you looking for a woman to serve and obey you?
I'm not looking for a dog. I'm not looking to put my wife on a leash at all. I think it comes down to choices.
Look, I think the American versions of these is so much better than the Australian ones. The Australian ones suck. Like, they try to be all like modern and stuff. They're like, oh, I don't want somebody to be submissive and take my orders. And like, we watched the American couple before, and she was like, yeah, like, he's in charge. He has the final say. He's the man of the house. Like, at least they fucking own it, the Americans. He's looking for a maid. Yep.
I think it's really important for the mother of my children to stay at home for as long as she likes, to be able to bond with my children, or our children, I should say. And if she wants to go back to work, I'll support that. If she wants to stay at home and cook and clean, I'm not going to argue with that. That's completely fine. So there's really nothing wrong with wanting a traditional relationship in this day and age. I think if you can financially support it, then why not?
But for Professor Hee Jung Chung from King's College in London, Tyson's approach is problematic. Her research into the labour market and gender inequalities has exposed
my children. Freudian slip. It's so good. Hey man, it's not the 18th century anymore. It's our children.
Trend.
So there is a huge kind of rise of Gen Z men feeling that it is the men who have the final say in the household, that women should obey their husband.
What is it, do you think, about the trad wife movement that's appealing to them?
So in a way, men have lost ways of feeling being a man. Like, I can't be the provider because my wife earns or my girlfriend earns more.
I'm a mover. Oh, man. It's so good. What's wrong with saying my children, huh? Yeah, well, he did it. He was like, I mean our children. I mean ours. It's not an ownership thing, I swear. It's so good. These Gen Z boys must have some shit dads. There are so many podcasters these days cashing in on the whole trad thing. I'm surprised at how much traction it's got in the US.
Man, like, I can't be the provider because my wife earns or my girlfriend earns more. I can't really be a protector because she's a strong, empowered woman. So what do I have left? So in a way, this is a way for men to kind of try to claw back their masculinity.
My missus earns more and is smarter, LOL. Good. Good for you. You can become a trad wife, bro.
Cheers.
Cheers.
It's a treat.
I know.
Alina Pettit, though, doesn't know what all the fuss is about. She's been a trad wife for much longer than it's been trendy. So do you get bored?
No. I don't have time to be bored. I am literally the mistress of my own time.
A stay-at-home mum, Alina blogs about the joys of being a housewife.
Today I'm going to share with you 5 reasons why I love being a traditional stay-at-home housewife.
During COVID lockdowns, her views really gained attention.
There's lots of women were finally getting to trial it for the first time because they couldn't go anywhere. And I had so many people say to me, oh my goodness, I actually love being at home. Don't want to go back to work. And then you had the opposite side saying...
Like, that's not the real lesson of COVID. Like, the real lesson was there was a lot of people that fucking had to stay at home and were like, fuck, you could live like this. Society can support enough people's existences and they don't really have to work. And we live in a world, a time and a level of technological advancement where this is possible. Why the fuck would I ever want to work again? It should be a choice. Yes, it should be a fucking choice. Absolutely. My God.
This is dangerous.
Me and Mystery are trophy husbands. Yes. Dude, I'm going to rename the channel now. Me and you, Mamupa. Trophy husband. Yeah, but the effects of COVID still linger. But no, but that's the lesson from COVID, is that we can all, or like large portions of the working class, can stay at home and not be forced into a fucking slave-like existence, and the world didn't stop turning. And if people want to go to work, it should be a choice thing, less than a fucking commitment. Mystery, revolutionary, and trophy husband. Fuck yeah. Don't you forget it. We're going to start a new channel. Me and Mamupa.
You know, like... me dangerous in my apron and doing the vacuuming. Like, terrible, terrible.
What was your initial intention or aim?
I think it was just to show the world that there was no positive role models for housewives out there anymore. They're always shown as oppressed, depressed, they want to get out, they hate doing it. And I was just like, hang on a minute, I'm actually having a really lovely time doing this. I love this role. Where are my people?
Where are my
For
people?
Alina, the choice and privilege to stay home and support her husband and teenage son is empowering.
Yes,
But-
dude, next chat Tuesday. Me and Mamupa talking about being trophy husbands. Why not? Eh?
She's
No, it's good to go outside. Depression rates were up. Economy was in the toilet. People need to do things. Yeah, but that's not the point. That is not the point. The point is that she was saying that people weren't going to work, and they were like, "Oh, I can do this whole life outside of work. It's actually quite lovely." That's the point. Yes, of course people should go fucking outside. Yes, that is fine. But like, people should also have the choice about whether they work or not. Society is at a point now where we have the technology, the means, and the resources to support a large population without everybody having to be in wage slavery. That's the real fucking lesson of COVID. It worked. It worked. Yeah, people were trapped in their homes. I'm not suggesting that that should continue, but the world didn't stop turning because working class people en masse didn't go to work.
watched with alarm as the movement shifted from sharing traditional values
Any man that tells you that he doesn't want a stay-at-home wife is lying to himself.
to glamorising and monetising housework.
A large percentage of it at the moment is fake. It's really fake. And it's monetized. It's been co-opted, I think. People just started jumping on the bandwagon. People pivoted from less wholesome areas of the internet, shall we say, because it was the buzzword. Some of us are here just saying, it's okay to stay home. It's okay to trust your husband. It's okay to take that risk if that's what makes you happy.
All right, let's apron up.
Well, thank
This
you.
one's for you.
Lovely.
I've got one for every day of the week.
Do you? This lifestyle certainly makes Amber Basanovic happy. The former corporate high flyer can't think of anything better than cooking and caring for her husband and daughters.
Does Dad cook?
No.
He doesn't need to.
The innovation of capitalism was sold as a way to increase the value we generate in order to afford life's essentials easily. Yes, that's right. And that's why there is a phenomenon called the social question that you'll come across, which is like, once capitalism took off and it became really productive and people were still like, oh, wait a minute, I'm still struggling here and I'm working harder than I was before. What the fuck is going on? That's the catch-22 of capital, or capitalism. It has the ability to provide for everyone, but like, it works like a Ponzi scheme. And that value gets sucked up to the top. She has 7 aprons. 7. Okay, this is actually annoying. It is kind of annoying, actually. I didn't learn anything about traditional somethings. Oh, look who it is. It's Gamer Boy.
Supposed to be a person that is fighting for women to be able to do what they want to do.
The naysayers target American trad wife Janae Elizabeth too, claiming she and husband Austin Michael, a country music singer, are romanticising oppression. For Janae, that couldn't be further from the truth. She loves her role keeping house and planning to start a family. But Austin warns fulfilling his duty as leader of the house comes with a lot of pressure. What would you say to Australian men looking for a trad wife?
Keep looking. They're out there, man. If I could give any advice to men looking for that kind of relationship, I think you ought to look at yourself first and consider, are you worthy of that? I think there's a lot of the...
Now, that's the realest thing fucking anyone said in this whole fucking piece. It's like, you want a fucking traditional wife? Look at yourself in the mirror, and are you worth it, bro? Are you worth it? Are you a fucking dead shit? Are you going to be able to attract a traditional wife in the first place? If the answer is no, then fucking get over it. Move on. Move on. It's a fantasy that so many people want because society won't provide. Yes. How does a non-known musician live a life like that? Who knows? Maybe they've come from money. It is the case with a lot of people. It does help getting a leg up from generational wealth. All right, I got to leave it there. This was entertaining, if nothing else. I didn't see anything too political coming out of that, to be honest. Like, not like the last one we watched, where they were like honestly talking about like taking women's rights away, or the right to vote anyway. But like none of these really touched on that subject. They were kind of like, well, like if anything, feminism is about choice, and I choose to do this. Well, fucking good on you, love. Good on ya. Hey, good on ya. But like, you know, also being an influencer. It seemed to be all these trad wives were influencers. So like really, they're making a lot of fucking money doing this stuff. But there is more to life than both parents working at a widget factory. I know my missus would rather be at home if we could afford it. I'd rather be at home too. If these brain-dead politicians understood that, if you fix the economy, everyone could have this. I mean, I'd rather feel loved than looked after. Yeah, fair enough. That's a nice way of putting it, actually. Interesting. Ah, women. What a blinded fool I've been. Oh my god. All right, I gotta leave it there. Thank you everyone who's been interacting today. You know who you are. If you haven't already and you're on YouTube, activate the like button. If you're new here, subscribe for more. If you're on Twitch, follow. You know the drill. You know the goddamn drill. All right, thank you everybody. Hi to the sausage, Jingle Jangle Jam, Ravy Baby, Bandsaw Bandit, Captain Bucket, Mamoopa, Say My Name. Who else we got here? Voltateur. Oh, Voltateur, ladies and gentlemen, if you were here earlier, round of a fucking applause for our very own Voltateur. That was a mad chat that we had before. Thank you very much for being part of the stream today, man. It was a good idea. I appreciate it. If you weren't here and you missed it, we started talking about what I reckon like an hour and a half into the stream, maybe 2 hours into the stream. And go back, me and Voltateur talk about New Zealand politics. It was a very interesting conversation. Mamoopa, Jingle Jangle Jam, I think I said that already. 4IS, who else we got here? Oh, St. Chi, Rogue. Have I missed people? I'm sure I've missed people. I'm sorry if I have. Dilemmas in today. It's good to have you. Missed you yesterday. Moobles, Mubbles. I think it's Mubbles. Let's go with Mubbles. Jag. I think I said Jag as well. If I've missed you, I do apologize. But thank you everyone for your interactions. If you've been lurking, thank you. If you're watching after the fact, I appreciate it. We'll be back for Hump Day tomorrow. And until then, please remember, I am, you are, we are